Chapter 1 The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Choose 3 from 5 options. In the recesses of his mind, Yizayu felt a sudden weight of responsibility, aside from unseen or Thaden trusted him with an important task. Disclaimer: this book is entirely fictional, please do not take it seriously. If nothing happens, consider this me having said nothing. If something does happen, kindle I for to me's a profit. The narrative begins. If an apocalyptic crisis is about to erupt, you have following options to choose 3 from. What will you select? 1. A sufficient supply of food and water for any person. 2. 100 assault rifles and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. 3. Killed zombies to gain attributes and of each and to acquire equipment. 4. 100-fold return anything you feed to be out of a woman will be returned 100-fold. 5. A spatial ring. Which 3 will you choose? In Huaihai City, a happy community, Yizayu found himself questioning the very fabric of realities. An unexpected multiple quiz question appeared before him. A hard merely intended to relax after work by crawling through yet a system interface had materialized, refusing to close in no matter how hard had tried. An apocalypse, where on earth did it come from? Yizu's expression was of bewilderment. As a weary wage slave subjected to the grueling 996 work schedule, he was already exhausted now, not only wash-faced with the prospect of an apocalypse, but he was also compelled to make echoes about it. If the apocalypse were truly upon him, why wash for to select options daily without an clear outcome? What was the point of it all? Yet, despite his complaints, when it came to making a choice, it was obvious. If a stove 345. While even Jenna food for any person was appealing, the prospect of 100-fold return wasn't irresistible, offering freedom to choose. Moreover, in a time of apocalypse, enhancing is an attribute was undoubtedly the priority. With strength, a spatial ring, and the ability to kill zombies for loot, what do you have to fear from impending disaster? Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully making a choice. System loading. However, just as Yizayu confirmed his elections, a mysterious notification echoed in his ears, startling him. What was that sound? Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of angry shed cries and furious shouts erupted from its side. Don't come any closer. What's wrong with Sirliu? We just started dating and are doing thighs in public. Can't we some you reprobate, please? No. You lunatic, me mother. That shout sounds and tail tarford reficio, prompting him to rush to the balcony for a better view. While the soul was harking, the Serena Moon her transformed into a blood-red orb, glaring down upon the earth like her malevolently, everything it illuminated began to corner rapidly. In the community, Ardia Teddy Bear was viciously attacking a woman holding its leash, its incredible strength pinning the hefty woman to the ground as it ate their flesh, leaving her blooded and mangled. Nearby, a man was similarly assaulting a woman, her screams so forgona suggesting she had her partner gone mad. Good heavens, what is happening? Yizu gasped, taken aback by the sight. How had Themo and Turnidrid, and were those people truly transforming into zombies, waste apocalypse genuinely upon them? At that moment, Thesis voice a Medine and more. Congratulations, host, you guessed it correctly. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. From now on, the old will be all fed in a new endings of catastrophes and zombies, acid rain, red fog, mutated beasts, icy storms, mutated creatures, earthquakes, meteor strikes, and the awakening of subterranean beings. Please enjoy. Hearing this, Yizayu felt a wavy of panic wash over him, called it but true. Indeed, Yizu were Saturn's migrator, having arrived in this parallel world Thrier's prior. Old Haitis world were a little leader from Jeff from his previous life. He hard hope had thought this unique identity would lead him to the pinnacle of success. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Without an like advantages, even our transmigrator without a background or wealth was still just in the machine. After 2.5 years of hard work, he was now being told that apocalypse hard arrived. Moreover, this disaster seems a bit too intense. Zombies, acid rain, red fog, mutated beasts, ice surges, earthquakes, meteor strikes, subterranean creatures, how could possibly withstand such calamities? System, area serious. Clearly, the system was not joking. What do I think? Yizayu gazed at the bloodthirsty mutated zombie as below. I think it's likely true. System, the host is quite astute. You're correct. The apocalypse has descended. Please prepare for survival. Now, rewards for your choices will be distributed. Oh. The mention of words lifted Yizayu's spirits, which had begun to sink. Indeed, he had the system continue. Commencing distribution now. 1. A spatial ring, with a capacity of 1,000 cubic units, capable of holding various items, with mutilation effects. However, it cannot contain living beings. 2. Gain attributes by killing zombies. From now on, defeating a mutated creature while granting them attribute points that can be freely located to enhance your abilities. 3. Our 100-fold return. Any food given to a woman rated above 95 will yield a 100-fold return. Now, to survive, please do your utmost to stay alive. As a series of systematifications rang out, arrangement faint blue glowful from the air into Yizu Shand, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the very selection he had just made, if it actually been granted? No, it need to calm down. However, after a brief surge of excitement, Yizayu quickly gained his composure, realizing that the zombies outside are still rampaging, the immediate priority was to find a way to survive. With this thought in mind, he opened his attribute panel to assess the situation. Name Yishio. Age 21. Level 1. Stamina 10. Strength 8. Agility 10. Defense 10. Talent none. Summary: just an ordinary person. Indeed, upon seeing these statistics, he confirmed Tate were quite average, with his strength even being somewhat lacking. But was little Hikulto Azadali 996 worker, he was exhausted from and exploited by the company's beautiful CEO, earning a metre 1,000 a month after deducting 400 for insurance and various other expenses, leaving him with barely anything and clearly, he had no time to work out. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a frantic knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Was it? Peering pretty peaceful, Yizu's a woman in pyjamas, her complexion was pale, her socket sunken, and her eyes were turning red, yet she continued to knock desperately, her voice raspy. Help me. She struggled to reply for help, how will Tojaviv battling against encroaching madness, but in an instant, her bloodthirsty gaze consumed her, transforming her into a mindless zombie at that began clawing at the door, clearly having sensed was so for living being. Izayu cognized her as she's neighbor from upstairs, woof and walked her to Gandalf's mess in the elevator, now she had become a zombie. Just in time. Without hesitation, Yizu dashed head back to the closet, grabbed a baseball bat, and swung the door open. With their sounding crack, he struck the zombie woman sheet, shattering it. Since she hadn't essentially transformed, her strength was not yet formidable, allowing him to succeed easily. At that very moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on defeating a mutated zombie, you have gained 3 free attribute points, would you like to locate them? They're really rewards. As the words faded, Yizayu noticed a blue DLQ box appear before him, revealing 3 additional attribute points. Allocate. Without hesitation, Heko set to locate them all to strength. In situations like this, strength was crucial. Since zombies possess great power, he needed to be stronger than them to continue defeating more. Ding, congratulations host, your strength has been successfully increased to 11. As soon as she confirmed discuss, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. He realized that his strength had indeed increased significantly. He moved his arms, feeling invigorated. It felt taste half a gained about a third more strength. Yizayu was elated. This system weighs impressive white suck attributes, as long as she kept killing zombies, he could continue to grow stronger and survive the apocalypse. With this thought, he decided to head upstairs, suspecting that the man he had just killed might have a transformed partner. Sure enough, upon reaching the door, he spotted a zombie in pajamas staggering about. Those waist he upstairs neighbour, the husband of the familiar zombie. It turned out that John Jai had got any penthematily of tonight house at the bathroom, and the window had been left open, allowing the blood-red moonlight to transform him. Now, his veins bulged, and Dicey's glowed with liquor syntheticness, ash for stead on the corpse of his own dog. Sensing movement outside, the head buried in the dog's scarecrow suddenly lifted, and upon spotting Ishio, it retreated virtually. Little did it know that Yizayu had been waiting for this moment. With a swift motion, he brought down the baseball bat. With a sickening crunch, Zhangji's head exploded, brain matter splattered everywhere. At the same time, another notification rang in Yizu sees. Ding, congratulations, host, on defeating the mutated zombie 1. You have gained 5 attribute points. Surprised by the additional 5 points, Yizu wondered what his time yielded more than before. Could it be that this male zombie a harder higher constitution than female? Would I like to locate the points? Yes. Without hesitation, Yishu agreed. He and Gaina located the points to strength. With the addition of these 5 points, Yizayu moved his arms again and realized that the strength had nearly bled from the start. He could and felt but feel a thrill of excitement. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, a sudden shadow darted toward him. Fortunately, Yizayu reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time. Turning, he found that he twice the semi teddy bear, now with its skeleton open, but still glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. How would Dave without it could still move after being gutted? Without hesitation, Yizayu eyes baseball bat, aiming at the small creature. The little Ted's speed was astonishing, even faster than the previous zombies. Yet, Yizu was prepared. As she added the mutated dog sleep, has swung the bait with precision, striking its belly and sending it flying. Clearly taken aback with unexpected force, the teddy bear was nearly split in 2. Yet, it contorted its body and continued to carjate them in a grotesque manner. However, Yizu was quicker. With another swing, Hesma shed its head, and as its skull shattered, the ins formidable mutated tedifulcillant. Indeed, the most effective method of killing zombies is to crush their skulls. Uzziah murmured to himself, tucking the baseball bat away. He also noted that he mutated dogs Pete was surprisingly swift, not slowed be the decay that affected of the corpses. Just as Shepard prepared to leave, his gaze caught something glimmering amidst their main softy mutated og a shining red long knife. What is this? Yizu paused in shock, realizing that he had dropped our piece of equipment. He stepped closer and quickly eyed the notification that appeared. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the an autumn leaf blade. Quality blue. This. Up and seeing the name Yizu Waster Kennerbach. Autumn leaf blade wasn't that happy show of equipment for Magami had played in his previous life, in a dungeon. Wait, this thing can drop too? Chapter 2 Did the autumn leaf blade just drop? Indeed, this bloody bore a striking resemblance to the pawns found in dungeons. 80 centimeters, it was not excessively long, with the blade itself almost entirely, save for the black handle that provided a grip. Upon lifting it, Yizayu discovered that her blade radiated an intense heat. Old Halford measured in 80 centimeters, it weighs extraordinarily sharp. Upon inspecting its attributes, he found. Item name Autumn leaf blade. Quality blue. Description possesses a keen increase a certain fiery attribute, capable of scorching wind sang slowing the healing process as well as incinerating the zombie virus. Bound for us. Can be transferred. Goodness, I'd heaven haze a fiery attribute took. Muttering to himself as read the description, Yizayu realized that the Twilight was not precisely a dungeon weapon, it bore some similarities. The fiery attribute, however, seemed quite promising. He brandished the autumn leaf blade. Not bad at all. Yizayu noted Totai's weapon was well suited for dispatching zombies. Howie Dave without thought a mutated teddy dog court drop or even. I wonder if continuing to slay zombies will yield both of valuable items. Yizu must, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. Coming back to his senses, refrained from hastily departing, instead, he closed at the door and took a moment to image Ethra's Neba's place. In an apocalypse, what is most crucial? Strength and sustenance. Event their mightiest warrior cannot survive without food. Thus, Yizu searched the refrigerator and discovered the bottles of Pepsi and 2 no need bottles of fresh milk. The remaining contents were a mishmash of vegetables and fruits. Without hesitation, he collected everything into his spatial ring. Moreover, he stumbled upon a box of instant noodles, abagot dogs, and a loaf of bread tucked away in the kitchen cabinets. Having frequently eat apocalypse in ovals, Yizu understood that items like instant noodles and hosh dogs were invaluable currency in such items. Sometimes, a single pack of instant noodles could be exchanged for a beautiful woman. Whether that was true or not, he decided to stockpile everything for now. Once he had finished gathering supplies, Yizayu made his way back downstairs. Roar! At that moment, a zombie staggered up from the stairwell. Yizayu recognized him as Hilda gentleman from the second floor, an 80-year-old whose frail body had barely held up before. To his astonishment, the transformation into zombie had seemingly vitalized him, and upon spotting Yishio, his crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, propelling him to move even faster. As Hedvin Goldman approached, Yizu swiftly closed at the distance and raised the autumn leaf blade. With a swift motion, he brought it down, and the oddman sheet rolled off his holders, thudding into the floor. The blade were so sharp that Yizayu hard like it had any effort. The old man crumpled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a mutated zombie, you have gained 1 attribute point. With the pleasant chime of the system's notification, Yizayu became increasingly convinced that a number of attribute points gained corresponded to the physical prowess of the slain zombie. However, he did no trush. If he could harvest the entire building, he might accumulate 30 or 40 points, boosting his strength to 5 or 6 times the of an ordinary person. That would provide a substantial save time in the face of disaster. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the oddman did no drop pain equipment. Hemmerly yielded a single tribute point. Puzzled, Yizayu communicated with these esteem in his mind system, or either specific requirements for dropping equipment. Soon, the system replied, the drop rate for zombies is a matter of random probability. You may receive items of common white, blue, or green quality, and there is also the possibility of higher to item such as orange, gold, or no with muddy sense. Yizayu realized that Tother cold not referred to be impatient. Moreover, he noticed he taken the brief time as in sequiring autumn leaf blade, the old man's corpse having reduced to his beats fiery attribute. Hiss! Witnessing this, Yizayu felt a thrill of astonishment and instinctively touched the blade in his hand. This thing is a natural enemy of zombies. It could even incinerate their main soft and dead. With Zukawipan, what zombie could stand against him? Thus, Yizayu decided to methodically clear the building from thin and float off first, and then back again. In total, he encountered red 6 zombies, a lot of which he dispatched, earning a total of 13 attribute points. Including the old man's point, that made a 14 in total. Yizayu located enough the attribute points to strength, which raised to his strength to 26. Considering I's original score of 8, that weighs an increase of over twofold. He felt a G of power, imagining that with Joe's Staker Soul Punch, he could shatter our in 4 do. Regrettably, no additional valuable items dropped. As for the remaining fire points, Yizayu chose to invest them in agility. While he had sufficient strength to deal with zombies, he understood Tate with his current agility, asking Lemma's step could lead to disaster. Thus, he located for points to agility. After doing so, he moved Hizam Sons Marie and not header market increase sign speed. High several responsiveness and reflexation improved by approximately 50%. Yizayu opened his panel to check his status. Name Yishio. Age 21. Level 1. Stamina 10. Strength 26. Agility 14. Defense 10. Talent none. Summary: an exceptionally powerful ordinary person. Indeed, after elevating I's agility to 14, these STEM's evaluation had changed, now describing him as an exceptionally powerful ordinary person. Well, that's quite a significant improvement. However, after so much killing, Yizu felt a bit wary. Furthermore, their stairwell was no devoid of zombies, and upon checking that time, he realized it twice well past midnight. While he had been busy slaying zombies, he had also taken the opportunity to gather supplies. Consequently, Yizayu returned home, close at the door, and barricaded it with a chair before conducting of inventory. He had amassed 6 boxes of bottled water, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 barrels of soybean oil, 6 pounds of potatoes, approximately 3 pounds of bread, 8 bags of hot dogs, and 1,200 eggs. These the essentials with such provisions, he could at least secure his immediate survival. Even without venturing outside, he could comfortably last a month. However, that was not enough. Yizayu understood that the disaster had only just begun, and he knew how long it would last. Thus, stockpiling supplies was undoubtedly wise. Moreover, he had a spatial ring with 1,000 cubic units of storage space equivalent to a massive measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. To put it bluntly, if he filled it to capacity, it could sustain him for a year and a half. Not to mention, he possessed a skill Tate offered 100-fold return. Yet, Yizayu noted that her requirement for this return involved women rated above 95. I wonder how the system determines that, and given the current zombie outbreak, finding a beautiful woman is sure a simple task. Yizayu murmured to himself. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the silence, accompanied by a melodious yet anxious voice. Yishio, Ariuther, it's Tsiao bore from across the hall. Hearing the verse, Yizayu quickly approached peacefully to observe. To his surprise, he found a woman clad in a pink silk nightgown, her long, fair legs on display, her anxious expression revealing her distress, her rapid breathing caused her impulse and fall enticingly, capturing his attention. Chapter 3, The Beautiful Neighbor, Lin Yushi. It is indeed her, Lin Yushi. Upon laying eyes on this exquisite beauty, Yishio's mind was immediately flooded with her name, Lin Yushi. The neighbor across the hall had recently tied the knot and hosted an extravagant wedding that had captivated the community. Her stunning looks had drawn the attention of many within the neighborhood. Moreover, Yishio noticed a flurry of information appearing above her head. Name, Lin Yushi. Age, 24. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 55 kg. Evaluation, wife type, exceptionally beautiful, curvaceous, rated 95 points. A smile crept across Yishio's face as he read the notification. It was as if his thoughts had manifested into reality. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to find a beauty rated above 95 points to help him perpetuate his lineage, and here she was. At that moment, Lin Yushi stood nervously at the door. Just 3 hours prior, she had been barefoot, clad in her pajamas, lounging on the sofa while watching television. Suddenly, a deafening roar from outside had piqued her curiosity. Upon investigating, she discovered a zombie outbreak. In a frantic attempt to contact her husband, she barely managed to connect the call when she was met with horrifying growls from the other end. Terrified, she rushed to seek help from her neighbor, Yishio. Yishio, I know you're inside. Can you please help me? My husband has been infected, and I am so frightened. Just as she spoke, the commotion outside attracted the attention of the zombies. A bald zombie, clutching a briefcase, staggered towards her. Lin Yushi's face turned pale as she recognized her husband, whose eyes now glowed a bloodthirsty red. Despite his staggering gait, he instinctively made his way back home through sheer muscle memory. Don't come any closer. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the door swung open. A hand swiftly pulled her behind. Simultaneously, with a resounding thud, Yi Xiu's baseball bat struck her husband's head, causing a gruesome splatter as the massive zombie collapsed into a lifeless heap. Witnessing such a bloody scene, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but scream, instinctively throwing herself into Yi Xiu's embrace. To her surprise, the woman exuded a delightful fragrance, and her figure was remarkable, truly a rare beauty. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Yi Xiu, however, had noticed that her husband had dropped an item. What is that? A glimmering green object caught Yi Xiu's eye as he approached to pick it up, revealing a notification. Item: obedience water. Description: once consumed, the individual will be compelled to obey the host's commands. Should they harbor thoughts of rebellion, they will experience excruciating pain, potentially leading to death. Furthermore, all abilities gained henceforth will be returned to the host on a 1-for-1 basis. Obedience water. Yi Xiu was momentarily stunned by the description. Was this for real? If one were to judge solely by the name, it might be mistaken for something else entirely. Intriguingly, the notion that any abilities acquired would revert back to him was quite appealing. Woo, I'm so scared. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxi had long since ceased to care whether the figure on the ground was her husband. Overcome with fear, she clung to Yi Xiu's shoulder, seeking comfort. It's all right, you're safe now. Yi Xiu reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder before leading her into his home. Once inside, Lin Yuxi collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath, still shaken by the ordeal. Clad only in her thin pajamas, she was completely exposed beneath. Noticing his gaze, Lin Yuxi's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively closed her legs, stammering, hello, I'm your neighbor from next door. My name is Lin Yuxi, I know. You know me? Lin Yuxi was taken aback by Yi Xiu's prompt response, surprised that he had remembered her after just a few days of living next door. It seemed he held some interest in her, which gave her a glimmer of hope for her survival. Lin Yuxi silently rejoiced in her beauty. However, before she could bask in her moment of triumph, she noticed Yi Xiu producing a bottle of white potion and offering it to her. Her expression shifted to one of confusion as she looked up at him. What is this? Obedience water. What obedience water? Indeed, upon hearing the name, Lin Yuxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly retreated to the doorway, pressing her legs together. What do you intend to do with me? At a time like this, is that really necessary? What do I intend to do? Yi Xiu chuckled at her cautious demeanor. In this apocalyptic world, I can do whatever I please, and I hardly need other means. This is obedience water. If you dare to betray me after drinking it, you will suffer an agonizing demise. What? Lin Yuxi's heart raced at his words. Did such a thing truly exist? Yet, considering her current predicament, it seemed far better to confide in this man than to face the threat of being devoured by zombies outside. Besides, she scoffed at the notion of such magical substances existing in the world. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yuxi accepted the potion and gulped it down in one go. As the obedience water coursed through her, she felt no immediate changes. Unable to resist, she mocked Yi Xiu. What kind of obedience water is this? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? For now, I'll play along with you, but once I'm safe, I'll settle the score with you when my father arrives with help. But just as that thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a wave of indescribable pain surge through her chest. She gasped, collapsing to the ground in agony. As expected. Observing Lin Yuxi's condition, Yi Xiu smiled, stepping forward to tower over her. You truly wish to betray me? No, I didn't, Lin Yuxi squeaked in terror, clutching her chest and shaking her head vigorously. As the thought dissipated, she noticed that the pain was gradually subsiding. Just as she sighed in relief, Yi Xiu seized her by the neck, pinning her against the wall, gazing into his face, which, while handsome, was only slightly less appealing than the readers themselves. Lin Yuxi felt tears welling in her eyes. I truly didn't mean it. I merely had a fleeting thought of wanting to teach you a lesson. Woo, who knew that even such a thought would be condemned? Oh, heavens, she never intended to harm Yi Xiu. Oh. Is that so? Yi Xiu chuckled at her words, surprised that even the mere thought of rebellion could be curbed by the obedience water. It seemed indeed to be a remarkable substance. Yet, witnessing the beads of sweat forming on Lin Yuxi's delicate face, he inquired, do you know what you should do now? Lin Yuxi hesitated as she met Yi Xiu's unabashed gaze that roamed over her. Torn, but with no other choice, she resigned herself to comply for the sake of her own survival. Chapter 4. Drink a bottle of mineral water, receive 100 bottles in return. An hour later. Here for you. Yi Xiu tossed a bottle of mineral water to Lin Yu. 11. To be honest, after all the exertion, Lin Yuxi was indeed feeling quite parched. However, at this point, was it truly sufficient to only offer her a single bottle of water? Drink or not, if you don't drink this bottle, there will be none left. I will. In a frantic rush, fearing that Yi Xiu might snatch the bottle away, Lin Yuxi hurriedly gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. As she consumed the mineral water, a melodious notification once again echoed in Yishio's ears. Ding, target Lin Yushi has consumed a bottle of Bai Suishan mineral water. You have received a 100-fold return. 100 bottles. As the message faded, Yishio was astonished to discover that his spatial ring had indeed miraculously filled with 100 bottles of mineral water, truly remarkable. With this return, Yishio felt a surge of joy. Henceforth, he need not worry about food. Whatever he required, he could simply have this woman consume it. He would receive a 100-fold return. Moreover, if she could not eat enough, he could always find a few more women. What a splendid treasure, indeed. Nevertheless, Yishio was still curious. System, Lin Yushi just drank a bottle of obedient water. Why was there no return? The system's response was straightforward. Items obtained through system selection do not count towards calculations, only items consumed in the usual manner qualify for returns. So that was it, Yishio realized. The system further clarified that smiley items returned after the 100-fold return, if consumed again by the same individual, will not yield further returns. Yishio understood. In simple terms, the bottle of mineral water Lin Yushi had consumed, which yielded a return of 100 bottles, could not be returned again if she were to drink it once more. It could only be collected by him. This made sense to Yishio. After all, if one could continuously consume and receive returns, it would be akin to an infinite nesting doll. Once communication ceased, Yishio noticed Lin Yushi, who had just finished exercising, staring at him with a peculiar expression, evidently intrigued by his earlier odd behavior. What are you looking at? Nothing, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Lin Yushi quickly lowered her gaze, fearful to meet Yishio's eyes again. If she dared to look again, she might receive a lesson. Enough? With the obedient water in hand, Yishio felt no fear of betrayal. Moreover, after such an exhausting period, he was quite fatigued. Thus, he told Lin Yushi, "You will keep watch tonight. I need to rest for a few hours." Lin Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise at his words, feeling quite aggrieved. How could he expect such a stunning young woman, oh no, a newlywed wife, to keep watch? Do you have objections? However, with Yishio raising an eyebrow, Lin Yushi completely surrendered, quickly waving her hands, looking pitiful as she said, No, I will keep watch, I will keep watch. That's more like it. Seeing Lin Yushi's compliance, Yishio finally displayed a satisfied expression. After all, in this apocalypse, it was already commendable that he could provide her shelter. Did he expect to pamper her like a princess? Absurd. Having relieved some tension, Yishio felt considerably calmer. Coupled with the exhaustion from the night's labor, he almost fell asleep immediately, succumbing to deep slumber in no time. Meanwhile, Lin Yushi sat curled up on the nearby sofa, watching the sleeping Yishio, shaken by the heart-wrenching pain from earlier. She no longer dared to scheme against him in secret. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Yishio awoke with a stretch. How comfortable, he noticed Lin Yushi sleeping curled up on the sofa beside him, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. Well, he had entrusted her with the house, yet she had fallen asleep. However, since the main entrance was securely barricaded, the zombies could not intrude. Time to get up. Yishio approached and gently shook her awake. I just fell asleep, I haven't slept all night. Startled by his touch, Lin Yushi quickly awoke, fumbling with her delicate hands as she explained, clad in her pajamas, her flustered demeanor appearing rather endearing. Yishio did not say much. He simply tossed her a piece of bread. Is this for me? Taken aback by Yishio's generosity, Lin Yushi's expression transformed into one of gratitude as she eagerly devoured it. Indeed, after the events of the previous day, she was quite hungry, consuming the food rapidly without a hint of ladylike decorum. In mere moments, the bread was gone. She awkwardly patted her stomach. Not satisfied, Yishio produced another piece of bread and tossed it to Lin Yushi. Staring at the bread in her hands, Lin Yushi was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yishio with a touch of emotion. She never expected that he would give her 2 pieces of bread at such a time. My goodness, Yishio is incredibly kind. However, she quickly shook her head, extending her hands to return the bread to Yishio, her exquisite face revealing a worried expression. I'd better not eat it. You should save some for yourself. With the apocalypse outside, we need to ration our food, or we might starve. Starve? Yishio chuckled. That's not going to happen, just eat. The more she ate, the more supplies he would accumulate. Yet Lin Yushi remained unaware of his thoughts, feeling so touched by his kindness that tears nearly welled in her eyes. I never thought you would be so kind to me. Even at a time like this, you still care about my hunger. Seeing Lin Yushi tearfully emotional, Yishio was taken aback. Wasn't her reaction a bit excessive? All right, hurry up and eat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Okay. Lin Yushi composed herself, silently vowing to repay Yishio's kindness. Of course, Yi Xiu was completely unaware of her intentions, purely motivated by the prospect of a 100-fold return. In no time at all, he had accumulated an additional 200 pieces of bread. If Lin Yuxi were privy to Yi Xiu's ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly feel exasperated, realizing he was treating her like a dairy cow. Hadn't she already not eaten enough yesterday? However, such details were not the focus at present. After consuming 2 pieces of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of water, Yi Xiu retrieved some more supplies from his spatial ring, quickly filling his stomach before heading to the balcony to survey the scene below. Indeed, he noticed that the number of zombies in the community had increased significantly since yesterday. There were elderly individuals, children, and even some zombified pets meandering along the streets. They staggered aimlessly within the community, searching for targets. The zombified dogs, with their keen noses, were sniffing around for any possible scent of surviving humans, their bodies occasionally twitching as if controlled by some unseen force. Chapter 5, Source of the Fire Seed. No, can this thing really explode? Upon activating his phone, Yi Xiu was astonished to discover that there was still a network connection, something he had not anticipated. However, he was also aware that this was only a temporary situation, given that the calamity had only just begun. The signal remained intact, but it could vanish at any moment. Nevertheless, Yi Xiu first opened the community group chat to assess the situation within the neighborhood. To his surprise, the chat was already abuzz with activity, predominantly focused on discussions regarding the apocalyptic disaster that had unfolded the previous day. Many individuals were pleading for assistance, and a considerable number had already succumbed. Even Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee had reported that the police precinct had fallen. The entire city of Huaihai was now in a state of neglect. However, Yi Xiu felt little interest in these survivors. Aside from the property manager Xiao Dan, he was unfamiliar with any of them. Moreover, he noted several official messages and notifications. Attention everyone, the mysterious blood moon brings with it terrifying biological radiation. Any exposure, whether to humans or animals, will result in transformation into bloodthirsty monsters. Please exercise utmost caution and refrain from venturing outdoors. As of now, widespread infections have been reported globally. In the waters surrounding the island nation, mysterious monsters' corpses have emerged, and rumors suggest that a formidable sea beast may be lurking in the deep. Is it really this severe? Lin Yuxi, who had just glimpsed the information, turned pale and exclaimed in astonishment. It seems our survival now relies solely on ourselves. Casting her a sidelong glance, Yi Xiu did not respond, merely murmuring to himself. After all, with his current skills and external enhancements, as long as he managed well, he could survive unscathed even amidst the apocalypse. Yet Lin Yuxi appeared quite anxious, her delicate hand clutching Yi Xiu's arm as she nervously inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Rest assured," Yi Xiu replied with a smile, glancing at the enchanting beauty beside him. He had long been prepared, first, to continue slaying zombies to level up, second, to gather more resources, and third, to seize the opportunity, while the world had not yet completely descended into chaos, to find a few beautiful women scoring above 95. Only through this approach could he fully leverage his 100-fold return advantage and acquire more supplies. Thus, Yi Xiu wasted no time, turning to her and instructing, "You stay here and wait for me. I will venture outside to collect some supplies." With that, he picked up his autumn leaf knife and opened the door, stepping out. Upon exiting, a zombie lunged at him with a growl. Yi Xiu scoffed coldly, swiftly sidestepping while bringing his blade down. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head rolled away, and in an instant, flames engulfed it, reducing it to ashes. Simultaneously, he gained 3 attribute points, and with a chime, a small, red-glowing matrix object fell to the ground. What is this? Yi Xiu's gaze sharpened. It was red. The system had previously indicated that dropped items were categorized by rarity. White being the lowest, followed by green and blue. For instance, his autumn leaf knife was of blue quality, yet now he had acquired a red item. He hurriedly scooped it up, discovering it to be a peculiar square object. Upon reading the notification, he was momentarily stunned. Smiley item name, Fire Seed Energy Source. Quality, red. Description, upon use, grants the ability to activate Cybertronian life forms, becoming a true creator. Daily limit 1. Belongs to the highest tier of equipment. Gasp, Fire Seed Source. Yi Xiu was incredulous, his expression turning bizarre. Wasn't this the leader module from the Transformers movies? No way, can this actually drop? What else is there that you can't drop? System. Anyone familiar with the Transformers franchise knew of the Cybertron planet and its leader module, which could activate Transformers. Yet here it was, right before him. What did this signify? Could he also activate a transformer? Good heavens, if he could awaken a colossal mechanical life form akin to Optimus Prime during the apocalypse, what fear would he have of zombies? However, to test its authenticity, he resolved to head to the underground parking lot. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiu pocketed the matrix, grabbed his autumn leaf knife, and jogged to the underground garage. At that moment, he encountered a few zombies and swiftly dispatched them. He then surveyed his surroundings, searching for vehicles. This was not a high-end community, but surely there were one or two hidden affluent individuals among the residents. There were Bigs, Cadillacs, Japanese sedans, as well as German BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, and so on, yet these were not his targets. According to cinematic logic, larger vehicles typically exhibited greater combat capabilities. Ultimately, Yishio set his sights on a Ford Raptor pickup truck. While not particularly expensive, it was exceptionally durable. As Yishio carefully placed the Matrix Cube beside the Ford Raptor, an extraordinary event unfolded the moment they made contact. A wave of blue energy radiated outward, and in the next instant, the previously silent Ford Raptor began to transform at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, a towering behemoth, measuring 7 or 8 meters in height, stood before him. However, due to the low ceiling of the underground garage, the moment it completed its transformation, it crashed violently against the ceiling with a resounding bang. Oh, what the hell is this place? Dazed from the violent impact, the pickup truck hurriedly shielded its head while crouching down, struggling to regain its composure, clearly still unaware of its current situation. However, upon catching sight of Yishio, its blue mechanical eyes immediately filled with profound respect. Cybertronian warrior, I greet you, esteemed creator. In the face of the pickup's reverence, Yishio was utterly astounded, his gaze fixed on the colossal being before him. With its sturdy metallic skeletal structure, massive arms, and those blue mechanical eyes, accompanied by an enormous energy cannon that easily measured 50 centimeters in length, it was reminiscent of a missile in concept. Chapter 6. Are you insane? Dare you to make me call you master? Meanwhile, a set of data materialized before his eyes. Name, Cybertronian warrior. Level 1. Troop type. Army. Strength, 1000. Defense, 3000. Firepower, 3000. Description, a formidable warrior from the distant and mysterious galaxy of Cybertron, possessing terrifying firepower and formidable defense. Absolute loyalty. Hiss. Indeed, upon seeing this data, Yishio could not help but gasp in astonishment. It had truly happened. He had activated a transformer standing a full 7 meters tall. Damn, with this thing, what was there to fear from zombies? It could simply bulldoze through them. Moreover, what did a strength of 1000 even imply? The average human strength is around 10, equivalent to 80 kilograms, but this creature boasted a staggering 1000, equating to 8000 kilograms. It could effortlessly lift for small cars. Just then, a roar echoed from a distance. Coming back to his senses, Yishio turned to see that the commotion had clearly attracted the attention of several zombies, who were now staggering toward him. Fortunately, the pickup had already taken notice. Do not move, Master Creator, allow me to handle this. As it spoke in a deep, mechanized voice, one of its hands shielded Yishio, while its arm transformed with a series of mechanical clicks into a large energy cannon, taking aim at the approaching zombies in a rather dashing manner. Vroom, boom, in an instant, a blue projectile surged forth. The entire underground parking lot seemed to tremble. The immense wave of energy shattered all the vehicle windows in the vicinity. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The 4 incoming zombies barely had a moment to react before they were instantly vaporized. The ground was left with a massive crater. Hiss. This terrifying display of power left Yishio once again astounded. Was this the might of a transformer? Having dispatched a few zombies, the pickup truck did not forget to inquire, Master Creator, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Coming back to reality, Yishio could no longer suppress his laughter. With such a colossal guardian, how could he possibly fear for his survival in this apocalypse? Of course, he did not forget his main objective, which was to find a beauty scoring above 95. After all, while he now had protection, he still needed sustenance. The key was to have a 100-fold return. With this entity, he could virtually generate supplies worth 2 to 3 months at any time. But whom should he seek? After some thought, he remembered that within this building, aside from Lin Yushi, who was a stunning beauty, there seemed to be no one else of comparable caliber. Oh, wait. To be precise, it would be challenging to find anyone in the entire community who matched Lin Yushi's level of allure, yet, even Lin Yushi, who was breathtakingly beautiful, merely scored a 95. It seems the system has quite high standards, he muttered to himself, and soon another woman came to mind. Li Xiaoan. Indeed, the CEO of his company, rumored to be a rich second generation, who, dissatisfied with her father's plans for her, had embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. Yet this woman was inherently proud and exceedingly arrogant, finding fault with everyone, especially him. Her haughty demeanor was infuriating to recall. He opened his WeChat to check. Sure enough, this woman was still alive. Furthermore, she had posted a status, is there any friend still alive? I am currently trapped in the company at Huiyang Street A building. If anyone can rescue me, I will offer them 1 million. Useless people need not come, I fear that if they can't save me, they'll only drag me down. Upon reading this post, Yishio chuckled to himself. Even at such a time, this woman could still be so irritating. Perfect, you are just the one. Yi Xiu resolved to assess whether Li Xiaowan met the requirements. If she did, there would be another milk cow at home. With this thought, Yi Xiu wasted no time and directly addressed the pickup. From now on, you shall be called Iron Skin. Let us venture out. Yes, Master Creator. The pickup, now dubbed Iron Skin, transformed back into a robust raptor truck with a series of mechanical whirs, then roared out of the underground parking garage with a thunderous acceleration. Meanwhile, in an office on the 25th floor of Building A, Li Xiaowan trembled in fear, hiding in her office, dressed in a black women's suit with black Balenciaga stockings. Her short hair framed her flawless, fair face perfectly. However, she dared not make a sound, fearful that any noise might attract the zombies. She incessantly sought help via her phone, but after several attempts to reach her father, no one answered. Woo, Dad, why won't you pick up? Where on earth are you? Tears streamed down her face, and the usually arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. Fortunately, at this critical moment, there was still her devoted admirer, Jianxi, a well-known heir from a real estate company in Shuhai City. Upon learning of her predicament, promptly messaged her to assure her not to be afraid. He was on his way to help her. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of him, just as Li Xiaowan was about to complain that this scoundrel might have met with misfortune, suddenly, there was a click. The office door moved unexpectedly, causing her to tense up as she crouched under the desk, wielding a badminton racket for self-defense. She whispered nervously, Is anyone there soon? A voice came from outside the door. It's me. I'm here to rescue you. Is it Jiang Zi? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Xiaowan's heart leaped with joy. She rushed to the door. Just a moment. I'm coming. Why did you take so long? I was nearly scared to death. If you dawdle like this again, don't expect me to give you another chance to pursue me. An excited Li Xiaowan complained as she opened the door, only to freeze in shock at the sight of the man before her, her expression immediately darkening. How come it's you, Yi Xiu? Who told you to come? Oh dear, hearing this, Yi Xiu chuckled. Even now, she still had the audacity to put on airs. Since you don't need my assistance, then I shall take my leave. Wait, don't. Alarmed by his words, Li Xiaowan panicked. However, she was the company's boss, and despite looking down on Yi Xiu, had she not considered his usefulness, he would have been dismissed long ago, but now, she truly needed him. Thus, she took a deep breath and said in a charming tone, Fine, just take me out of here. Once it is safe, I will fulfill my promise. She assumed Yi Xiu was only interested in the 1 million. After all, what was a million as long as she could survive? What promise? Money. Yet Yi Xiu, hearing this, laughed. At such a time, do you truly believe your paltry sum is still of value? What do you mean? Li Xiaowan was taken aback. No rush. Yi Xiu calmly locked the door, then sat in the boss's chair, sizing her up. Let me first assess your worth. It must be said, this woman was indeed exquisite. Unlike Lin Yuxi, who exuded a classic housewife aura, she embodied the competent style of a female CEO, particularly in her attire radiating youthful vitality. As he opened the evaluation panel, Yi Xiu's preference for uniforms was undeniable. Name: Li Xiaowan. Age: 22. Height: 168 cm. Weight: 54 kg. Evaluation: High attractiveness, commendable physique, score 95, just passing. Indeed. Upon seeing this data, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. Although Li Xiaowan's personality left much to be desired, her beauty was unquestionable. As long as she met the requirements, it was sufficient. As for her character, that could be molded over time. Hey, what are you staring at? Yet Li Xiaowan, clearly oblivious to her current predicament, still maintained her haughty demeanor. What are you still doing here? Hurry and take me away, I don't want that million anymore. Slap, but before she could finish her sentence, Li Xiaowan clutched her delicate face in disbelief, staring at the man before her. You. How dare you hit me? Slap. In the next moment, Yi Xiu's hand struck again, leaving another red mark on her cheek. Yi Xiu. Slap. Yi Xiu retaliated once more. This time, Li Xiaowan covered her face, her ample figure quivering in anger, her tear-streaked eyes betraying her fury. How dare this scoundrel strike her? She had never been struck before, her father had never laid a hand on her. Being the cherished one in her family, she was accustomed to being the one who hit others. This was the first time someone had the audacity to hit her. But she was not foolish. After receiving 3 slaps, she wisely chose to remain silent, directing her fiery gaze at Yi Xiu. Now, here's another opportunity. Yet Yi Xiu remained unfazed, casually crossing his legs on the chair, beckoning her with a wave. What should you call me? Yi Xiu, call me master. Master. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan furrowed her beautiful brows, incredulous. Have you lost your mind, daring me to call you master? Chapter 7. Li Xiaowan, you hit me again. Do you even know what you are saying? I am the daughter of the president of the Huaihai Mechanical Engineering Group. How dare you make me call you master? Li Xiaowan's chest heaved with anger, her delicate white hand pointing fiercely at Yi Xiao, her voice sharp and piercing, yet Yi Xiao wasted no time and directly pressed her against the window. Upon witnessing the mass of zombies below, Li Xiaowan nearly fainted, her beautiful eyes wide with panic, utterly unprepared for the severity of the situation outside. No, no. She waved her hands frantically, terrified that Yi Xiao might throw her down, for in such chaotic times, it seemed that killing was no longer a crime. A terrifying thought crossed her mind, this was no longer an era of peace, indeed, Yi Xiao's voice echoed behind her. If you wish to live, you should now know what to do. Yi Xiao turned and sat on the sofa, his indifferent gaze unabashedly scrutinizing the beauty who had oppressed him for 3 years. Li Xiaowan's ample bosom rose and fell with fury, however, under the eaves, one must bow their head, she could only bite her lip and, in a shameful whisper, utter the words she had never imagined saying, master. Now that is more like it. Yi Xiao, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, finally revealed a satisfied expression. Women, after all, must be trained, otherwise, their disobedience could very well lead to their own demise. At that moment, Li Xiaowan felt an overwhelming urge to slay the man before her, yet, there was no alternative, she still needed this rogue to take her out. Just wait, once I escape and find my father, I will have him kill you, she vowed inwardly. But to her surprise, the next moment, when she raised her eyes to look at Yi Xiao, she was stunned. What are you doing? If you wish to live, then kneel. Li Xiaowan felt faint with rage once more. Yet, the sheer number of zombies outside compelled her to reconsider. Fine, she consoled herself, reminding herself that everything was for the sake of survival, it was of no consequence. An hour later, Yi Xiao finally escorted the flustered Li Xiaowan out of the office. However, the moment they stepped outside the building, regret washed over her in an instant. For below the office building, hordes of zombies swayed, emitting guttural sounds from their throats. The sight sent her fair face into a state of shock. Was this still a place for humans? Could they even escape? Left with no choice, she hurriedly followed Yi Xiao, clinging tightly to him, terrified that one misstep would leave her as a meal for the zombies. The metal figure, iron skin, had been waiting patiently nearby and opened the car door as soon as Yi Xiao arrived. However, before he could get in, they heard rustling sounds and voices not far off. Hurry up! Damn it, if you delay my chance to save the goddess, I'll take your life. Hey, boss, don't be so impatient, there are so many zombies here, we need to be cautious. What is there to be afraid of? Those zombies are moving so slowly, they are hardly a threat. When a group of people suddenly appeared, led by a fully armed young man, Li Xiaowan felt as if she had seen a savior and quickly called out in a hushed voice, Jiangzi. Upon seeing Li Xiaowan, the newcomer's eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, he was Jiangzi, the son of the president of Shuhai Construction Company. Initially, when the zombie outbreak occurred, he had taken refuge in the underground basement of his villa, which was stocked with food and drink and guarded by bodyguards. But upon discovering news of his goddess Li Xiaowan, he couldn't wait to rescue her. With his heart racing, he had already slain 2 zombies, scaring his companions half to death. Fortunately, they had arrived here unscathed, and upon reaching the ground floor, he was taken aback to see Li Xiaowan in a black women's suit. Jiangzi was momentarily dazzled, realizing how stunning his goddess looked, even in a suit that exuded a sense of allure. Xiaowan, are you all right? However, upon seeing her face, Jiangzi's expression changed instantly. Xiaowan, your face. I'm fine. Li Xiaowan did not wish to disclose that she had been struck, taking a deep breath and smiling. I just accidentally fell upstairs. Fell? Jiangzi was momentarily taken aback before fury ignited in his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot who falls and leaves 2 handprints on their face? He immediately directed his anger towards Yi Xiao, shouting, who is he? Did he do this? As Li Xiaowan spoke of Yi Xiao, she did not want the incident to be revealed, so she coldly replied, he's just an employee of my company. What? An employee of your company? Jiangzi's gaze shifted as he regarded the 2 of them with suspicion. An employee, so does that mean you 2 spent the night together? Connecting the dots along with the handprints on Li Xiaowan's fair face, Jiangzi's expression morphed into one of incredulous mockery. Is he really just your employee? Li Xiaowan, do you take me for a fool? That's clearly his handprint. TSK. Well done, Li Xiaowan. In this apocalypse, you are still playing around. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Xiaowan was taken aback at first, but then she reacted, her fair face flushing with anger as she glared at Jiangzi. How dare you speak to me like that? Have you forgotten that you pursued me for 3 years? Pursued you for 3 years, har. Unexpectedly, Jiangzi laughed at this, his disdainful gaze fixed on Li Xiaowan. I pursued you for your looks and your family's business, but now you've done something to betray me, and you expect me to continue pursuing you. Dream on. Jiangzi stepped forward, causing Li Xiaoan to take a startled step back, yet she remained calm, asking, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Hehehe." Jiang Zi's dark gaze shifted toward Yi Xiao, his voice dripping with malice. "Kid, you made a grave mistake by trying to steal my woman. This is the apocalypse, I could kill you, and no one would care." As he spoke, several of his henchmen armed with iron rods approached menacingly. Jiangzi was unhurried, instead raising his chin and sneering at Yi Xiao, "But I'm a good person. I don't want to kill you yet. If you kneel before me now, admit your mistake, and return Li Xiaoan to me, I might just spare your life." "Jiangzi, you." Li Xiaoan's expression fluctuated, feeling insulted. Did he think she was a mere commodity for trade? "Shut up." But as Jiangzi recalled the possibility of Li Xiaoan and Yi Xiao being together in the office last night, a surge of desire and rage overwhelmed him as he glanced at Li Xiaoan's ample figure, growling, "We'll settle this later. I'll make you beg for mercy. Now, do you want to live or die?" "Har, you really do talk too much." Yet, in the face of the threat posed by 7 or 8 men, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He had no time to waste on these survivors and directly patted the side of the pickup truck, Iron Skin. Yes. The next moment, with a roar of mechanical gears, Iron Skin transformed into a towering behemoth, standing a staggering 7 to 8 meters tall. What the hell is that? The group, initially intent on intimidating and eliminating Yi Xiao, was suddenly filled with terror upon seeing the gigantic figure, their only thought being to flee from this alien creature. But how could they escape? Eliminate them. Understood, Master Creator. At Yi Xiao's command, Iron Skin swiftly drew its energy cannon from its back and aimed it at them. Virum, boom, the terrifying blue energy wave erupted at the base of the building. The floor was blown away, and the energy cannon accurately struck 3 individuals, vaporizing them in an instant. Then, with a swift turn, it fired again, taking out the remaining 3. Just as Iron Skin prepared to finish off the last few, it noticed they had already fled around a corner of the building. It was ready to pursue. No need. But Yi Xiao waved his hand to stop it, having seen the increasing number of zombies closing in from all sides. This was the city center, after all, densely populated with zombies, and given the commotion, it could attract thousands more, creating a significant problem. Thus, he decisively declared, "There's no need to waste time here. We need to leave first." Understood, Master Creator. Following the command, Iron Skin promptly transformed back into a pickup truck. Li Xiaoan, left in a daze, was pulled into the vehicle by Yi Xiao, who then sped away amidst the roar of the wind. After a while, as she sat in the car, Li Xiaoan finally regained her senses, her face pale with fear as she gazed at the terrifying vehicle. "Let me out, I want to get out." This was definitely an alien. She wanted to struggle and escape, but Yi Xiao delivered a sharp slap to her face. You hit me again." Covering her reddened cheek, Li Xiaoan was nearly stunned, staring at Yi Xiao in disbelief. After all that she had endured just a moment ago, what did it amount to? Chapter 8 Summary. The more expensive and larger the vehicle, the greater its combat power. Just now, that was undoubtedly a reward for her. Sitting in the driver's seat, Yi Xiao cast a warning glance at Li Xiaoan. "If you utter another word, I will have him eliminate you as well." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoan immediately recalled the grim fate of those individuals from earlier and promptly decided to keep her mouth shut, though her delicate form could not help but tremble. Observing her compliance, Yi Xiao finally lifted her chin with his hand, revealing a smile. "Now that's more like it. Obedience is the key to survival. Disobedience leads only to death." I understand. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Yi Xiao appeared no different from a devil in Li Xiaoan's eyes, leaving her to nod repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Seeing her submission, Yi Xiao returned to the driver's seat. Through the formidable firepower of the armored vehicle, he had gained a newfound appreciation for this behemoth. Damn it, zombies dispatched with a single shot. Even humans were obliterated in an instant. Does this thing have no limits? Moreover, if one was this powerful, what if another arrived? With this thought, Yi Xiao inwardly inquired of the system. "System, how is the strength of the activated transformers determined?" The system quickly responded. In response to the host, the strength of the activated Cybertronian life forms is primarily judged by the size and price of the carrier. For example, an ordinary car cannot compete with a large pickup truck, and a large pickup truck pales in comparison to a sports car worth tens of millions. In terms of sustained combat power, the engine is key, while destructive capacity is determined by size. "Oh, I see," Yi Xiao nodded. "So, the more expensive and larger it is, the stronger it becomes." The system confirmed. That is one way to understand it. Additionally, vehicles that inherently possess destructive capability will be even more powerful when activated, such as tanks, armored vehicles, fighter jets, and helicopters. Thus enlightened, Yi Xiao grasped the concept entirely. In summary, the larger and more expensive, the stronger, military vehicles are even more formidable. It seems I need to find a few tanks and armored vehicles soon. Yi Xiu mused to himself. Meanwhile, the fortunate survivor Jiangzi was racing towards his family's refuge, accompanied by a still-living subordinate. Upon returning to the villa area, he found it fortified like a bastion. Numerous company employees were stationed around, and many zombie corpses littered the exterior, clearly having been dealt with. Spotting Jiang Zi's return, a security guard hurriedly called for the gates to be opened. Quick, the young master is back, open the door. With a rumble, the gate slowly creaked open. Jiangzi and his subordinate swiftly parked the car in the courtyard, their legs nearly giving way as they alighted. Fortunately, the butler was quick to support Jiangzi. Young master, are you all right? Hurry, hurry. At that moment, Jiangzi was already quaking in fear, for who had ever seen a mechanical monstrosity towering 7 or 8 meters high? It was utterly terrifying. With just 2 shots, 6 individuals had been instantaneously vaporized. Had he not scurried into a corner, he too would have perished. He would never forget such a scene. Extraterrestrial beings, trembling, Jiangzi summoned the last of his strength to shout at the butler, quick, take me to find my father. Oh, yes, yes. Though unsure of what had so rattled the young master, the butler promptly assisted Jiangzi towards the villa's basement. Meanwhile, in the basement, Jiang Qianyang, the head of the Jiang group, sat leisurely sipping red wine, observing the dwindling satellite channels while monitoring the outside commotion. Surrounding him were maids clad in uniforms and more than a dozen heavily armed security personnel, some even equipped with firearms. It turned out that Jiang Qianyang had learned of the celestial abnormalities a week prior, knowing that the infections had first spread in the southern regions. Thus, he had preemptively stockpiled enough provisions to last over 1,000 people for a year, bottled water, beverages, meat, as well as a small power plant and large-scale generators, all in preparation for this very day, ensuring that he could remain composed and expand his influence. And indeed, his investment of millions had not been in vain. When the apocalypse struck, he had promptly taken refuge in the basement, bringing along over 100 trusted confidants from his company. With these individuals, his safety was thoroughly guaranteed. Master. Just as Jiang Qianyang savored his wine, the butler rushed in, supporting the visibly shaken Jiangzi, his face etched with urgency. Young master, something has happened. Seeing his son in such a state, he furrowed his brow. What has transpired, Xiaozi? Why do you look so frightened? There are bloody aliens. Jiangzi, rendered incoherent by fear, collapsed onto the sofa, his voice quivering. What, aliens? Jiang Qianyang paused, initially thinking his son had simply been spooked. What nonsense are you talking? Where would aliens come from? Despite the apocalypse unfolding, he was well aware that it was merely mutated zombies and animals caused by a viral infection. How could there possibly be aliens? It's true. Seeing his father's incredulity, Jiangzi finally managed to calm himself enough to recount the harrowing events he had just witnessed. At first, Jiang Qianyang frowned slightly upon hearing the description, but when he learned that a single shot had taken down 3 or 4 people, his expression relaxed. I thought it was something extraordinary. You must have misinterpreted it. Perhaps it was just some powerful modified weapon. Modified weapon? Jiangzi paused, looking at his father in disbelief. Exactly. Jiang Qianyang, unaware of the true horror of that weapon, assumed it was merely someone's upgraded armament, dismissing it as insignificant. After all, a single missile could annihilate dozens. With the vast array of weaponry available today, even tanks could easily accomplish such feats. Thus, he hardly took it to heart. Had he known that the weapon in question was a transformer, he might have thought differently. Yet Jiangzi, having witnessed the weapon's might firsthand, was still terrified. But even if it is modified, if it can kill 4 or 5 with one shot, what if that thing comes for our estate? Can we withstand it? Dare they come to our estate? To Jiang Qianyang's surprise, his gaze turned icy at this remark, followed by a hearty laugh. A mere modified pickup dares to challenge us here. We have over 100 people, what is there to fear? Moreover, he paused, adding dismissively, they have weaponry, but we are not without our own. What, we have our own? Jiangzi was momentarily stunned, questioning where they could possibly acquire tanks and artillery. Absolutely. Seeing his son's bewildered expression, Jiang Qianyang was unreserved, explaining with a chuckle, prior to the apocalypse, I had received advance notice, so I imported a batch of tanks, armored vehicles, and 2 armed helicopters from abroad. The expenditure for these assets was no trivial amount. It had cost him a staggering $3 billion. The purpose was to ensure he was well prepared for the impending apocalypse and to establish his empire through weaponry. Due to stringent customs checks before the apocalypse, they had been anchored offshore. But now that the apocalypse has erupted, those weapons have been personally transported back by your second uncle, along with your cousins from studying abroad. In about a week, they will arrive here, and by then, not to mention modified weapons. Even genuine tanks would be on their way. It is unlikely they can withstand our numerous tanks and rocket launchers. Right. After hearing this, Jiang Zeti's eyes lit up with excitement. Firearms. Does that mean we shall dominate Huai City? Jiang Chenyang regarded his foolish son with a grin, reflecting, of course. Otherwise, why would I have gone through the trouble of transporting such a vast array of weapons for the apocalypse? It is time to make our mark. With the impending arrival of tanks, artillery, and armed helicopters, Jiangxi instantly regained his composure. Even if that pickup truck was formidable, he did not believe it could withstand the might of a tank's shell. Just you wait, once our weapons are back, I will make you pay for taking Li Xiaowan from me, he vowed silently. Chapter 9, Such marvelous things. At this moment, Yi Xiu remained blissfully unaware that others were already keeping him in mind. However, even if he had, he would not have been concerned, for with the formidable iron skin by his side, not even a modest manor could withstand him, let alone a military base. Moreover, by tomorrow, another ally would join their ranks, and the day after that, yet another. Thus, he returned to his neighborhood with Li Xiaowan in TOW. As they sat in the car, Li Xiaowan observed the staggering zombies around them and the layout of the community with curiosity. Is this truly where Yi Xiu resides? Upon parking the vehicle, as they exited, an oblivious zombie suddenly emerged from the corridor, letting out a chilling roar. Startled by the approaching creature, Li Xiaowan instinctively clung to Yi Xiu. Yet, Yi Xiu remained unperturbed, calmly retrieving the autumn leaf knife from his spatial ring. With a precise strike, he severed the zombie's head, and in the next instant, the creature ignited into flames. Li Xiaowan watched in silent astonishment. What sort of weapon is this, capable of reducing a zombie to ashes? However, Yi Xiu's focus lay not on the weapon but on the glowing green object that materialized as the zombie was incinerated. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Something valuable had dropped. He stepped forward to pick it up and discovered Satsmiley item name, Obedient Water 1. Another bottle of Obedient Water. A smile crept across Yi Xiu's face. He had just returned with the prized 95-point dairy cow, and now he had acquired another bottle of Obedient Water. It seems my luck is quite favorable. After stowing the item away, he led Li Xiaowan upstairs. Upon entering his home, a waft of delightful fragrance greeted him, and Lin Yuxi immediately rushed into his embrace. Woo, Yi Xiu, you're back. It's been 2 hours. I was so worried about you. What would I do if something happened to you? She had been anxiously awaiting his return for what felt like an eternity. The sudden softness in his arms momentarily stunned Yi Xiu. Indeed, this woman is remarkably soft, yet, he gently pushed her away, saying, I brought you a sister, why worry? Sister. Lin Yuxi paused, her expression momentarily blank, only to realize that Li Xiaowan stood nearby, staring in awe. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly released Yi Xiu. However, Li Xiaowan's reaction was quite different. She opened her mouth in surprise, struggling to find her voice. Wait, Yi Xiu, you have a woman. Why then did you bring me along? Moreover, despite her unwavering confidence in her own looks and figure, she could not help but be taken aback by Lin Yuxi's soft, noble beauty. This woman is no less stunning. She could easily rival me. Lin Yuxi, too, noticed Li Xiaowan. When two beauties stand side by side, it inevitably raises the stakes. Yet, she understood her own position, so, you ventured out to rescue her. A strange feeling of disappointment stirred within her. If Yi Xiu took such risks to save a girl, it must surely be someone he cherished deeply. What? Li Xiaowan froze upon hearing this. Why Yi Xiu had gone to such lengths, risking his life, just to save her. Just as her heart began to flutter, Yi Xiu's cold words shattered her fantasy. I travelled far to save her. She is merely of some use. If it weren't for the 100-fold return of the dairy cow, wouldn't he have bothered? His words struck Li Xiaowan like a blow, causing her to tremble with indignation. Am I truly so unremarkable in your eyes? The more you say this, the more I shall make you realize my worth. Let us eat something first. Yi Xiu, dismissing her thoughts, retrieved a bottle of milk, a banana, and a piece of bread, tossing them to Li Xiaowan. Upon regaining her composure and eyeing the food before her, she realized she hadn't eaten since yesterday, and her stomach was growling with hunger. You claim not to like me, yet you offer me food. Li Xiaowan chose not to dwell on it any longer. After all, being well-fed was of utmost importance. Thus, she quickly devoured the offerings. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu received a pleasant notification. Ding, you have fed Li Xiaowan a banana, a piece of bread, and a bottle of milk. Now returning rewards. Banana 100, French bread 100, milk 100. Watching the resources pour into his spatial ring, Yi Xiu wore a satisfied expression. He then looked down at Li Xiaowan. Do you want more? Is that possible? Li Xiaowan, feeling famished, couldn't he help but glance up at Yi Xiu, hoping for more. Open your mouth. However, before she could respond, Li Xiaowan was forcefully administered the obedience potion. The moment it slid down her throat, she instinctively gagged, glaring at Yi Xiu with indignation. What did you just make me eat? Obedient water, the one I just picked up, have you forgotten? Yi Xiu replied with a polite smile. What? Li Xiaowan's heart sank in despair. She had thought it was merely a man-s usual trick, but at this moment, he was still thinking of that. Yet, just then, Lin Yushi's gentle reminder brought clarity. Hey, don't resist. If you harbor any negative thoughts towards Yi Xiu, it will hurt. She spoke softly, recalling her own recent experience. She certainly did not wish to relive it, but Li Xiaowan remained skeptical. What nonsense! There is no such thing in this world. Before she could finish her sentence, her face twisted in agony, collapsing to the floor as beads of sweat formed on her brow. Could it be that this is truly real? Oh, Yi Xiu sat comfortably on the sofa, observing Li Xiaowan's distress with mild surprise. It seems you harbor quite a bit of hostility towards me. His words left Lin. Hadn't she felt the same way just yesterday? Her cheeks flushed as she quickly interjected, "Stop plotting against him. If you don't think about it, the pain will subside." Listening to Lin Yushi's advice, Li Xiaowan struggled to suppress her pain and refrain from cursing Yi Xiu in her heart. Indeed, the sensation of torment gradually faded. Moments later, as she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, it was as if nothing had transpired. She gazed incredulously at the bloodstains on her hands, remnants of her earlier suffering, and marveled in astonishment. Chapter 10, Is this gun for real? Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yushi also let out a sigh of relief and said with a slight pout, "I told you long ago, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you do, right? I believe now. I won't dare to speak ill of you behind your back anymore." Sob, sob, sob. Li Xiaowan was nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed by fear. What other ghostly secrets does this fellow possess? At this moment, she felt utterly unable to defy Yi Xiu. Now that's more like it. Observing Li Xiaowan's newfound compliance, Yi Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction and rose to his feet. "All right, I need to head out to gather some supplies and level up a bit. You two will accompany me." Just you, Li Xiaowan." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiu directed his gaze towards Li Xiaowan. Once again it's me." Pointing at herself, Li Xiaowan wore a look of grievance. Was it not enough that she had just returned, barely settling onto the sofa, only to be summoned again? "What is the matter? Do you have any objections?" "No, how could I have none." Terrified by his words, Li Xiaowan quickly waved her hands, then adjusted her form-fitting skirt before hastily following suit. Yi Xiu, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. He then cautioned Lin Yushi, "While there is still gas at home, prepare some meals. You never know when we might not even have hot food to eat. After all, the more supplies consumed, the better for Yi Xiu." "All right, understood." As Yi Xiu and Li Xiaowan departed, Lin Yushi surveyed the empty house and couldn't help but shiver. Being alone was rather frightening. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu and Li Xiaowan returned to the pickup truck. As soon as they were inside, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but timidly inquire, "Where are we headed?" "First, to the police station," Yi Xiu replied. Although he had acquired a Decepticon and 2 cows, it must be said that the cows needed some defensive capabilities. Otherwise, carrying 2 burdens would be quite uncomfortable. They needed some training. Let us go procure a couple of weapons. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the metal beast roared with a deep growl as they exited the community. Given that Guangming community was not far from the nearby police station, they soon arrived. After dispatching 5 or 6 zombies outside, they earned 12 attribute points. Yi Xiu made a beeline for the army, where he discovered that there were indeed some weapons still available. However, he noted that several safes had already been opened. Someone got here first. Yi Xiu frowned slightly. This was not a good sign. While it was fine if weapons were taken away, he couldn't help but worry that they might be used against him later, and he was certainly not bulletproof. "Quite a few weapons have been taken from here," Li Xiaowan remarked, clutching a baseball bat as she entered, scanning the surroundings for danger. Upon spotting the pried open safes, she too frowned. "Not to worry, there are still some left." Yi Xiu noted that 5 safes remained unopened, evidently left behind in haste. He promptly used his exceptionally sturdy autumn leaf knife to pry open one of the safes, discovering, to his delight, 2 Desert Eagles and an automatic assault rifle, all of the latest models. The remainder consisted of various types of ammunition, surprisingly well matched. "Take them." He tossed the Desert Eagles and the assault rifle to Li Xiaowan. Her face lit up with excitement at the sight of so many weapons, and she eagerly embraced them. Yi Xiu then packaged the bullets and secured them on his back. However, as he pried open the final safe, he was taken aback by a sleek, all-black sniper rifle, complete with a stand and a scope. "Is that a CSLR-4? Yi Xiu exclaimed in surprise, astonished to find such an advanced sniper rifle in a police station. Moreover, it came with a rifle stand, a scope, and even a silencer, all in pristine, gleaming condition. It was common knowledge that this type of weapon was typically reserved for special forces, so its presence here was indeed unexpected. "Wow, a sniper rifle." Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled at the sight. Yi Xiao was taken aback by her keen interest. Have you ever used one? To his surprise, Li Xiaowan nodded eagerly, her gaze fixated on the rifle. I've handled sniper rifles while abroad, but not this model. It was the Barrett from the Eagle Country. Har, you've had quite the experience. Yi Xiao recognized that she was certainly not exaggerating. As the daughter of the president of Huaihai Mechanical Engineering Group, her exposure to such weaponry was undoubtedly extensive. Perfect, then let us take it with us. All the weapons were meticulously packed away, accompanied by 3 boxes containing a total of 150 rounds of 7.62 ammunition, along with a sleek black silencer. Once everything was secured, Yi Xiao swiftly departed the army with Li Xiao. That moment, the outside world was filled with the cacophonous roars of more zombies. However, upon stepping outside, Yi Xiao noticed that the undead had fallen silent, sprawled on the ground as if in slumber, some even having evaporated into thin air. It was clear that Iron Skin was responsible for this, and to avoid attracting further attention from the zombies, which might cause complications for the creator, he activated the silencer mode. Yet, this decision meant that Yi Xiao would not gain any experience points. Iron Skin, leave a few for me next time. Understood, esteemed creator, responded Iron Skin in a respectful mechanical voice, followed by a thunderous sound as it whisked Yi Xiao away from the JC Bureau. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Li Xiaowan was eagerly fiddling with the sniper rifle, which she had assembled in no time. Excitedly, she rolled down the car window, aiming at the zombies outside, her enthusiasm palpable. Yi Xiao. This gun looks so cool. What did you just call me? Yi Xiao replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. Li Xiaowan quickly corrected herself, Master. Millimeter. Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Internally, Li Xiaowan felt a surge of frustration. How could she be made to call him master? If word got out, how would she maintain her dignity? The more she thought about it, the more vexed she became, diverting her focus towards aiming at a nearby zombie. With a muffled bang, courtesy of the silencer, the staggering zombie met its demise with a clean shot to the head. Oh, Yi Xiao marveled at the sight of the crimson splatter. Not bad at all. That shot had been from over 100 meters away, and the vehicle was in motion, an impressive feat. Li Xiaowan, brimming with pride, retorted, HMPH, you should know I've handled plenty of firearms while abroad. This is nothing. Oh, Yi Xiao inquired with curiosity, were they legitimate firearms? Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly. Rest assured, I've only played with yours so far. Interesting. Yi Xiao noted that this woman was becoming increasingly intriguing. Where shall we go next? After dispatching a zombie and alleviating some of her tension, Li Xiaowan looked at Yi Xiao with renewed spirit. Let us procure some food. The source of fire could not yet activate the second transformer, and with the second day already unfolding, he could not afford to be idle. We need to gather supplies as safely as possible, especially fresh vegetables and fruits. Otherwise, if they spoiled in a few days, how could they hope to reap a 100-fold return? Chapter 11. Is this Lin Yushi also someone with a background? However, this time Yi Xiao did not run far. He merely collected some supplies at a fresh produce store nearby. Of course, before entering, Yi Xiao had Iron Skin take care of a little matter. Boom, one silent energy cannon shot, and it instantly evaporated the 7 or 8 zombies surrounding them. Li Xiaowan watched in astonishment. If that thing were to hit me, I would surely be scattered into pieces. It's better to keep a low profile. Yet soon, as she entered the store, she was immediately captivated by the abundance of food and drink before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before I lay a fresh produce store of merely 80 square meters, although not particularly large, it was replete with goods, especially fresh vegetables and fruits, untouched by zombies since the store had closed for the night. There were apples, oranges, strawberries, and even her beloved durians. The selection of greens and mushrooms was also plentiful. In ordinary times, these would not be remarkable, but in this apocalyptic world, they were invaluable treasures, worth risking lives for. With only a day since the outbreak, many people had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Li Xiaowan shuddered at the thought. These supplies were hardly enough to go around. What are you still dawdling for? Get moving. Yi Xiao, wielding his autumn leaf knife, stood guard nearby. Seeing the woman still in a daze, he urged her. Coming back to her senses, Li Xiaowan quickly abandoned her image as a beautiful CEO and excitedly began to pack the neatly arranged fruits into large boxes, along with the vegetables and meats. The thrill of this unexpected bounty was exhilarating. She never thought that even with money, nothing could compare to the thrill of snatching what was rightfully hers. She even began to question if she had been influenced by Yi Xiao, wondering how she could entertain such peculiar thoughts. Nevertheless, despite these musings, her hands moved ever faster, especially as the thought of acquiring so much for free made her heart race with excitement. Yi Xiao observed the scene with a peculiar expression. Even the CEO was not shy about looting. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to eliminate the approaching zombies. After all, if he left everything to Iron Skin, he would miss out on valuable upgrades. Thus, within mere minutes, Yi Xiu had dispatched 7 oblivious zombies, leaving behind naught but bones. The attributes gained were quite impressive, an astounding 21 points. An average of 3 per kill. This quality is certainly superior to the frail and elderly zombies in the neighborhood, he muttered to himself, surveying the increase in his attributes. This time, he opted not to allocate all points to strength, as slaying zombies had become effortless. Given the previous losses of firearms at the JC Bureau, he decided to allocate 20 points to defense instead. Consequently, his defensive capacity was now roughly 3 times that of an ordinary person. The remaining point was wisely invested in agility. Upon checking his personal attributes, he noted sad smiley name, Yi Xiu. H. 21. Level 1. Stamina 10. Strength 39. Agility 16. Defense 30. Talent none. Summary: a well-rounded man excelling in virtue, intelligence, physique, and aesthetics. Indeed, as his data improved, Yi Xiu discovered that not only had his attributes changed, but so had his physical condition. Especially when he lifted his shirt, he was shocked to find 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. A slight flex revealed a strikingly enhanced defense. However, this scene was inadvertently witnessed by Li Xiaowan, who had just emerged with a box of fruits. Her beautiful face froze, her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Yi Xiu's physique is fantastic. How did I not notice this before? What are you staring at? With a hint of displeasure in his voice, Yi Xiu snapped her out of her reverie. Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, and nothing. Observing her struggle to lift a box filled with 50 or 60 apples, Yi Xiu advised, no need to haul them out. Just pack everything into the boxes. Li Xiaowan momentarily failed to comprehend. However, upon witnessing Yi Xiu merely raise his hand to make the entire box disappear, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of trick is this? The ability to summon items out of thin air. Is this for real? With the obedient water by his side, Yi Xiu was no longer concerned about Li Xiaowan betraying him. Moreover, with his current defensive capabilities, even a gun would struggle to harm him, so he said, in this apocalyptic world, what is impossible? Oh, really? Li Xiaowan felt as if she had been persuaded. It seemed rather logical. After all, who hasn't he read an apocalyptic novel? Thus, for the next hour, Yi Xiu and Li Xiaowan took full control of the fresh produce store. By the time they finished, it was nearing evening. Glancing at the time, Yi Xiu remarked, once the sun sets, the zombies will undoubtedly become much more active. We should head back. Through their observations over the past 2 days, Yi Xiu had discerned the characteristics of these zombies. All right, Li Xiaowan responded, though she was unaware of the impending dangers. After collecting their bounty, she hurriedly joined Yi Xiu in the vehicle to leave. Upon returning to the community, it was exactly 6 o'clock. The sky had completely darkened, and true to Yi Xiu's prediction, the zombies began to move more swiftly once the sun disappeared. Their speed had risen to that of an average human's. Now this is the level of zombies we expect, Yi Xiu murmured, observing the hastening undead. If they merely shuffled along like the elderly, who could not take them down. Nevertheless, he first ascended the stairs with Li Xiaowan. Upon entering their home, "You're back," exclaimed Lin Yushi, who rushed out wearing an apron at the sound of the door opening. A look of joy graced her pretty face upon seeing Yi Xiu and Li Xiaowan return. She had genuinely feared they might encounter trouble outside, leaving her alone. Not only are you back, but you've also returned with a bounty. After a day of scavenging, Li Xiaowan's mood had improved significantly, and she excitedly dumped her backpack onto the floor, revealing an array of weapons. Guns, Lin Yushi gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the sight of the dark muzzles, bullets, and assault rifles in the backpack. Goodness, so many. Did you rob the JC Bureau? No. Li Xiaowan quickly waved her hands in denial, correcting her with utmost seriousness. Mind your words, we merely took them. The JC Bureau has fallen, we definitely just took them. Her words caused the corners of Lin Yushi's mouth to twitch. Never mind whether it was robbery or taking. With these weapons, our safety is significantly enhanced, she exclaimed, rushing over to expertly assemble a handgun, loading it with a magazine, and taking aim toward the balcony with impeccable form. This casual display left Li Xiaowan and Yi Xiu in stunned silence. Wait, you know how to handle guns? Li Xiaowan was taken aback to discover that the sister was quite the expert. Only then did Lin Yushi realize, feeling slightly embarrassed as she engaged the safety, her cheeks reddening. In the past, when I was abroad, I often practiced with them. Chapter 12. The third day of the apocalypse, the second battle partner, Yi Xiu was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that this woman would engage with such matters even while abroad. Nonetheless, this was indeed a positive development, as it indicated a certain foundation had been established, thereby saving considerable effort. From now on, you two must this way, I shall not need to expend my energies on your protection, he advised the two women. It goes without saying that they were acutely aware of the current environment and the necessity for self-reliance. Lin Yuxi nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, we will practice more. All right then. Noticing that time was of the essence, Yi Xiu refrained from dawdling after a simple meal. He retired early, this time sharing the rest with Lin Yuxi. As he observed the two entering the bedroom, an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction welled up within Li Xiaowan. What, am I not capable? However, there was little she could do, hearing the sounds emanating. The following morning, Yi Xiu awoke feeling refreshed. After ensuring there was ample food left for the two women, he washed up and dressed before descending once more. With the arrival of the second day, he was now able to activate the second transformer. Thus, he set off early. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with the terrifying sight of an audacious zombie charging forth with a deafening roar. The astonishing speed of the creature caught Yi Xiu by surprise. It appeared that the zombies had significantly accelerated. Nonetheless, this posed no challenge for him. With a swift stroke of his blade, he severed the zombie's head, and in an instant, flames erupted, incinerating the remains completely. Yet, this encounter was unlike any prior. As the zombie fell, a flash of orange light flickered before his eyes, causing him to focus intently. Another item had dropped, however. When Yi Xiu approached to retrieve it, he found himself momentarily stunned. Item name: Mutant Fruit. Quality: Orange. Consuming it grants the ability to control fire. A mutant fruit that grants fire control. Such a thing exists. Yi Xiu pondered as he regarded the red fruit in his hand, a twinge of existential doubt creeping. He had initially thought the fire seed was outrageous, but now there was the prospect of fire manipulation as well. This world was evidently far more complex than he had imagined. With the emergence of a fruit that bestowed fire control, one could only wonder what other mutant abilities might surface in the future. Yet, recognizing the potential benefits, Yi Xiu decided to consume it. If it could grant him the ability to command flames, it would undoubtedly augment his strength significantly. The taste was quite pleasant, akin to that of an apple. However, the moment he swallowed it, he furrowed his brow, sensing a transformation within his body. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, a flame indeed erupted at his fingertips. Incredible! Observing the fire dancing before him without any sensation of heat, Yi Xiu felt a surge of astonishment. Yet, he quickly shook his head, realizing that this newfound ability was somewhat lacking, akin to a mere flickering light or flame. It seems I cannot expand it either. Fortunately, the system clarified, Host, this is a rare item that will only appear in subsequent disasters. The host can enhance fire control by absorbing additional mutant fruits of the same kind. So that was the case. Yi Xiu understood, in that light, it is still beneficial. Although he obtained it prematurely, it seemed useful nonetheless. It would be quite handy for lighting a cigarette. Let us proceed. Without further contemplation, he extinguished the flame with a casual wave and hopped into the vehicle. His destination this time was the Yunlong Mansion. The Yunlong Mansion was a renowned affluent district in Huaihai City, where property prices often soar to 40 or 50 million per unit, effectively representing the pinnacle of the city's real estate market. The underground garage was replete with luxury vehicles, presenting an excellent opportunity for those seeking expensive automobiles. Moreover, it was only about 5 kilometers away. As Yi Xiu drove closer, he discovered that this area had also succumbed to a zombie invasion. After conducting a scan, Iron Skin reported that the place was nearly deserted. The reason was quite straightforward. It appears the wealthy have their escape routes, they must have fled ahead of time. Muttering to himself, Yi Xiu disembarked with his autumn leaf blade in hand. The zombie security guard remained dutifully stationed, yet met an untimely end as Yi Xiu swiftly dispatched him with a decisive stroke. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 5 attribute points. Observing the attribute points, Yi Xiu couldn't help but acknowledge that the physical prowess of security personnel in upscale neighborhoods was indeed superior. Unlike the guards in ordinary residential areas, who collectively lacked even for intact teeth, after eliminating the zombie security guard, he led Iron Skin into the underground garage. Upon entering, the light still illuminated the space, casting a golden glow throughout the expansive garage, where luxury vehicles abounded. Brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi were ubiquitous, with even the 3 and 5 Series scarcely visible. The least among them were the 7 Series and S-Class, while the rest consisted of Ferraris, Porsches, Aston Martins, Land Rovers, and G-Wagons, countless in number. However, the most captivating sight was a military green Lamborghini, which immediately caught Yi Xiu's eye. Its low, predatory stance resembled that of a fierce beast lying in wait, with sharp headlights hinting at its formidable performance. If I were to activate this beast, it would surely be powerful, Yi Xiu mused, his gaze glinting. Who could resist such a striking supercar amidst the apocalypse, yet he refrained from activating it immediately and instead consulted Iron Skin. What do you think of it? After scanning, Iron Skin provided an affirmative assessment. It possesses a powerful engine and is crafted from specialized carbon fiber material. Once activated, it will be an exceptionally agile warrior, making it one of the most suitable choices among the available vehicles. Excellent. With Iron Skin's endorsement, Yi Xiu made his decision, however, just as he retrieved the flame seed matrix from his spatial ring, an unexpected event unfolded. The moment the matrix was taken out, it swiftly melded into the palm of his hand, startling him. What is happening? Yet, upon observing the prompt, he released a sigh of relief. Flame seed fusion. Once fused and bound, it cannot be utilized by others. Current energy. 100. So it fused seamlessly. After moving his arm, he noted a matrix symbol had appeared in his palm, yet otherwise, there seemed to be no significant change. Yi Xiu hesitated momentarily before cautiously touching the military green Lamborghini with his arm. Buzz, clack, clack. In an instant, a wave of blue energy rippled outward. The entire underground parking area trembled as the invisible shockwave shattered the windows of numerous luxury cars, setting off a cacophony of honks and alarms. Simultaneously, the military green Lamborghini began to transform amidst a cacophony of grinding gears and mechanical whirring. Boom, cool, cool. In the blink of an eye, a towering 6-meter-tall behemoth, entirely clad in military green and composed of densely packed metallic skeletons, surged to life. However, it encountered a similar predicament as Iron Skin. Rising abruptly, it inadvertently smashed through the overhead piping with a resounding crash. Although it sustained no significant damage, the colossal figure quickly shielded its head, then bent down, kneeling before Yi Xiu with utmost reverence, emitting a voice reminiscent of a mechanized entity from the depths of the cosmos. Cybertron No. 2 warrior pays homage to the creator. Upon gazing at this military green behemoth, Yi Xiu couldn't help but notice its striking resemblance to Bumblebee. Chapter 13 The Ineligible Sun Ting. Meanwhile, he also observed a set of data. Name Cybertronian Warrior No. 2. Level 1. Class Scout. Strength 2000. Defense 3000. Firepower 4000. Pet Wrecking Bird. Description. Possessing formidable attack and reconnaissance capabilities, embodied in a Lamborghini, this Cybertronian scout is a master of combat. It turns out to be a scout. This revelation took Yi Xiu by surprise. Of course, one should not be misled by the term scout, assuming it merely refers to a soldier engaged in simple reconnaissance. In truth, those who become scouts are the cream of the crop within their ranks, possessing keen insight and agile reflexes that far exceed those of ordinary soldiers, along with exceptional combat skills and powerful weaponry. It can be said that scouts are undoubtedly the elite among the elite in the military. Naturally, within the realm of Transformers, they are also among the best. Thus, Yi Xiu proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be called Lightning." "Yes, my esteemed creator." Lightning responded with a raspy, mechanized voice. However, before Yi Xiu could contemplate his departure, he heard voices from outside. What was that commotion just now? It seems to have originated from the underground parking lot. As they spoke, several figures appeared in the underground parking area. For prudence's sake, Yi Xiu immediately commanded, "Transform back." Understood. Upon receiving the order, Lightning transformed back into the military green Lamborghini amidst the sound of whirring gears, coming to rest beside Yi Xiu. At that moment, several individuals cautiously entered the underground parking lot. There were 3 men and 1 woman, the latter clad in jeans and wearing a mask. The men were adorned with tattoos, dressed in black vests, wielding baseball bats and handguns, fully armed. They too had come in search of valuable items, as the outbreak of the apocalypse had left entire neighborhoods desolate, prompting them to seize the opportunity to acquire valuable goods. In this context, luxury vehicles were the most prized possessions in the parking lot, hence, they had set their sights on the garage, but upon entering, they were startled by the sound of an explosion from within, leading them to believe something was amiss. Cautiously stepping inside and confirming the absence of zombies, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. What the hell, did an explosion occur? Damn it, no need to say, it must be this kid's doing. The leader, known as Knife Brother, noticed Yi Xiu standing beside a Lamborghini, his expression peculiar as he regarded them, and a malicious grin spread across his face. "Kid, are you here all alone?" He refrained from attacking immediately, as they were 4 against 1. It was wise to ascertain the situation first. The other 3, observing the scene, silently surrounded Yi Xiu. "Indeed." Yi Xiu nodded, then inquired, "Are you also 4? Oh, Knife Brother chuckled at this, surprised that the kid dared to engage him in conversation. "Do you know what time it is? The apocalypse. You think I won't kill you with no one to care?" He raised his handgun, aiming it at Yi Xiu, convinced that in these times, few would dare to resist. Now hand over everything valuable, and perhaps out of goodwill, I might spare your life. Yet Yi Xiu merely shook his head and laughed. I never imagined that in these times, someone would dare to rob me. Oh, before Knife Brother could respond, the woman beside him burst into laughter, taken aback that anyone would dare to speak to Knife Brother in such a manner. Knife Brother, why waste words on him? Just take him out, we don't want to attract zombies later. Her words, though light-hearted, carried a more venomous undertone than the men. Good point. Knife Brother squeezed the woman's ample backside, appreciating its firmness, then spat out his cigarette, looking at Yi Xiu with faint pity. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame the state of the world. Indeed, this world deserves blame. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound, confirming there were only 4 of them. He then patted the Lamborghini beside him. Lightning. What? The 4 were momentarily stunned. What good would coiling lightning do at this juncture? Just as they thought Yi Xiu had lost his mind, a sudden hum filled the air. To their astonishment, the once military green Lamborghini transformed rapidly before their eyes, a massive black cannon emerging from its roof, aimed directly at them. In the next instant, as blue energy coalesced, a terrifying blue beam surged forth, the immense recoil scattering the surrounding air and shaking nearby vehicles. Knife Brother vaporized instantly. Holy crap! An alien! The 2 lackeys and the closest woman were left dumbfounded by lightning's transformation. However, in the wake of their momentary shock, the next thought that crossed their minds was to flee. Run! Do you think you can escape? Yi Xiu revealed a devilish grin. Leave that woman behind, eliminate the rest. Understood, my creator. Lightning, eager for action, transformed into a towering 6-meter behemoth with a swift whir of mechanical gears. In a striking display, he unleashed another colossal energy blast. 2 projectiles detonated, causing a chain reaction that obliterated several cars, while the 2 lackeys were instantly disintegrated. The woman, paralyzed with fear, could only watch helplessly as her companions were annihilated. Looking at Yi Xiu, her gaze mirrored that of someone facing a demon, and she crouched on the ground, clutching her head, trembling as she pleaded, "No, please, don't kill me. Just spare my life, and I'll do whatever you ask." Is that so? After dispatching 3 of them, Yi Xiu stepped forward, playfully lifting the woman's helmet visor with his knife, teasing, "Weren't you just saying you would kill me? Why the sudden plea for mercy?" Sun Ting was filled with regret. Had she known he possessed such a formidable creature, who would dare provoke him, she could only kneel, repeatedly bowing her head and weeping profusely. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, sob, I made a mistake, please spare me. I stumbled into this path, I never wanted to kill anyone, sob, I promise I won't do it again." Not daring, too late. Yi Xiu tapped the woman's helmet with his knife. "Take it off. Let me see." Upon hearing this, Sun Ting realized she had a chance to survive, so she quickly complied, removing her helmet and mask, revealing a rather attractive face. To be frank, she could be considered a beauty of above-average appeal. However, alas. Yi Xiu shook his head as the system provided an assessment. Name, Sun Ting. Age, 27. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 58 kilograms. Summary, above average, overall evaluation 87 points, not eligible. Chapter 14, The Plundered Yi Xiu. It was evident that a mere score of, although it had been anticipated, a twinge of disappointment lingered nonetheless. Finding a beauty with a score of 95 appeared to be no easy feat. Fortunately, he still had 2 left. If you must place blame, let it be on your lack of beauty, Yi Xiu remarked, glancing at the still begging Sun Ting. What? Before she could fully comprehend, the terrifying blue energy of lightning instantaneously vaporized her. This was the apocalypse. Showing mercy to others was tantamount to betraying oneself. A tremendous commotion ensued, attracting numerous zombies from every direction, staggering towards the source of the noise. Eliminate them. With lightning and iron skin by his side, Yi Xiu felt no fear. At his command, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the underground parking lot. In an instant, a deafening roar accompanied a surge of flames that shot skyward. Amidst the scorching inferno, a striking military green Lamborghini, accompanied by a formidable Ford pickup truck, drifted out of the garage, swiftly carrying Yi Xiu away. Once outside the underground parking lot, the military green Lamborghini came to a halt beneath an impressively tall building, soaring to a height of 200 meters. Seated in the driver's seat, Yi Xiu cast his gaze upward at the upscale edifice, pondering the potential resources within. He turned to Lightning and instructed, "Lightning, investigate this building for any survivors." After all, this was reputed to be the wealthiest community in Hurai. In such an opulent flat, there might be valuable treasures to uncover. Understood, Creator, Lightning replied. With a whirring sound, Lightning transformed rapidly, and a massive mechanical bird suddenly shot forth, its wings spanning approximately 1.2 2 meters, before soaring towards the high-rise. This was Lightning's pet assistant, an aerial reconnaissance bird, somewhat akin to a laser bird. As the reconnaissance bird ascended, its mechanical eyes glowed red, swiftly generating thermal imaging. Simultaneously, a virtual screen materialized within the Lamborghini, revealing a sparse scattering of red dots, zombies, clearly visible from the bird's perspective. Yishio could not help but marvel at the advanced technology. Fortunately, after the reconnaissance, the bird's raspy mechanical voice conveyed, "All is safe." Excellent. With no apparent danger, Yishio promptly exited the vehicle. Meanwhile, Iron Skin and Lightning stationed themselves below, guarding against any encroaching zombies or other threats. Yishio ascended the building, accompanied by the reconnaissance bird. He first reached the second floor. Suddenly, a zombie clad in a security uniform lunged at him. Prepared, Yishio wielded his autumn leaf blade, severing its head, which disintegrated into ash the next moment. He then heard a delightful notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a zombie and earning 4 attribute points. Not bad, 4 points. After dispatching the zombie, Yishio approached the opulent entrance. The grand door stood a towering 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, clearly a substantial set of double doors, albeit locked. Yet, this posed no challenge for the reconnaissance bird. Reconnaissance bird, Yishio commanded, stepping back slightly. Understood, master, it replied, addressing Yishio as a master, a clear indication of its auxiliary nature as a small Cybertronian lifeform. Nevertheless, it was equipped with firepower. As the reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and landed before the bronze door, a series of whirring sounds emanated. In an instant, the keypad began to beep persistently, and within 3 seconds, the metallic door swung open. Yishio stood in awe. What a masterful lock-picking feat, but there was no time for idle thoughts. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by an expansive flat, approximately 450 square meters. The living room alone measured a staggering 150 square meters. To put that into perspective, a typical home rarely exceeds 110 square meters. Goodness, this living room is larger than my entire home. Yet, upon glimpsing the 30 square meter bathroom, Yishio could not help but shake his head. Even the bathroom is bigger than my bedroom. Indeed, the wealthy are truly affluent. The chasm between individuals was glaringly apparent. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, the distinction between rich and poor seemed moot. Yishio first ventured to the kitchen refrigerator, discovering an array of fresh milk, indicating recent occupancy. He promptly stored all the imported milk in his space ring. He also stumbled upon frozen grain-fed beef and shrimp, rare finds in this desolate time. Though such items were commonplace before, they were now considered precious commodities, especially as the apocalypse had only erupted 3 days prior, and food scarcity had yet to escalate to dire levels. In the future, if food became scarce, even moldy bread would be contested. Fortunately, he had no need for such concerns. Though the beef weighed only around 1 kilogram, and the shrimp less than 2, when multiplied by 100-fold return, it amounted to a staggering 200 kilograms. To put that into perspective, 3 individuals consuming 10 kilograms daily could sustain themselves for 20 days. A 100-fold return is truly delightful, Yishio mused, realizing that his focus should not be on the total volume but rather on the quantity, especially of scarce food and drink. These items occupied minimal space while ensuring a diverse food supply. After thoroughly ransacking the refrigerator, Yishio discovered some Wuchang rice from northeast China, its authenticity unknown. He wasted no time, collecting it all. Additionally, he found various bottles of white liquor, including limited edition Maotai, Wuliangi, and Zodiac wines. These must be valuable in the apocalypse. Yishio muttered to himself, contemplating their potential for trade in this new world. Best to store them away. He placed all the white liquor into the space ring, along with several prestigious brands of cigarettes such as 95 Supreme and Yuhua Stones. In the cloakroom, he encountered an abundance of clothing, luxury watches, and jewelry. However, Yishio was disappointed to find that the watches were evidently designed for women. No matter, he thought, eyeing the expensive Patek Philippe watch. If activated, it might serve as a remarkable controller. After approximately 20 minutes, Yishio had thoroughly plundered the place. Following the reconnaissance bird's guidance, he proceeded to the 3rd floor. There, he discovered a wealth of fruits and vegetables, clearly indicating a conscientious homeowner. In the apocalypse, such provisions were essential, and Yishio collected them all into his space ring. Thus, he continued his ascent from the 2nd to the 15th floor. In that time, he eliminated 12 zombies, accruing a total of 36 attribute points. Many of these were former residents, yielding significant rewards. Aside from the basic sustenance of food, meats, and produce, he also acquired numerous fine cigarettes and wines, which would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum in trade. However, a pressing issue soon arose, as Yishio realized that his 1,000 cubic meter space ring had already filled to half its capacity. At this rate, he would exhaust his space merely after clearing this single building. There were still 4 buildings left to explore. Contemplating this, Yishio inquired of the system, is there any way to expand the storage capacity of my ring? Chapter 15. Yet another spatial ring has dropped. The drop rate is impressive. Soon, the system responded. Smiley, the host can upgrade the spatial ring by defeating zombies and acquiring spatial ring upgrade stones. So it requires upgrade stones. Yishio muttered to himself, realization dawning upon him. No wonder many items possess levels. However, a new dilemma arose, as Yishio discovered that upgrade stones seemed to be quite rare. Since the night before last, he had slain numerous zombies but had yet to see a single upgrade stone. Of course, the overwhelming majority had been directly vaporized by iron skin. It seems I must rely on myself a bit more, Yishio lamented. Nevertheless, he pushed such concerns aside and continued collecting supplies. After nearly a day of labor, he finally scavenged from the second floor all the way to the top. Having cleared the final floor, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sky had darkened, and the zombie speed began to increase. Yishio lingered no longer and chose to descend, making his way back to the residential complex. Roar, however, just as he descended and had not yet reached the outside, a zombie suddenly lunged at him ferociously from the side. Fortunately, Yishio was quick-witted. He sidestepped and struck with a knife, and in an instant, flames erupted. The next moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations on killing a zombie, you have gained 5 attribute points. Yishio had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he had spent the day gathering supplies, he had also dispatched around 20 zombies, earning a total of 50 attribute points. He allocated 30 points to agility and the remaining 20 to defense. Yishio's agility now soared to 50, while his defense reached 70. This was equivalent to 5 times the speed of an average person and 7 times the defense. To put it plainly, with such defensive prowess, even if he stood still and allowed a zombie to bite him, he might not be breached. It was merely due to his heightened agility that his reflexes were so swift, a subconscious reaction on his part. What is this? Just as he prepared to leave, his gaze sharpened, and he noticed a pinkish glow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered yet another weapon had dropped. Indeed, it was a long knife, radiating a dark luminescence with a hint of purplish red, exuding an aura of mystery and brilliance. When he picked it up and examined its attributes, Yishio was even more astonished. Item name, Blood Butterfly's Fury. Quality, pink. Level, 1. Stamina 100. Agility 100. Defense 100. Special effect. Possesses the ability to absorb blood energy. Killing zombies enhances the user's strength. Each kill increases strength by 1 point. Owner, Yishio. Can be bestowed to others. Holy cow. The moment he saw these attributes, Yishio was left speechless. This thing can enhance attributes. Is this for real? However, upon holding it, he realized the knife was not overly long, approximately 100 centimeters, making it seem more suited for a girl. Yet, once wielded, Yishio felt his strength and agility had surged nearly tenfold. Moreover, it possessed the ability to absorb blood energy, allowing him to gain strength points from killing zombies. This weapon is fantastic. He casually swung it. After all, it was only at level 1, and upgrading it would likely yield even better results. Additionally, Yishio noticed another spatial ring had dropped. Item name, Spatial Ring. Quality. Blue. Capacity, 2000 cubic meters. Owner, Yishio. Who would have thought I would be so fortunate this time, to obtain 2 drops? Gazing at the blood butterfly and the spatial ring in his hands, Yishio displayed a look of astonishment. However, noticing the late hour, he wasted no time, stowed the spatial ring, and made his way outside. Entering his vehicle, Vrum, the Lamborghini roared to life. Subsequently, its striking headlights illuminated the surroundings, resembling a lurking beast, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. The iron skin followed closely behind Vrum. The 2 cars departed the complex, heading towards the Guangming residential area. Throughout the journey, Yishio observed an increase in the number of zombies, as well as several survivors fleeing in vehicles. Overall, the scene was rather chaotic. However, Yishio remained indifferent, allowing Lightning to drive autonomously. After navigating through winding paths, they finally returned to the complex. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Yuxi and Li Xiaowan had long awaited his return. In fact, Li Xiaowan had even set up a sniper rifle on the balcony, aiming down below, adjusting her aim. Why hasn't Yishio returned yet? Lin Yuxi sat in a chair, resting her delicate chin in hand, the meal prepared, and after waiting for a long time, she felt a twinge of worry. Yet, Li Xiaowan seemed unconcerned. She continued to aim with the sniper rifle, a cold smile gracing her lips. Why worry about the master? You should be more concerned about those he encounters. They are the ones truly unfortunate. After all, no one understood Yishio's terrifying transformation better than she did. Goodness, towering at 7 or 8 meters, one shot could vaporize several people, piercing the ground beneath. With such a colossal being by his side, who could possibly harm him, even the most numerous of zombies would likely be swept away. That may be true. Lin Yuxi still felt a hint of anxiety. Just as she spoke, a sudden rumble echoed outside, accompanied by a powerful wave of air. Observing through the scope, Li Xiaowan's expression brightened. Look, he's back. However, upon seeing the military green Lamborghini, her expression grew somewhat peculiar. Could this possibly be another mechanical life form? Otherwise, why would the master bring it along? She was now quite obedient, even if the words she thought in her heart were still master. After all, any hint of ulterior motives could lead to discomfort. Furthermore, Li Xiaowan had come to understand that in this apocalyptic world, with no way to contact the outside, following Yishio meant no worries about food or drink, all while being protected by such a formidable pickup truck. What more could she possibly wish for? With this realization, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Where is he? Upon hearing that he had returned, Lin Yuxi eagerly rushed to the window and was overjoyed to see Yishio truly had come back. He drove down to the ground, knife in hand, ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, lightning, ever perceptive, transformed into a colossal transformer, squatting in the corner, sending a clear message: any intruder would face immediate annihilation. As Yishio ascended, before even opening the door, he noticed 2 corpses lying in the corridor, having been executed with headshots. Judging by their appearance, they seemed not to have been infected. Yishio, you're back. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Yuxi excitedly rushed to embrace him. Yishio inquired, what is the situation here? It's like this. Lin Yuxi composed herself and hurriedly explained. It turned out that after Yishio departed today, 2 oblivious survivor neighbors from the adjacent building had attempted to sneak over, having spotted the 2 beautiful girls lingering on the balcony. Little did they expect, they were taken down as soon as they arrived. Well, that is accurate. Lin Yuxi pointed to Li Xiaowan, who stood nearby, still clutching her sniper rifle. Yes, it was Xiaowan who killed them. This revelation surprised Yishio. Well done. Li Xiaowan beamed with delight at the compliment. Thank you for the praise. All right, let us head inside. With a casual shake of his arm, clack clack clack. The reconnaissance bird transformed into a massive mechanical bird before the astonished eyes of the 2 girls, and under Yishio's command, it approached the 2 corpses. Go, dispose of the bodies. Their presence was rather bothersome. Yes. Master. The obsequious reconnaissance bird flapped its wings, reaching the corpses, swaying slightly before unleashing a torrent of flames. Whoosh, the bodies were instantly incinerated. What there is this? Li Xiaowan, leaning against the door, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. With the water control mechanism in place, Yishio had little to hide. Our new companion. A new companion. Li Xiaowan blinked her captivating eyes, filled with wonder. Our team has grown stronger. Moreover, it appeared that this bird, though small, was rather formidable. All right, let us head back to discuss further. Closing the door, Yishio took a quick shower, having slain far too many zombies today. He was utterly filthy. As for the bathing water, it was, of course, mineral water. There was no other choice given the circumstances. Assisting him in bathing was a somewhat exasperated Li Xiaowan. HMPH, why is it always me doing the work? Why not let Yuxi do it? She felt somewhat indignant, yet Yishio countered with a question: can you cook? One simple question left Li Xiaowan speechless, her cute mouth agape, unable to retort. However, as the bathtub filled, while helping Yishio dry off, she could not help but notice his hardened, iron-like muscles and those striking abs. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, even during the process of wiping. As for her exquisite face, it was slightly flushed, her breathing somewhat hurried. Who could possibly withstand such a sight? Chapter 16, Seeking 2 new companions. An hour later, after finishing his shower and having a simple dinner, Yishio reflected on the day's acquisitions. They were quite impressive, over 600 bottles of various bottled waters, in addition to more than 60 boxes of fine liquor, including Maotai, Wuliangi, Zodiac-themed wines, and several unknown brands, not to mention over 400 bottles of red wine. My goodness, master, you've struck gold. Li Xiaowan exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of such an abundance. With these supplies, how could they possibly worry about hunger? However, her expression soon soured as she furrowed her brow. But most of these are luxury items. She noted that the liquor and cigarettes comprised more than half of the whole. There's no helping it, Yishio replied. In a mansion like this, it's filled with luxury goods, while everyday necessities are scarce. Indeed, Li Xiaowan acknowledged, having a deep understanding of this, as her own residence was situated in a similarly opulent area, though her collection consisted of useless items like figurines and jewelry. In contrast, she lamented, I never imagined that when true disaster strikes, these are merely decorations, utterly useless, even less valuable than a sack of rice. Such is the nature of humanity, Yishio remarked with a lack of sentiment. In times of prosperity, antiques hold value. In chaos, gold shines brightest. In peaceful eras, we indulge in material excess, yet when the apocalypse arrives, regret will come too late. Indeed, Lin Yushi nodded in agreement, suggesting, since we need food, we might as well raid a supermarket. Yi Xiu concurred, fully aware that further calamities loomed ahead: acid rain, earthquakes, glacial storms. Who could predict the horrors these disasters would unleash? Stockpiling supplies was undoubtedly prudent, and supermarkets offered the most diverse selection. The following morning marked the 4th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Not only was there a cessation of water supply, but electricity had also been cut off. Observing through the window, Yi Xiu noted an increase in the number of zombies outside, indicating a worsening situation. He attempted to transform his scout bird into a broadcasting device to gather information from the outside world, but to his dismay, there was no response. Master, there are no frequencies available. This appears to be an area that has been abandoned, the scout bird reported awkwardly. Its mechanical voice hoarse. Yi Xiu, however, refrained from chastising it. That's all right, he said, since the apocalypse had already descended, this was merely the beginning. More disasters would likely follow, leading to even worse conditions. The immediate priority was to upgrade and gather more supplies for future preparations. Most importantly, the source of fire had been fully charged. Yi Xiu needed to acquire another new transformer. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao had prepared breakfast, and after a simple meal, Yi Xiu felt quite satisfied with the incoming supplies. Yet, Li Xiaowan questioned, where are we headed today? Yi Xiu did not conceal his plans, stating, today, we need to gather some fresh vegetables and fruits. Given that 4 days had passed since the outbreak, if they did not collect some soon, they would risk consuming spoiled food. Moreover, we also need to gather some medicinal supplies, Yi Xiu added. He understood that in this apocalypse, medicine was of utmost importance. Without proper conditions, even a minor cold or bacterial infection could prove fatal. Thus, gathering medical supplies was crucial. However, handling all of this alone would be too cumbersome. You two will accompany me today. All right, Lin Yushi and Li Xiaowan agreed eagerly, particularly Li Xiaowan, who was excited to escape the confines of their current location after feeling cooped up for the past few days. Escape, yet, observing the woman's exuberant expression, Yi Xiu couldn't help but smirk inwardly, sensing her desire for excitement. Nevertheless, he didn't mind. After all, he had a spatial ring, allowing him to relax as well. Soon after finishing breakfast, the trio set off. Li Xiaowan armed herself with the sniper rifle from the previous day, alongside an automatic rifle, a handgun, and a considerable amount of ammunition. The sight of her fully equipped stance left Yi Xiu momentarily stunned. Quite the petite frame, yet you carry a substantial arsenal, he remarked. Of course, Li Xiaowan responded proudly. I also enjoy fitness in my spare time. This is nothing. That much is evident, Yi Xiu replied earnestly, which caused Li Xiaowan to recall the scene from the previous night's shower, her cheeks flushing. It seemed she As for Lin Yushi, her preparations were simpler. She took only an automatic rifle and a handgun, along with some ammunition. Noticing Yi Xiu had not equipped himself with any weapons, Lin Yushi paused. Brother Yi Xiu, aren't you bringing any weapons? Weapons? Yi Xiu chuckled, retrieving the autumn leaf blade from his spatial ring and waving it lightly. This is the best weapon. Cold weaponry. The two women exchanged glances, surprisingly exclaiming in unison, impressive. Before long, the trio descended the stairs and stowed their weapons in the metal vehicle. They set off in a pickup truck, followed closely by a Lamborghini, both roaring to life as they sped away from the community. The remaining survivors in the vicinity could only watch, dumbfounded. Seriously, guys, in times like these, you're driving a Lamborghini for a joyride? How outrageous. Little did they know, these were Transformers. As they exited the community, the two vehicles raced down the highway. However, upon reaching the main street, Lin Yushi was taken aback by the sight of crashed and even charred vehicles, the remains of zombies scattered across the road, dilapidated buildings, and swaying zombies. She was inwardly shocked, clearly unprepared for the dire state of the outside world. Given that Guanming community was located on the outskirts of Huaihai City, it was not in a densely populated zombie area, yet it was already this bad. It's hard to fathom what the city center must be like, Lin Yushi murmured. The city center, Yi Xiu chuckled softly, suspecting it would be even worse. However, that was not the primary concern. He first took the two women to the Huaihai Exhibition Car Center. Through his experiences the day before, Yi Xiu had come to realize that to create powerful Cybertronian soldiers, he would need vehicles with robust engine cores. Of course, this was not limited to cars, tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets would also suffice. However, the problem was that none of these were available. Though Huaihai was a new first-tier city, it lacked a military base, with the nearest one being over 300 kilometers away, right through the city center. It was entirely unnecessary, thus, acquiring military equipment was not feasible for now. They would have to settle for finding supercars with powerful engines. For now, the priority was to bolster their numbers. Thus, with a series of thunderous roars, they disregarded the zombies as the pickup and military green Lamborghini transported Yi Xiu and the two women to the second-hand supercar center. This was the largest second-hand supercar dealership in Huaihai, boasting an impressive collection of luxury vehicles. As the two vehicles halted at the entrance of the supercar center, the trio disembarked and witnessed the two mechanical giants transforming into formidable figures, following Yi Xiu with an air of elegance. Upon arriving, Li Xiuwen felt a tinge of confusion. "Aren't we supposed to be collecting vegetables and fruits?" "Of course, we're here to find two new companions," Yi Xiu replied matter-of-factly, casting a glance at the two women. Chapter 17, The Third New Companion, Venom Sting, The Time Pours Gun. What, a new companion? The two women were taken aback by the revelation. Is it similar to, these two hulking figures behind us? Is this for real? Did these behemoths come into existence like this? However, Yi Xiu offered little explanation, merely guiding the two women into the luxury car center. Yet, before they could step inside, a zombie came roaring towards them with a ferocious growl. Fortunately, Yi Xiu was quick on his feet, promptly drawing the blood butterfly's fury from his spatial ring. With a swift slash, the zombie was cleaved in two. Hiss! The two women gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances. Master possesses immense strength. He effortlessly split a zombie in half. Of course, Yi Xiu paid no mind to their reactions, as he had already heard the notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a zombie, you have gained 2 attribute points. Yi Xiu opened his attribute panel and indeed found that his strength had increased by a notch. Impressive. He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The attributes had already been extraordinary, and now this blade provided an additional boost to his strength. With this, he could focus entirely on defense without needing to stack more power. Not bad, this blade is truly remarkable. Shaking the blood butterfly's fury in his hand, Yi Xiu found himself increasingly enamored. Nonetheless, he did not forget the matter at hand. After dispatching the zombie, he led the two women into the second-hand luxury car center. The center, though not vast, was sufficiently spacious, occupying around 2,000 square meters, divided into 2 levels. It primarily served as a showroom for sales, thus, it boasted an impressive display. Fortunately, after the apocalypse erupted, these supercars and luxury vehicles had become mere toys, as the damaged roads rendered them unusable. But for Yi Xiu, it was akin to paradise. Wow, there are so many luxury cars here. Lin Yuxi, visiting such a place for the first time, was momentarily stunned by Yi Xiu's earlier display but soon found herself captivated by a nearby supercar. It was a striking red Ferrari 488, its classic crimson exterior, low-slung posture, and sharp headlights exuding an unparalleled allure. With just one glance, Lin Yuxi was utterly entranced, yet that was just the beginning. She quickly spotted others, such as the holy trinity of Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, along with top-tier Lamborghini models, including the Huracan and Aventador, as well as the Ferrari 458 and Roma. There were even Porsches, like the 911 and Panamera, totaling over 100 vehicles, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. Naturally, even Yi Xiu, upon witnessing such an array of luxury cars, felt a surge of desire. If he had to choose between a Lamborghini Aventador and a beautiful woman, he would undoubtedly opt for the former. After all, what man could resist a supercar? If there were one, it would only be an even more stunning supercar. Yet, he had long set his sights on a particular target, a black Pagani Huayra on the second floor's platform, priced at 30 million. It was likely the most expensive vehicle in the center. If I can activate this, it should prove to be an excellent choice. With his gaze fixed on the supercar, which boasted an enormous rear wing and an incredibly sleek profile, Yi Xiu murmured to himself. He then ascended to the second floor, placing his hand on the body of the Pagani Huayra. At the moment of contact, Vroom, as the energy flowed into the car, a flash of blue light flickered. Boom, the entire exhibition center was engulfed by this surge of energy. Li Xiuwen and Lin Yuxi's hair briefly floated in the air, and then they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Vroom, clack clack clack, on the second floor platform, the activated Pagani began to transform rapidly. Amidst the cacophony of whirring gears, it morphed into a colossal figure towering 6 meters tall, striking a remarkably cool pose. Upon activation, the Pagani appeared somewhat bewildered, surveying its surroundings. What is this place? Oh, upon spotting Yi Xiu, it immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, kneeling on one knee and emitting a deep, mechanized voice. Cybertron Warrior Number 3, greeting the creator. Cybertron, Warrior Number 3. The two women below were stunned by this exchange, bewildered by what they were witnessing. An extraterrestrial entity lurking on Earth. Yet, Yi Xiu paid no heed to the two women, simply glancing at the data of Warrior Number 3. Name: Cybertron Warrior Number 3. Level 1. Type: Army. Strength: 2000. Defense: 4000. Firepower: 5000. Special weapon: Time Pours Gun. Description: a powerful warrior from the distant and mysterious galaxy of Cybertron, utilizing the Pagani Huayra as its vehicle, possessing formidable output firepower and agile movement capabilities, categorized as an agile form warrior. The Pagani Huayra prototype. However, upon seeing this data, Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Its strength was merely 2,000. One must remember that the Lamborghini Huracan possessed an attack power of 2,000 as well. Yet, this warrior cost a staggering 30 million, nearly 4 times as much as the Huracan, and only had a strength of 2,000. Wait, is there such a severe markup for luxury cars? Yi Xiu was stunned. Wasn't it said that the more expensive the vehicle, the stronger the activated Cybertron soldier? It now seemed that the engine's quality played a decisive role. Nevertheless, the sole consolation was that this warrior came equipped with a time-pause gun. It appears to be quite an impressive weapon. Especially upon observing the imposing figure, Yi Xiu felt it resembled the design of the Venom Sting from the movies, albeit in black. Thus, he gestured, "From now on, you shall be called Venom Sting." "Yes, creator." The newly named Venom Sting knelt on one knee, responding with a tone of reverence. This scene left the two women utterly speechless. So, this is how Yi Xiu's Transformers came into being. Chapter 18, another weapon emerges, the Shadow Dagger. However, for Yi Xiu, this is far from sufficient. He requires an abundance of Transformers, particularly, a few hundred would be truly impressive. At that moment, not only would he dominate Huaihai, but he could easily claim supremacy on a global scale. With new companions at his side, Yi Xiu instructed Li Xiaowan, Lin Yuxi, along with Iron Skin and Venom, to gather supplies from a nearby mall while he set off to procure some medicinal resources. All right. With these formidable allies safeguarding them, Lin Yuxi and Li Xiaowan felt emboldened. After a cheerful acknowledgement, they transformed back into the Pagani Huayra and pickup truck with a series of mechanical whirs, heading towards the shopping center. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu fixed his sights on the pharmacy, for in this apocalyptic world, medicine is of utmost importance. Falling ill without fever reducers or antibiotics could spell disaster. While it may not be absolutely necessary, it is certainly unwise to be without. Thus, he hopped into his Lamborghini Gallardo, roaring away amidst a cacophony of power. Fortunately, in Huaihai City, pharmacies are as common as every 5 meters, and clinics every 10. Such lucrative ventures are ubiquitous, making the search relatively straightforward. However, to his surprise, upon entering the second ring of the city, he stumbled upon several military squads gathering supplies. "I didn't expect to find soldiers here," Yi Xiu remarked, somewhat taken aback at the sight of the fully armed troops. Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. While the apocalypse wreaked havoc on ordinary civilians, it posed a different scenario for the military, particularly those equipped with advanced technology and heavy weaponry. Even if they encountered zombies, the initial sluggishness of the undead would hardly withstand a single bullet, let alone the might of a substantial army. If there were any losses to speak of, they would likely stem from the first wave of the Blood Moon's radiance. Nevertheless, a soldier armed with weaponry could easily dispatch 10 zombies without breaking a sweat, ensuring that the ranks of survivors would be considerable. However, Yi Xiu chose not to engage with them extensively, merely instructing Lightning to adopt a more inconspicuous form. "Change your appearance." After all, the Lamborghini Gallardo was far too conspicuous in this apocalyptic setting. "Understood, Master Creator." Lightning replied with a chuckle, promptly scanning a nearby dilapidated Big Regal. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a rather unremarkable Big. Without delay, they sped away. Naturally, this drew the attention of nearby reconnaissance soldiers, but upon realizing it was merely a white Big, they paid it no mind. After all, there were still many survivors in Huaihai City. At that moment, a fully armed female lieutenant emerged from the pharmacy. As soon as she stepped out, 2 soldiers immediately saluted her. "Captain." She nodded slightly, perhaps feeling the oppressive heat, and removed her mask, revealing it. Hearing the commotion, she inquired, "What was that sound?" The soldier responded, "It should have been a survivor driving past." "Oh, a survivor." It was undeniable that upon hearing this, Li Jiwei expressed surprise. After all, this was one of the epicenters of the zombie outbreak, with hundreds of thousands of zombies roaming the area. The audacity of someone daring to traverse the streets piqued her interest. Fascinating, this survivor possesses remarkable boldness. However, that was not the primary concern. "Is there any news regarding Miss Jean?" Li Jiwei raised her captivating gaze to the soldier beside her. "Oh, well," the soldier scratched his head awkwardly. "Apologies, Captain. Huaihai City is vast, and searching for a single individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, so that's enough." Li Jiwei understood there was no news to be had. Yet, there was little to be done. Qin Yao was the daughter of her superior. The purpose of their arrival in Huaihai was not only to secure a batch of medicines and essential hospital equipment, but also to locate Qin Yao. However, as of now, there had been no leads, causing her to frown, worried that the young girl might have encountered peril. Regardless, she resolutely declared, "Alive or dead, I must find her." Her voice was icy. "Yes." The soldiers were taken aback by the sudden shift in their captain's demeanor, nodding vigorously. It was no wonder Li Jiwei was a formidable special forces soldier. Moreover, it was rumored that she had received a high-level experimental serum upon her arrival yesterday, rendering her impervious to zombie infection while significantly enhancing her capabilities. Thus, they dared not provoke her. "We will make arrangements immediately." One soldier promptly used his radio to notify the others. "All right." Seeing this, Li Jiwei's anger subsided somewhat, but she insisted, "After we finish collecting from these two pharmacies, we must head to the hospital. We still need to retrieve some equipment." "Understood." Meanwhile, Yi Xiu remained oblivious to the soldier's background. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him, for his sole objective lay in acquiring those medicinal supplies. Consequently, he swiftly arrived at a pharmacy, only to find the roll-up door firmly shut, clearly untouched by looters. Outside, 3 zombies meandered aimlessly. With a resounding crash, Yi Xiu descended. He then commanded his reconnaissance bird, "Open the door." "Yes, master." The obsequious reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and flew over, its mechanical eyes glowing red as it emitted 2 beams of laser light. In a flash, it cut a large hole in the door. However, before Yi Xiu could enter, a zombie clad in a pharmacist's uniform lunged out with a ferocious roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. Fortunately, Yi Xiu's reflexes were swift. He countered with a decisive strike that severed the zombie's arms. With a powerful kick, he sent the creature reeling back inside. Seizing the opportunity while it was still down, he swiftly decapitated it. With flames consuming the body, the zombie was reduced to ashes almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, Yi Xiu heard a pleasant notification in his earset. Smiley ding. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a zombie and earning 5 attribute points." Unexpectedly, he discovered yet another weapon. A pitch-black dagger. Item name, Shadow Dagger. Quality, purple. Level, 1. Strength, 20. Agility, 50. Defense, 20. Description: a dagger that moves with the swiftness of the wind, shrouded in darkness, poised to deliver lethal strikes to foes, with an added effect of attribute absorption. Each zombie killed grants 1 agility point. Another weapon. My luck is quite favorable today. Yi Xiu mused, surprised by the data displayed, marveling at the fact that he had acquired 3 pieces of equipment in just 2 short days. However, given that it was only of purple quality and entirely black with a faint purple glow, it paled in comparison to the blood butterfly's fury in terms of both appearance and attributes. Nonetheless, it was still a welcome addition. Having something was better than nothing, thus, he promptly stored it in his spatial ring. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance bird, displaying its cleverness, flapped its wings and connected the power supply in the pharmacy. With a hum and a series of clicks, the entire pharmacy illuminated as the reconnaissance bird utilized its energy source to restore power. This pharmacy was not particularly large, encompassing roughly 40 square meters, yet it was well stocked with medicinal supplies. Yi Xiu's eyes immediately landed on the amoxicillin, along with some disinfectant alcohol, iodine, band-aids, and gauze. Notably, there were also several boxes of cephalosporin antibiotics, totaling at least a dozen. Yi Xiu wasted no time, sweeping his arm to collect all of it into his spatial ring. With the apocalypse dragging on, medicinal supplies would inevitably become exceedingly scarce, and falling ill could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, stockpiling now was undoubtedly a wise decision. Chapter 19. To whom should this dagger of night be given? Furthermore, Yi Xiu stumbled upon some glucose and vitamins, both of which hold considerable significance in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, vitamins replenish the body's essential trace elements, while glucose provides the necessary energy for survival. It is not an exaggeration to assert that a survivor could subsist for an entire month on a single can of glucose without consuming any food. Here, there are a total of 24 cans, sufficient to sustain one individual for 2 years. Naturally, subsisting solely on glucose for 2 years is impractical. Nonetheless, it is undeniably a valuable resource. Thus, Yi Xiu wasted no time and promptly stored them in his spatial ring. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. After raiding a nearby fruit store, he returned to the bright community. Upon his arrival home, he discovered that the 2 women had also returned. "Brother Yi Xiu." "Master." Upon seeing Yi Xiu open the door, the 2 ladies, who had been deep in thought in the living room, eagerly rose to greet him with warmth, wrapping their arms around him in a delightful embrace. Not to say that the sensation was unpleasant. However, Yi Xiu gently pushed them away and inquired, "What treasures did you gather today?" "We found a great deal." It was evident from their expressions that they were brimming with excitement. It turned out that after parting ways with Yi Xiu, they had ventured directly to the nearby GNC shopping center, a large mall. Surprisingly, it remained untouched, and the reason was simple. An overwhelming number of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, deterred anyone from entering. However, this posed no challenge for Li Xiaowan and Lin Yuxi, especially since they were accompanied by their transformer. With the metal giant leading the charge, they effortlessly eradicated all the zombies within, while the toxic sting provided support from the outside. The 2 women swiftly made their way to the supermarket on the 2nd floor to gather supplies. Here, this is our list of today's haul, freshly recorded. Lin Yuxi excitedly presented her notebook to Yi Xiao, her joy palpable. Although the apocalypse raged on, experiencing a shopping spree without spending a dime was exhilarating. And oh wonder some people turned to looting, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but admit that the feeling was quite delightful. Yi Xiao glanced over the extensive inventory list, densely packed with items. Initially, everything appeared satisfactory: bottled water, sausages, yogurt, milk, apples, grapes, oranges, rice, flour, and so forth. There were also plenty of snacks. Chips, spicy strips, jelly, milk candies, as well as various nuts and dried fruits. As for the remaining items, they comprised meats, including beef rolls, beef balls, chicken legs, and pork, all stored in the refrigerator. Altogether, it was likely over 100 tons of useful provisions. Even with 3 people, they could easily sustain themselves for 2 years. However, the subsequent items on the list took Yi Xiao by surprise. Dresses. 220 pieces, cosmetics, black stockings, intimate apparel. Wait, I instructed you to gather supplies, and yet you brought back these. Yi Xiao's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he read on. Did you really procure these as well? Oh indeed. Under Yi Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, both women immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yet, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but murmur an explanation. The apocalypse has been underway for several days now, and we haven't had a chance to change our clothes. We're still wearing yours. Only then did Yi Xiao notice that both women were, indeed, clad in somewhat sheer garments. Given their figures and beauty, it was quite a sight to behold. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao managed to maintain his composure. All right, I can understand these 2 items, but what on earth does the quantity of dresses signify? Li Xiaowan's face flushed crimson. Well, I momentarily lost control and went a bit overboard. I apologize, master. Indeed, witnessing the awkwardness and guilt radiating from the 2 women, Yi Xiao understood why the shopping frenzy known as Double 11 was dubbed the Girls' Splurge Festival. They likely purchased everything they could, regardless of its utility. Fortunately, there were still some essentials. After all, there was a significant quantity of meat. Yi Xiao realized that the entire 1,000 cubic meters had been filled. Evidently, they had cleared out nearly half of the supermarket. Never mind, even with just the 3 of us, we can easily eat for 2 years. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it further. However, I expect this not to happen again. Moreover, Yi Xiao cast a glance at the current attire of the 2 women and remarked casually, actually, this outfit suits you well. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan and Lin Yuxi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Though they had amassed supplies, they had yet to change out of the clothes they were wearing, which were still oversized from Yi Xiao, yet, their figures and exquisite faces made it hard to resist the allure of such unconventional style. After dinner and a refreshing wash, Li Xiaowan, dressed in a white shirt and shorts that barely covered her curves, proactively entered Yi Xiao's room. The following morning marked the 5th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. After a day of rest, Yi Xiao stretched languidly, feeling quite refreshed. However, Li Xiaowan was not so fortunate. Yi Xiao's prowess had grown tremendously, and it was undeniable, just in terms of strength, he had reached 50, which, for an ordinary person, would be merely 10, a 5-fold increase. Such power meant he could dispatch a bull with a single punch. It was no wonder Li Xiaowan felt overwhelmed. After a brief wash, the 2 rose from their slumber. Outside, Lin Yuxi had already prepared breakfast: simple fare of bread, fried eggs, and steak. Yi Xiao had encouraged them to eat freely, urging them not to worry about waste. Thus, Lin Yuxi felt emboldened to indulge. Wow, it smells incredible. Upon seeing the array of delicious food, Li Xiaowan's mouth began to water. How does it feel? Are you hungry? Lin Yuxi smiled as she placed a cup of warm milk in front of her. Indeed, Li Xiaowan was genuinely hungry, especially after expending so much energy the previous day. Though she had intended to grab a midnight snack, exhaustion had rendered her immobile. Now, faced with such a delightful spread, she declared, "Then I shan't hold back," and eagerly dug in, devouring a fried egg in just 2 bites, leaving Lin Yuxi momentarily astonished. Yet, she quickly wore a charming smile. Someone who could eat heartily was a blessing, and it made her efforts in the kitchen worthwhile. Supporting her chin delicately, Lin Yuxi turned to Yi Xiao, her voice laced with guilt. "We feel so weak and unable to assist you. All we can do is prepare meals for you. We truly apologize." After all, for so many days, it had been Yi Xiao who tirelessly took care of everything, while they could only remain idle. Although they had ventured out to gather supplies, they had relied heavily on the transformer and toxic sting. To call it assistance was more akin to being a burden. Indeed, Li Xiaowan, too, felt a pang of guilt, her beautiful eyes dimming. This was the first time she felt so inadequate. If only we possessed the same formidable strength as you, master. Then they could help Yi Xiao tackle numerous challenges instead of being a liability. A liability? Yi Xiao thought otherwise. Even if the 2 women did nothing but eat and drink at home, their very presence was a significant aid. The bountiful provisions they had collected were no laughing matter. After a brief pause, Yi Xiu suddenly declared, if you wish to grow as powerful as I, it is indeed possible. Really? Their eyes brightened at this revelation, excitement coursing through them. If this were true, they could eventually assist Yi Xiu. Absolutely. Yi Xiu's mind drifted back to the dagger of night he had discovered the previous day. Chapter 20, The Upgradable Li Xiuan. Now that I possess the blood butterfly's fury, I must admit that I have little use for this dagger. It is perfectly suited for these two lovely ladies. Moreover, let us not forget the efficacy of the obedient water. Aside from the inability to betray oneself, it also allows for a one-to-one return of power. This means that for every attribute point they gain, I shall acquire the same, essentially having someone else level up on my behalf. Furthermore, this weapon is bound to me. With just a thought, it could be rendered as worthless as scrap metal. With this in mind, Yi Xiu retrieved the dark night dagger from his facial ring and presented it to the two ladies. Oh, what is this? Upon seeing the dagger, entirely cloaked in black yet emanating a faint, peculiar purple glow, the two ladies couldn't help but feel a thrill of astonishment. It appeared remarkably sharp. This is the dark night dagger. Yi Xiu revealed candidly, as long as you both wield this dagger to slay zombies, your agility will be enhanced. What? Such a wondrous item exists. Upon hearing this, the two ladies were momentarily stunned, grappling with the implications. If this weapon could augment their agility by slaying zombies, then after a few thousand or even 10,000 kills, wouldn't they soar to new heights? Indeed, theoretically, it should work that way. Yi Xiu nodded, acknowledging that he had yet to test it himself. However, he shook the dagger, adding, there is currently only this one. The blood butterfly's fury could not be given to the two ladies for the time being, as he needed it himself. Thus, only the dark night dagger remained. He turned to the two ladies and inquired, which of you shall take it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the two ladies exchanged glances, both recognizing the eagerness in the other's eyes. After all, if this weapon could enhance their agility, it was an opportunity no one could refuse. Yet, the dilemma was that there was only a single dagger. They were reluctant to snatch it from one another, especially after having developed a good rapport over the past few days. Fortunately, Lin Yuxi smiled and said, let Xiuan have it. I don't need it for now. I prefer cooking and am not particularly fond of slaying zombies. Yuxi Jie, Li Xiuan was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond. But Lin Yuxi gently patted her shoulder, smiling, it's not an easy task, you know, you'll have to slay many zombies. Besides, if you grow stronger, you'll be able to protect me, right? Yes, Li Xiuan felt a wave of emotion. She had not anticipated such kindness from her sister. This further solidified her resolve to become stronger. Rest assured, once I become powerful, I will certainly protect you well. All right. However, observing the two modest sisters, goodness, it's not as if there won't be more opportunities in the future. Why the need for such humility? He waved his hand, declaring, it's settled then, Xiuan will take it. If we come across something better later, I'll give it to you. Now, Xiuan, give it a try. Okay. With that, Li Xiuan eagerly seized the dagger from Yi Xiu's hand and swung it a couple of times. The moment she grasped it, she felt an astonishing transformation within her body, leaving her utterly astonished. How does it feel? Noticing the change in Li Xiuan's expression, Lin Yuxi hurriedly inquired. I feel. Li Xiuan carefully moved her arm and the dagger, her face alight with disbelief. My physical abilities seem to have increased by several times. She sensed that her strength had more than doubled. What doubled? Lin Yuxi was momentarily dumbfounded. Could this dagger truly be that extraordinary? In truth, the dagger was indeed remarkable. While its primary strength enhancement was merely 20, its agility boost was astonishing, reaching 5 times that of an ordinary person. Thus, Li Xiuan felt a significant improvement in both her vision and reflexes, yet, this was merely the beginning. After we finish our meal, let us go out and try it. Okay. With renewed enthusiasm, Li Xiuan's face radiated excitement. She could hardly contain her eagerness. Thus, they swiftly finished their breakfast, donned their gear, and descended to the community's ground level with Yi Xiu. Roar! A zombie lunged at them with impeccable timing. However, the current Li Xiuan was no longer the same. With her speed and approximately 3-fold strength, she moved like a blur, swiftly decapitating the zombie. The dagger, though not excessively long, was still considerably longer than usual, measuring around 30 centimeters, making it quite manageable for killing. As the zombie fell, Yi Xiu received a notification in his ear. Ding, the goddess you nurtured, Li Xiuan, has slain a zombie. You have gained 1 agility. Indeed, upon witnessing the change in his attribute panel, Yi Xiu finally displayed a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, having executed a zombie at close range, Li Xiuan turned to Yi Xiu with a charming smile and eagerly inquired, How did I do? Not bad. Yi Xiu nodded, impressed. The young girl had performed admirably, especially with her speed and decisiveness in slaying zombies. Thus, he gestured, this dagger is now yours. Make good use of this time to practice and slay as many zombies as you can. Only then will you become even stronger. After all, the apocalyptic disaster had only recently begun, seizing the opportunity now would place them far ahead. Understood. Li Xiaowan clearly grasped this principle and recognized that to survive in such apocalyptic calamity, she must grow stronger. Only by becoming formidable could she assist Yi Xiu more effectively, rather than being a burden. Witnessing Yi Xiu's previous strength only solidified her determination. I will become as strong as my master. All right. Seeing that the training was nearing its end, Yi Xiu decided not to waste any more time, for today marked the 5th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He realized that not only had the bright community lost power, but the entire city had ceased its electricity supply. This morning, it was only thanks to the scouting birds acting as temporary power sources that he was able to enjoy a hot breakfast. Thus, he resolved to visit the hardware market today to see if he could procure a few generators. Consequently, he instructed Poison Spike to accompany Li Xiaowan, helping her practice by slaying zombies nearby. As for himself, he would head to the hardware market to assess the situation. Chapter 21 Apologies, but such an extraordinary individual cannot possibly exist in Huaihai. Nevertheless, before departing, he did not forget to activate yet another mechanical life form. After all, enhancing one's own abilities is essential, but when it comes to eradicating zombies, it is these Cybertronian mechanical beings that truly excel. This time, however, Yi Xiu did not venture far. Instead, he made his way to a nearby modification shop. He recalled that there was supposedly a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno in this vicinity. The Veneno, renowned as one of the 3 divine vehicles globally, boasts a staggering value exceeding 80 million. Although it does carry a hint of price inflation, 80 million, once activated, should certainly come with a touch of brand prestige. It can hardly be anything less than remarkable. Thus, Yi Xiu resolved to investigate. Upon arriving at the modification shop, he discovered that it had been utterly ravaged. Numerous zombies were wandering about. After casually disembarking, he dispatched them all with the blood butterfly's fury. Yet, he could not shake the concern that the car might be gone or damaged. Fortunately, it wasn't long before his eyes landed on a striking silver-grey supercar parked in the corner. Indeed, it was the Lamborghini Veneno. This vehicle was undeniably magnificent, featuring a colossal rear wing, a mysterious silver-grey metallic body, and robust black rims. It exuded an elegance laced with a hint of ferocity, presenting a striking blend of nobility and wildness. Indeed, it remains. Upon beholding such a divine machine, Yi Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, who could resist the allure of a Lamborghini Veneno? Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon its chassis. As he activated it, a surge of blue energy coursed through the air. In an instant, this $80 million marvel trembled as if electrified. Following a cacophony of mechanical gears whirring, the black Lamborghini Veneno rapidly transformed into a colossal entity measuring 6 meters in height. Clad in black, with a transparent visor emanating a soft blue glow, its luminous metallic skeleton folded seamlessly, exuding an aura of formidable strength and commanding presence. Upon its emergence, it immediately noticed Yi Xiu and promptly knelt, emitting a mysterious mechanical voice that seemed to resonate from a distant galaxy. I pay homage to you, my esteemed creator. Thank you for bestowing upon me this new life. One cannot help but be astounded by the appearance of this being. It bore a striking resemblance to the infamous antagonist from the movies. Indeed, the very villain who had once grievously injured a pillar with mere words. Additionally, it appeared even more captivating and dashing. As for its attributes, Yi Xiu discovered that this being possessed an astonishing power attribute of 4,000. 4,000, what an extraordinary concept, capable of effortlessly hurling lightning. The defensive capabilities have reached an impressive 6,000, and the firepower has soared to a staggering 8,000. This fellow is quite remarkable. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Xiu chuckled, acknowledging that this was indeed one of the 3 legendary vehicles of the world. Although there was a premium attached, its strength surpassed that of lightning and venom by a considerable margin. From now on, you shall be known as Venom. After all, this creature was originally named Venom. Its current form exuded an air of elegant yet ferocious stealth. Yes, esteemed creator. The newly named Venom responded with a tone of utmost respect. With the addition of this formidable being, Yi Xiu realized that his transformer companions had increased to 4. Ironhide, Venom, and Lightning. In Huaihai, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke them, yet, this was still insufficient. Yi Xiu craved more, hence, he first accompanied the 2 titans to the hardware trade market in search of a generator. As they approached the city center, the number of zombies surged dramatically. No sooner had they stepped out of the vehicle than they encountered approximately 100 of the undead. Yi Xiu, unfazed, swiftly drew the blood butterfly's fury. In a matter of moments, he dispatched all the zombies with ruthless efficiency. Given his already superior physical abilities, 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, combined with the tenfold enhancement from the blood butterfly's fury, dealing with these zombies was hardly a challenge. He even managed without the assistance of ironhide or venom, resolving the matter in under 3 minutes. Upon clearing the area, Yi Xiu discovered that, in addition to acquiring 260 attribute points, he had also obtained 2 bottles of obedience water and 1 bottle each of a recovery potion and a purification potion. The recovery potion restores 70% of health, while the purification potion can cleanse the user's body of negative states, allowing for instant recovery even from zombie virus infection. These items are quite the surprise. Upon seeing these 2 items, Yi Xiu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It felt increasingly reminiscent of the equipment dropped in the dungeons from his previous life. System, could it be that you've directly implemented a dungeon module? He mused inwardly. Unexpectedly, the system responded with a hint of pride. Sad smiley. The system can apply any template it desires, as long as it ensures your survival. Yi Xiu couldn't help but chuckle at this response, finding the system's arrogance amusing. Nevertheless, he didn't mind. After all, this wasn't a bad turn of events, especially if these items were indeed from a dungeon. Just imagine if he were to obtain some legendary gear. He would be invincible. Moreover, Yi Xiu stumbled upon a black stone. Item name, Upgrade Stone. Function, can be used to upgrade the space ring. Oh, an upgrade stone. Finally, one had dropped. He had dispatched over 200 zombies, and this was the first item to materialize. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Yi Xiu opted to utilize it. Ding. Congratulations, your space ring has been upgraded from blue quality to purple quality. Capacity increased from 2,000 cubic units to 4,000 cubic units. Not bad. Yi Xiu beamed with satisfaction at the enhancement to 4,000 cubic units. It was evident that he needed to seek out more opportunities to slay zombies in the future to procure even more valuable items. However, for now, observing the ground littered with corpses, Yi Xiu allocated the 260 attribute points to his defense before entering the trade market. Soon, he rounded a corner and discovered a hardware store, where 3 brand new, unused small generators lay in waiting, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Interestingly, Yi Xiu noted that activating these generators required merely 10% of energy. It seems that awakening these small mechanical beings demands minimal energy. Yet, considering the energy he had already expended today, he decided to store the generators in his space ring for the time being. After securing them, he intended to depart. However, before he could reach his vehicle, he noticed a car racing toward him, obstructing his path. As the occupants exited the vehicle with an air of aggression, they were taken aback by the sight of countless zombie corpses strewn about. The leader of the group, visibly wary, stared at Yi Xiu and inquired, "Did you do all this? What's it to you?" Yi Xiu retorted, glancing at the trio blocking his way, "Are there others here?" Unbelievable. This response startled the 3 individuals. How could one person possibly eliminate over 100 zombies? Such strength was unfathomable. Realizing this, the leader's demeanor shifted instantly, brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother, I see you possess remarkable strength. I admire individuals like you. How about joining us? We are from the Jiang family estate in East City." Such talent, if recruited, would undoubtedly elevate his status. The Jiang family of East City. Yi Xiu paused, then shook his head. "I don't know them, and I'm not interested." "Oh, not interested." The man's expression darkened at this reply. Where there had been warmth, now only a chilling demeanor remained, as he toyed with a small knife and smirked. "Then I'm afraid Huai does not permit individuals of your caliber to exist." Chapter 22. Li Xiaowan, who single-handedly eradicated over 200 zombies. Unbelievable. Oh. Yi Xiu paused in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. With just the likes of you. He could discern that these individuals were merely ordinary people, leaving him puzzled as to where their audacity stemmed from. Indeed, Shen Xiaolong was an ordinary person, and while he acknowledged this individual's prowess, he mused, no matter how formidable, can you rival the truth? As he spoke, Shen Xiaolong drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Yi Xiu's head, and grinned. "This is my confidence." Did they think that with just the 3 of them, they could wander about unscathed? He couldn't believe that even someone as capable as this could withstand a bullet. "So that's how it is," Yi Xiu finally comprehended. They were armed. However, he suddenly smiled. "I have something impressive too. Would you care to take a look?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaolong's eye sparkled with interest. "What do you have? Why don't you see for yourself?" Yi Xiu gestured towards the nearby pickup truck. This piqued Shen Xiaolong's curiosity. He felt secure with his 2 armed companions nearby, ready to shoot if Yi Xiu dared to act out of line. Yet, as he approached the truck, the next moment, Viram, clang. To his astonishment, the truck began to tremble violently before transforming into a colossal 7-meter structure, with a cannon larger than his head aimed directly at him. Holy crap! The sudden appearance of the cannon drained the color from Shen Xiaolong's face, making him question his sanity. What on earth was in that vehicle? Before he could fully process the situation, vroom, boom, the metallic shell unleashed an energy cannon that obliterated him in an instant. The two remaining lackeys were still in shock when they realized their leader had been vaporized, their faces turning ashen as they instinctively prepared to flee. However, as the mechanical gears in the distance whirred ominously, transforming into a towering 7-meter behemoth that raised its massive mechanical cannon towards them, they quickly raised their hands in surrender. Wait, don't kill us. We are from the Jiang family in East City. If you kill us, Jiang Shao will never let you off, one lackey threatened. Jiang Shao, what about Li Shao? Yet Yi Xiu showed no interest. Death awaited anyone. Toxic, take them away. Understood. At Yi Xiu's command, Toxic opened fire without hesitation. Vroom, boom, the terrifying energy wave instantaneously vaporized the two men. After dispatching these three, Yi Xiu wasted no time and jumped into the vehicle. Amidst the roar of the oppressive airwaves, the Lamborghini surged ahead, with the pickup truck trailing closely behind. The two vehicles sped back to the community. Upon returning, they found Li Xiuan still leveling up. The entire street had been cleared of zombies, with about 200 to 300 corpses scattered about. The gruesome scene momentarily stunned Yi Xiu. Was this woman truly this insane? At that moment, Li Xiuan appeared to be nearing her limit, clutching the night dagger and leaning against the door of the Pagani Huayra, panting heavily. However, upon noticing Yi Xiu's arrival, her delicate face lit up with joy as she quickly exclaimed, "Master! Did you do all this?" Yi Xiu approached, surveying the street littered with zombie remains, his expression one of incredulity. This was more than just getting carried away. It seemed she had likely wiped out every zombie in the vicinity. However, the result was remarkable, as Yi Xiu discovered he had gained 270 points in agility. What did this signify? This little girl had slain 270 zombies in one afternoon. It made Yi Xiu question his own existence. Could he truly be outdone by a girl? Nevertheless, Li Xiuan felt it was insufficient. She shook her head, stating, "I believe my speed has increased by over 20 times, yet this is still not enough. I need to grow even stronger to assist you better in the future." But Yi Xiu halted her. "That is enough for today." Although her speed was continuously improving, her stamina was not keeping pace. If this continued, she might risk mental collapse. Thus, Yi Xiu insisted, "That's enough for today. We can discuss it tomorrow, and I have something to announce tonight." Li Xiuan paused, momentarily taken aback, but she nodded, replying, "All right, I will listen to you, master." "Good, let us head back for now." He patted her shoulder. Li Xiuan was nearly exhausted and could barely stand, so she allowed Toxic to escort her back. Upon returning to the community, Lin Yuxi was startled to see Li Xiuan covered in blood. However, Li Xiuan quickly reassured her, "It's not mine, it's from the zombies." Oh, that's a relief. Once she learned it was not Li Xiuan's blood, Lin Yuxi felt a wave of relief, though she couldn't help but remark, "You're pushing yourself too hard." Even if one could level up, there was no need to go to such extremes. In just one morning, she had taken down over 300 zombies, yet, Li Xiuan disagreed, believing that the stronger she became, the better she could support Yi Xiu. However, noticing her disheveled appearance, Yi Xiu advised, "You should take a shower first." Millimeter, all right. Feeling somewhat disgusted, Li Xiuan stripped off her clothes and tossed them outside. The reconnaissance bird promptly incinerated them to a crisp. Lin Yuxi then guided Li Xiuan to the bathroom for a wash. Before long, Li Xiuan emerged wearing a beige nightgown, revealing her long, fair legs and exuding a delightful fragrance. Clearly feeling much better, she flopped onto the sofa, utterly drained. When Lin Yuxi brought out lunch, she said, "Xiuan, after working so hard, you must be hungry. How about having something to eat first?" Millimeter, okay. However, just as she prepared to eat, her face paled at the sight of the tomato braised beef. She promptly rushed to the bathroom to gag. This startled Lin Yuxi, who exclaimed, "What's wrong with Xiuan?" "What's wrong?" Yi Xiu glanced at the beef and chuckled. "I suppose she's experiencing a physiological reaction after otherwise, wouldn't he that make him seem less capable than a girl?" After a prolonged bout of vomiting, Li Xiuan, her face pale, was assisted by Lin Yuxi to bed for rest. Yi Xiu, having taken a quick shower, relished a hearty meal. Shortly after, Lin Yuxi emerged, her face pale with lingering fear as she gently patted her delicate white rabbit. "So, is she asleep?" Yi Xiu inquired. Millimeter. Lin Yuxi nodded, her pretty face still showing signs of fear as she said, "That was terrifying. I had no idea killing zombies could produce such a strong reaction. Thank goodness I didn't join in." She felt relieved for having let Li Xiuan wield the night dagger, otherwise, she might have also been in a dreadful state. However, Yi Xiu had a different perspective, leaning back in his chair. "Sooner or later, you will have to face it too." Millimeter. All right. Upon reflection, Lin Yuxi found his words to be true. After all, such an encounter was inevitable, yet she still flashed Yi Xiu a charming smile, saying, "I hope that day comes a little later." Thus, they continued until around 3 in the afternoon, when a still pale Li Xiuan finally emerged. "How are you feeling?" Sitting on the sofa and checking his attributes, Yi Xiu asked as she appeared. Much better." She seemed a bit fatigued, slowly taking a few steps in her bunny slippers before leaning against Yi Xiu's shoulder for a sense of security, her eyes half closed as she said, "Give me 10 more minutes, and I should be fine." "All right, perfect." Noticing that she was nearly back to normal, Yi Xiu clapped his hands together Lin Yushi, saying, "Now that we're all here, I have an announcement to make." Kor, the reconnaissance bird came over to join the meeting. Li Xiuan lifted her eyelids. "What is the announcement?" Yi Xiu declared, "Tonight, we will be changing our destination." Chapter 23, Venomous Stinger. I certainly do not wish to be sullied by those wretched zombies. Let us resolve this matter. A change of destination. The two women were momentarily bewildered upon hearing this. "Isn't everything perfectly fine here? Why the sudden shift?" Li Xiuan raised her eyelids, inquiring with curiosity. Indeed. Lin Yushi also felt that this place was quite satisfactory. However, Yi Xiu held a differing opinion. Setting aside the current circumstances, the mechanical life forms of Cybertron were proliferating, now comprising Venomous Stinger, Ironhide, Lightning, and Poison. A formidable quartet. It was certain that their numbers would only continue to swell. Thus, it was imperative to relocate to a more suitable base of operations. Moreover, he had long been prepared, identifying a particularly fitting locale, the aerial garden in the city center. Yet, he offered no further explanation, merely stating, "You need not concern yourselves with the details. Simply follow me." "Oh, very well." The two women regained their composure, realizing that as long as they accompanied Yi Xiu, the destination was of little consequence. Consequently, Lin Yushi promptly rose, playfully exclaiming, "Wait for me a moment. I shall gather my belongings. I'll join you." Li Xiuan perked up as well, hastening to assist. After nearly an hour, they finally finished their preparations. Such is the nature of women. When it comes to departing, they must tinker for an eternity. It was as if they were about to apply makeup. Nevertheless, both women possessed innate beauty, falling into the category of extraordinary allure. Even without cosmetics, they were strikingly lovely. Thus, they simply donned a set of clothing, complemented by their weapons. After more than 2 hours of rest, Li Xiuan had nearly fully recuperated. And so, the trio set forth. The reconnaissance bird led the way. Soon, the three arrived at the underground parking garage. Ironhide, Venomous Stinger, Lightning, and Poison had long awaited their return. Master Creator. Upon Yi Xiu's arrival, the mechanized beings immediately issued respectful greetings. Venomous Stinger even took the initiative to open the car door. After a slight nod, Yi Xiu took his place in the driver's seat, while Li Xiuan settled into the passenger seat. This sight left Lin Yushi somewhat speechless. Why are there only 2 seats? This Pagani is rather inadequate. Yi Xiu, however, responded, "You can sit in the back with Lightning." "That won't do." Lin Yushi was reluctant to ride alone. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she bashfully suggested to Yi Xiu, "Brother, could we squeeze a bit closer?" What squeeze? Before Yi Xiu could fully comprehend, Lin Yushi had already deftly climbed onto his lap. The moment her delicate form settled upon him, he felt as though he bore no weight at all, only a softness that enveloped him. Furthermore, her hands rested freely at her sides. Venomous Stinger, ever considerate, adjusted its internal structure to alleviate any potential crowding, thus enlarging the driver's cabin slightly. "Is this acceptable?" Lin Yushi turned back, sensing an unusual atmosphere, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she intentionally wiggled her hips, ensuring a more stable position, and playfully winked at Yi Xiu. Heaven help him, Yi Xiu was momentarily stunned. This woman was far more resourceful than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he mused, it feels rather nice. Let us depart. With a thunderous roar, Venomous Stinger unleashed a deafening wave of sound. Meanwhile, the military green Lamborghini and Poison were not to be outdone. As their headlights illuminated the surroundings, a growl akin to that of a wild bull reverberated through the underground garage, shaking it to its core. Ironhide simply stared, bewildered, at his 3 companions. Goodness, are you all truly the only ones with such horsepower? Yet he had no choice. Behind him trailed a 9-meter-long Western Star. This was a vehicle Yi Xiu had discovered and salvaged from a second-hand luxury car center. However, he soon realized that activating it would require an astounding 200% energy. Still, who could resist the allure of having Optimus Prime as a teammate? Thus, under Venomous Stinger's lead, the Pagani Huayra was the first to exit the underground parking garage, followed closely by Lightning, then the black, beast-like Poison, and finally the pickup truck hauling the Western Star. 5 vehicles thundered forth, a magnificent procession that certainly drew the attention of countless zombies. Yet, to Yishio's astonishment, the zombies did not charge forward upon witnessing such a colossal vehicle. Have these zombies grown wise, he mused, lamenting the lost opportunity for easy attribute collection. Master, why not try this? As Li Xiaowan handed him a silenced pistol, Yishio's mind sparked with inspiration. Indeed, the system had indicated that killing zombies yielded attributes, yet it had never stipulated that firearms were prohibited. Let's give it a shot. With that thought, Yishio chambered around and, while the supercar sped along, he fired, striking a zombie squarely in the head. Bang! The creature's skull erupted, and it collapsed mid-stride. Yishio then heard the familiar, delightful chime set smiley ding. Congratulations on killing a zombie, attribute points 3. Indeed, upon receiving this notification, Yishio confirmed this method proved far more convenient than wielding a blade, allowing for remote execution. Thus, along the way, Yishio alternated between driving and firing, swiftly dispatching a dozen zombies. His marksmanship astounded Li Xiaowan. Master, your shooting skills are incredible. Incredible, Yishio smirked inwardly. His agility was now quintupled compared to that of an ordinary person, and with the agility return he had acquired from Li Xiaowan, he exceeded the capabilities of a typical individual by over 30 times. Hitting moving targets was child's play. However, just as Yishio reveled in the thrill of the hunt, a resounding rumble echoed from above. Oh, what is that? Yishio glanced skyward and was astonished to see an armed helicopter slowly departing from the city center. Is that a helicopter? Li Xiaowan exclaimed, taken aback that a helicopter would take flight amidst the chaos. It seems the military has dispatched reinforcements. Yishio discerned that this helicopter could only belong to the military, likely connected to the previous small unit. This realization stirred a hint of envy within him. If only he could acquire such an armed helicopter for activation. TSK, its combat capabilities would surely be formidable, yet, he remained unperturbed. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. In due course, the trio of supercars, accompanied by Ironhide pulling the Western Star, swiftly entered the city center. One could not help but notice the striking nature of their ensemble. Particularly, the survivors residing in the higher echelons of the city had been eagerly awaiting rescue. When they beheld such a convoy traversing the zombie-infested roads, they were left dumbfounded. Goodness, am I seeing things? Supercars. What in the world? Even at this time, there are supercars in the city center. And look at that enormous Western Star. Goodness, did anyone notice how that pickup truck is capable of towing such a massive vehicle weighing several tons? Some survivors stood in awe. Were the survivors of this era truly so audacious? Not only were they astonished, but even the zombies that ruled the city center were momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief pause, they emitted furious roars and surged forward. Was this not a blatant provocation? They had to be eliminated. Yet, before they could approach, a thunderous explosion erupted. Whoosh! Venomous Stinger, speeding ahead, unleashed 3 missiles that detonated amidst the pursuing horde of zombies. Boom! The terrifying explosion flung hundreds of zombies into the air. This spectacle left the survivors in the high-rise buildings agape. Goodness, a modified military vehicle. They had assumed it was merely a modified military vehicle. They could never have fathomed it was a transformer. However, Yishio was indifferent to the plight of the other survivors. After dispatching the pursuing zombies, he noted a few scattered zombies attempting to block Venomous Stinger's path. Yet, Venomous Stinger had no intention of allowing them to get close. What a joke, becoming filthy from such contact. And so, with the whirring of mechanical gears, a turret emerged from the ceiling. By UBU, laser cannons fired incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the zombies atop the overpass were obliterated. The 2 women were left in utter astonishment. My goodness, this is astonishing. While they were aware that these mechanical beings were formidable, they had never anticipated their prowess to this extent. It was akin to a laser Gatling gun. One red beam of light would reduce a zombie to mere mist. With these allies, what was there to fear from zombies? They would simply sweep through them. Chapter 24, The New Base, the Sky Garden. Naturally, on their journey, Yishio casually disposed of a few foes. Thus, the trio swiftly arrived at the Twin Towers, a landmark edifice in the heart of the city. Constructed entirely of reinforced concrete, it stands remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding even the onslaught of conventional missiles. The building boasts over 50 stories, with the lower 10 levels housing a shopping mall, while the upper 40 floors consist of spacious apartments. At the pinnacle, the top 3 floors are designated as the Sky Garden, a private sanctuary reportedly developed by the mall's owner. This was precisely where Yishio intended to go, as it is equipped with all the necessary amenities for comfortable living. Let us go, get out. Yishio urged, showing no hesitation as he exited the vehicle. The area was teeming with zombies. There were at least hundreds, a situation inevitable in the city center where one would encounter the undead at every turn. Upon seeing Yishio alight from the vehicle, they surged forward, excited by the prospect of a long-awaited meal, their eyes glowing with hunger. However, this posed little threat to Yi Xiu. Behind him, with a hum and a series of clicks, lightning transformed into a towering 6-meter colossus, its military green paint exuding an aura of intimidation. With a slight movement, it wielded its massive mechanical arm, readying its energy cannon to target the advancing zombies, firing steadily without haste. Boom, an explosive blast erupted, clearing a 20-meter stretch of road and sending at least 50 zombies skyward, with there's no need to attract more zombies. Fortunately, Yi Xiu reminded, for the number of undead in this vicinity was likely between 80 to 100,000. It was unnecessary to create a commotion, as his goal was to reside above. Understood, Master Creator. Lightning promptly retracted its energy cannon, morphing instead into a massive laser blade. Together with Yi Xiu, it charged forward. In a mere confrontation, a casual swing resulted in the direct annihilation of over 20 zombies. My goodness, Lin Yushi gasped, her heart racing. Did this creature have no limits? It either fired a cannon or swung a blade. The density of the zombies was overwhelming, nearly suffocating. Moreover, Lightning's colossal stature, standing at 6 meters tall, with a laser blade measuring 3 meters, allowed it to sweep through a 15 to 16-meter radius with ease, making the slaying of 20 zombies seem a trivial feat. Especially given its strength of 2,000, these foes were akin to mere tofu. However, this display evidently incited the wrath of the remaining zombies. How dare they attack their brethren? Thus, a horde of dozens charged forward. The outcome was all too predictable. One zombie attempted a sneak attack from behind, clamping onto Lightning's ankle and gnashing its teeth furiously, yet, it left no mark. As Lightning lifted its foot and brought it down with a decisive stomp, the creature was instantly obliterated. What is that noise? Lightning barely had time to react before noticing a sticky sensation beneath its feet. Unbothered, it pressed on, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 dozen more. This was all accomplished without utilizing any weapons. The sheer display of combat prowess left both women utterly astounded. Li Xiuan's jaw dropped to the point that one could fit a banana inside, yet, neither made the decision to exit the vehicle. Lin Yushi recognized that stepping out would be tantamount to seeking death, while Li Xiuan, having witnessed such carnage, needed a moment to gather herself. Though they had always perceived Yi Xiu as formidable, they now felt he paled in comparison to Lightning. If Yi Xiu could overhear their conversation, he would surely be infuriated. Wasn't it obvious? His strength was a mere 200, a modest 20 times that of an average person when accounting for his previous abilities and the enhancement from Blood Butterfly's fury. But Lightning, a staggering 2,000, 10 times his own. How could one even begin to compare? And that was just its raw physical prowess. It was, after all, a mechanical transformation. The full extent of its firepower, peaking at 4,000, was unfathomable. Nevertheless, Yi Xiu had also vanquished a considerable number of zombies, accumulating a wealth of attribute points. In a short span, he had eliminated over 30 zombies. Even the reconnaissance bird, concerned for Yi Xiu's safety, flitted nearby, ready to assist. Should any zombie attempt a surprise attack, it would unleash a barrage from its mini-submachine gun, effectively transforming into a diminutive aerial force capable of turning the undead into Swiss cheese. Thus, the surrounding 300 zombies were swiftly dispatched. The scene was undeniably gruesome, with the air thick with the nauseating stench of decay and strewn with dismembered limbs. Lin Yushi felt her lunch threatening to resurface. Surprisingly, Li Xiuan seemed considerably more composed, having become desensitized after the earlier slaughter. The spoils were indeed noteworthy. Yi Xiu had amassed a total of 90 attribute points, along with 2 vials of obedience potion, a piece of upgrade stone, 2 restorative potions, and a purification potion. Once these items were secured, Yi Xiu commanded Lightning to dispose of the bodies. Burn them all. Understood. To maintain the city's aesthetics, Lightning promptly transformed into a flamethrower mode, incinerating the surrounding zombies until nothing remained, the very air warming in response. After eradicating the remnants of the grisly scene, Yi Xiu led the 2 women upstairs, followed closely by Poison Spike, Iron Skin, Lightning, and Poison. The reconnaissance bird paved the way, encountering and dispatching a few more foolish zombies along the route. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached the top floor. Before they could open the door, a zombie clad in security attire lunged at them. With a swift motion, Yi Xiu delivered a decisive strike, sending it into oblivion before instructing the reconnaissance bird to unlock the hotel entrance. Buzz. Beep 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 beep. With a series of password inputs, the immense metallic doors creaked open, revealing the lavishly appointed penthouse within. Wow! The sight took Lin Yushi's breath away, and even Li Xiuan was awestruck by the opulence surrounding them. This was a truly extravagant residence, boasting a lofty ceiling of 4.5 meters, furnished with an array of luxurious sofas, tables, chairs, televisions, refrigerators, and more, all of the highest quality. The penthouse contained no less than 6 suites, each equipped with its own private bathroom. The living room alone spanned an impressive 300 square meters, rivaling that of a small clubhouse. Staying here is quite the indulgence. After so long without such luxury, Li Xiuan promptly collapsed onto the sofa, relishing the comfort of a $30,000 piece of furniture, her face lighting up with sheer delight. This place is simply magnificent. Chapter 25. Today marks a day of ascension. Of course. Yi Xiu had already thoroughly inspected this place. It not only boasts a sprawling 950 square meter flat, but it also features an equally expansive training room and gym above. Furthermore, on the topmost floor, there is a cinema and a swimming pool. One could say that without several hundred million, such a luxury would be unattainable. It is precisely due to the opulence of this aerial garden that Yi Xiu chose this location. After all, even in the apocalypse, one should not forego the pleasures of life. Perfect timing. You should also check if there are any issues, he suggested. Sure. Lin Yuxi and Li Xiuwan, upon hearing this, promptly rose from the sofa and began to survey their surroundings. The place was immaculate, as it was seldom occupied and only used occasionally for gatherings. Everything was maintained to hotel standards by dedicated cleaning staff. At the very least, no one has resided here recently. Then we can live here with peace of mind, Lin Yuxi remarked. However, Li Xiuwan seemed unfazed, lounging on the sofa with one long, elegant leg crossed over the other, and with a smirk said, even if someone had lived here, it wouldn't matter. We could simply eliminate them, and then it would be ours. Lin Yuxi could only stare at the girl in exasperation. Why did it seem like Li Xiuwan was becoming more deranged by the day? All right. Once everything was nearly settled, Yi Xiu instructed the reconnaissance bird to locate the main power control room and connect the power supply. Although the reconnaissance bird was primarily a scout, its energy source was remarkably high, akin to a miniature nuclear reactor, eliminating any concerns about running out of power. With a hum, as the power was activated, all the equipment in the aerial garden began to function normally, save for the absence of internet connectivity. Essentially, everything was just as it would be on a regular day. The sight thrilled the two girls even further. Wow, living here is simply divine. Great, now we won't have to worry about electricity. Li Xiuwan eagerly jumped up to inspect the appliances and household items, exclaiming, let me see what we're missing. Oh dear, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, there's hardly anything. It seems we'll need to procure some daily necessities tomorrow. They had been busy gathering supplies, water, food, even some clothing, yet only now did they realize they were lacking in basic household items. Li Xiuwan didn't forget to prod Lin Yuxi, urging, Yuxi, think quickly, what else are we missing? We wouldn't want to find ourselves in a bind later. How should I know? Lin Yuxi replied, her mind overwhelmed. In jest, she suggested, why not have Yi Xiu bring in a couple of beautiful women, with more hands on deck, things would be much easier, right, Yi Xiu? She shot a playful glance in Yi Xiu's direction. However, this comment elicited a chuckle from Yi Xiu, who thought to himself that he would indeed be looking. A hundredfold return was necessary. 2 people were simply insufficient. At the very least, they would require 8 or 10. He waved his hand dismissively, assuring them, don't worry, it will happen. Har har. Lin Yuxi assumed it was all in jest, and added, then I shall start preparing dinner while waiting. Perfect, I'm hungry too. I'll help you, Yi Xiu replied, patting his stomach after a long day. Thus, the two girls dashed into the kitchen to whip up a meal. Before long, a delightful dinner was ready. After a day of hunger, Li Xiuwan was finally able to enjoy a proper meal, albeit mostly consisting of vegetables. After they finished their chores, Yi Xiu took a quick shower and retired to bed early. He had not had a decent rest in days. With the reconnaissance bird, poison sting, lightning, and iron skin now guarding him, he could finally sleep soundly. However, in the middle of the night, while he was still awake, he noticed the door to his room quietly creak open, revealing a petite beauty in a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown tiptoeing inside. Oh, it was Li Xiuwan. What are you doing here? Oh, well, feeling a bit shy, Li Xiuwan, who had snuggled under the covers, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I'm feeling a bit scared tonight, so I thought I'd ask you to protect me. Scared? Yi Xiu couldn't help but scoff. Earlier that day, she had been fearless while battling zombies. Now she was expressing fear. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but, since she was here, he wouldn't turn her away. What followed could be summarized in 1,000 words. When morning arrived, it marked the 6th day since the apocalypse had erupted. The day broke with a pleasant sky. Dressed and ready, Yi Xiu ascended to the rooftop to survey the city center. He noticed that the number of zombies had increased significantly, with sporadic outbreaks of chaos among the undead as they detected survivors. Yet, Yi Xiu remained emotionally unperturbed. He had grown accustomed to such sights. From this vantage point, it was indeed a marked improvement from his previous location. Suddenly, a massive mechanical bird flapped its wings and swiftly returned to him, landing on his shoulder. Master! Master, it stammered, its voice hoarse. How is the situation outside? Yi Xiu inquired. The reconnaissance bird reported, I have surveyed the area within a 300-kilometer radius. Yi Xiu paused, astonished at the formidable nature of these creatures. It appears that as time progresses, the zombies grow stronger. Is there anything else noteworthy? Yes, the reconnaissance bird continued, its voice raspy. Yesterday, that special operations team raided a hospital, gathering a considerable amount of medical supplies. They are now in transit, attempting to escape Huai City. I also discovered a group of newly formed apocalypse survivors to the north of the city center. They have established a peculiar organization called the Sanctuary of Redemption. Sanctuary of Redemption. Yi Xiu shook his head. He had never heard of such a group. However, this was of little consequence. Survivors today might not be around tomorrow. Master, what shall we do today? The reconnaissance bird, perched on his shoulder, inquired hoarsely, noticing Yi Xiu lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Yi Xiu's lips curled into a smile. Of course, we shall continue to strengthen our power. After gathering supplies for several days, he had yet to properly level up. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be outdone by Li Xiaowan. Let us go. Instead of taking the stairs, Yi Xiu leapt from the rooftop, a staggering height of 150 meters. The reconnaissance bird gasped in horror, thinking, oh no, master, don't, if you die, we're finished. Yet, just as it prepared to flap its wings and dive down to rescue him, it was left dumbfounded by Yi Xiu's audacious maneuver. As he plummeted from the sky, he suddenly plunged the blood butterfly of fury into the building when he was just 50 meters above ground, creating an electrifying shower of sparks as he landed with remarkable poise. Roar. In the meantime, a horde of zombies, having caught wind of the living, rushed toward him, yet, rather than feeling fear in the face of the approaching swarm, Yi Xiu merely rolled his shoulders, nonchalantly brandishing the blood butterfly of fury as he strode forward. Today is a day of ascension. Chapter 26. Just as I was replenishing my energy, the boss was abducted by a woman. At present, Yi Xiu's defensive prowess had reached an impressive 270. His strength had achieved. This was equivalent to more than 30 times that of an ordinary human, rendering him utterly unperturbed by the zombies. Furthermore, he had the assistance of a reconnaissance bird by his side. Thus, in a matter of moments, Yi Xiu had dispatched all the zombies, counting nearly 200 fallen foes. The attributes he gained amounted to 450 points, which, when combined with the 70 points he had collected earlier, totaled 520 points. Similarly, he allocated all these attribute points to his defense. Upon reviewing his stats, Yi Xiu noted sad smiley name, Yi Xiu. Age 21. Level 1. Stamina 20. Strength 420. Agility 310. It was equivalent to 77 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, upon inspecting his skin, Yi Xiu felt that even a tank's shelling would likely fail to inflict harm upon him. However, as a precaution, he turned to the nearby reconnaissance bird, which was fluttering its wings, and commanded, shoot me. Gar. The reconnaissance bird, which had just landed with a flattering demeanor, was taken aback by this request, its crimson mechanical eyes widening in shock. It thought it must have misheard. Master, although I admit my power is not remarkable, I believe it is wise for you not to attempt this. After all, what if it inadvertently harmed its master? Yet, Yi Xiu was untroubled. He had recovery potions at his disposal. Moreover, with a defense of 770, he felt emboldened to challenge even the toughest of adversaries. Thus, he reiterated, hurry. Yes, left with no choice, the reconnaissance bird flapped its wings, and with a series of mechanical clicks, it transformed into a cannon and aimed it at Yi Xiu. Steeling itself, it unleashed a barrage of fire. The result, Yi Xiu merely felt as if he was being tickled. You didn't use your full strength. Gar. The reconnaissance bird was astonished. It had never realized its master had such formidable skin. Seeing Yi Xiu unscathed, the bird had to muster all its energy. With renewed vigor, it fired several rounds from its mini-cannon. Although it was termed a cannon, in truth, it resembled a Gatling gun. Yet again, the outcome was the same. While Yi Xiu's clothing was shredded, his body remained entirely unharmed. Indeed. Observing his remarkably resilient skin, Yi Xiu felt quite satisfied. After all, a defense 77 times greater than that of an average person was indeed harder than steel. It was entirely reasonable that he could withstand such attacks. The reconnaissance bird, witnessing this, fluttered over to flatter him, saying, Master, your body is now nearly comparable to that of steel. I shall go replenish my energy, please wait a moment. With that, it hastily flew to the top of the building. There appears to be a survivor here. Just as the reconnaissance bird departed, a melodious voice resonated nearby. Yi Xiu turned to see a group of fully armed survivors approaching, led by a woman clad in a bulletproof vest, embodying the spirit of the apocalypse, and wearing a mask. Her voice was quite enchanting. Since almost all the zombies Yi Xiu had dispatched had evaporated, the scene appeared remarkably clean. However, upon observing Yi Xiu's tattered attire, she initially assumed he was merely a fortunate ordinary person, and thus, she smiled and inquired, Are you alone? Would you care to join us? Join you? Yi Xiu, intrigued by her words, responded, Who are you? Who are we? Upon hearing this question, the survivors erupted into laughter. One of them, wielding an AK, disdainfully replied, "Listen closely, we are the Fire Roses, and inviting you to join us is a privilege. Do not be ungrateful, there are countless zombies here, and a horde could erupt at any moment." Fire Roses. To his surprise, Yishio shook his head and replied, "I have not heard of you." "Hey, kid." Infuriated by Yishio's nonchalance, the young man stepped forward, ready to teach him a lesson. However, the woman intervened, unfazed, and with a smile said, "It is perfectly normal not to have heard of us. We were only established about 4 days ago, yet we already have over 30 brothers and sisters in our refuge." "If you are interested, you may join us, and I can protect you." "Protect me?" Yishio chuckled at the absurdity of someone claiming they could safeguard him at such a moment. "No, thank you. You should focus on protecting yourselves." Yuan not only did Mieshua feel displeased by this remark, but her companions also grew furious. "Hey, kid, who do you think you are? Being invited to join the Fire Roses is an opportunity, you clearly do not appreciate it. You deserve to be alone, watch out, or a horde will soon overwhelm you." Roar. Just as they spoke, a deep growl echoed from a distance. What was that noise? The sudden sound startled everyone, causing them to fall silent and instinctively turn around. Upon doing so, their expressions changed drastically. Emerging from the shadows at the street corner was a zombie husky, over 2 meters long, its body decomposing, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow. This revelation struck fear into the group. Oh no, it's a zombie beast. Clearly, they had not anticipated encountering such a formidable creature. Unlike ordinary zombies, these beasts were immune to sunlight, exhibiting remarkable agility and growing increasingly robust compared to their pre-apocalyptic forms. They represented an absolute terror among the undead. Moreover, as the zombie husky stepped forward, more footsteps could be heard surrounding them. The horde is coming." Although Mieshua wore a mask, her voice betrayed her pale complexion. "Damn it, you jinx." Another young man, upon witnessing this, angrily slapped the survivor who had spoken earlier. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters now. "Run." And Mieshua immediately turned, drawing her gun, and fired 2 shots at the husky, yet, the shots merely jolted the creature, and its blood-red gaze intensified. It then howled skyward. Instantly, the surrounding zombies began to shriek and surge towards them from all directions. And Mieshua had no time to think. "Get in the car." She called for her companions to hurry into the vehicle. When she noticed Yishio still dazedly staring at the husky, she rushed over, seized his arm, and pulled him in. "What are you waiting for? Run." Although she was irritated by his earlier disdain, she did not wish to witness him being consumed by the horde. Thus, with the 5 of them in the vehicle, Virum, and Mieshua slammed the accelerator, and the Tank 300 swiftly plowed through 2 zombies. However, the undead would not let them escape so easily. They roared and staggered from all directions to block their path. The noise created by the vehicle attracted every wandering zombie nearby, all rushing to intercept it. Fortunately, the Tank 300 was equipped with protective barriers and proved resilient against collisions. After plowing through 7 or 8 zombies, it accelerated and sped away. The reconnaissance bird, which had just descended after replenishing its energy, was taken aback at the sight. "Wait, I was merely away for a moment to recharge, and the boss has been taken." Chapter 27. In these apocalyptic times, who remains unscathed? Woe is me. The reconnaissance bird was utterly bewildered, never anticipating that anyone would dare to abduct its master. However, after a brief moment of shock, it quickly regained its composure. First, it sent a message to Lightning, and then flapped its wings to pursue the assailant. After all, what would happen if the boss were gone? Meanwhile, within the vehicle, the number of zombies surrounding them was rapidly increasing. The woman driving was accelerating at an alarming rate, having already dashed 2 miles in the blink of an eye. Yet, even so, the zombie husky remained relentless in its pursuit, particularly after its mutation, which had rendered it even swifter. Boom, 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 it seemed to disregard all obstacles in its path as it barreled towards the Tank 300. "Boss, it's catching up," one of the underlings exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the approaching zombie husky. "Shut up." And Mieshua, not blind to the situation, had already spotted it through the rearview mirror. All she could do was press the accelerator harder. The speed soared to 80. In the city center, that was quite the breakneck pace. However, the zombies were closing in from all directions. "What do we do? We're about to be surrounded," one underling cried out anxiously. "Stay calm." And Mieshua, seasoned in such predicaments, executed a drift, veering into an alley and surprisingly shaking off the pursuing zombies. She then swiftly made her way onto another road. Heaven above, Yi Xiu could hardly believe his fate. Having been engaged in battle with zombies downstairs, he was now abducted by a woman. Now, it seemed they were on the verge of exiting the city center. Where the hell are you taking me? Coming to his senses after the exhilarating drive, Yi Xiu curiously inquired. Be quiet. And Miao Shui had no time for conversation, snapping back at him before accelerating once more. Only when they reached a safer stretch did she respond, coldly asserting, rest assured, as long as I'm here, you won't die. I may survive, but your underling appears to be doomed, Yi Xiu suddenly remarked. What did he just say? And Miao Shui had been indifferent until she turned to see one of the underlings in the back trembling uncontrollably after being scratched by a zombie while firing his weapon moments ago. The other two underlings, witnessing this, panicked. Hey, Xiao Zhang, you can't die on us. If you can't hold on, I'll have to throw you out. After all, they had fought side by side for several days. The bond of life and death was not something they could easily disregard, yet, with their situation deteriorating rapidly, and Miao Shui decisively declared, throw him out. No, boss, Xiao Zhang was terrified upon hearing this, his voice trembling. I can hold on. Hold on to what? Rolling her eyes, and Miao Shui could tell he was beyond saving. After witnessing countless farewells and deaths over the past few days, her composure had become remarkably steady. Yet, in this critical moment, Yi Xiu stepped in. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, a flash of steel glimmered. Thud. Xiao Zhang's arm was severed cleanly. Xiao Zhang gasped in agony, nearly fainting. What the hell, brother, why are you wielding a knife? Don't worry, Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly, wiping his autumn leaf knife. This blade has been sterilized. It might help counter the zombie virus. What nonsense, this knife can cure the zombie virus, are you joking? Yet, as everyone remained skeptical, Xinyoji observed in astonishment that Xiao Zhang had, in fact, ceased his transformation into a zombie. They were utterly shocked. Holy crap, it seems Xiao Zhang is okay. I'm fine, but I'm about to die. Xiao Zhang could hardly voice his suffering. Although the zombie transformation was halted, he had lost his arm and was rapidly losing blood. Xinyoji hurriedly exclaimed, Boss, Xiao Zhang is going to pass out. Why are you all so troublesome? And Miao Shui, while driving, kept an eye on the situation, and after what felt like miles, she finally spotted a temporary military medical station. Having shaken off the zombies, she hastily parked the vehicle. Quick, let's get inside and see if there's anywhere to hide. Oh, okay. Soon, the group arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned military area. With dusk settling in, the four of them struggled to support the nearly lifeless Xiao Zhang. Roar! At a critical moment, Xiao Zhang suddenly had his eyes turn crimson, lunging towards Xinyoji. Holy crap, Xiao Zhang, you were still infected. Yet before the words could fully escape his lips, watch out. With lightning reflexes, Yi Xiu yanked and Miao Shui back and, in a swift motion, sliced Xiao Zhang in half. Xinyoji, too, was infected and began emitting guttural sounds. RRR. This scene finally shattered the resolve of the most timid member of their group, who, witnessing his companions falling one by one, began to frantically flee. And Miao Shui, incensed, shouted, Are you crazy? Calm down. Yet, before she could finish, a zombie surged forth from the shadows and pounced on the panicked individual. This left Miao Shui momentarily stunned, before she remarked, as if it were the most mundane thing, well, there you have it. They are all dead. Now it's just the two of us, follow me. After dispatching her companion with her trusty baseball bat, and Miao Shui swiftly led Yi Xiu into the abandoned military area. Familiar with the surroundings, she located a basement and pulled open a wooden door. Seeing Yi Xiu in a daze, and Miao Shui explained, Don't worry, this is one of my temporary hideouts. We've been surviving like this for the past few days. Let's get inside. The zombies will be faster at night, we can't risk going out again. You don't seem very upset. Observing in Miao Shui's calm demeanor, Yi Xiu was taken aback, as if the deaths of others were no weight on her. Of course. And Miao Shui scoffed, and once Yi Xiu was inside, she closed the wooden basement door and continued, Since the outbreak, there have been thousands dying every day. My best friend even wants to take a bite out of me, why should I be sad? As she spoke, she skillfully retrieved a flashlight and lit an oil lamp, illuminating the basement's interior. In the corner lay a hastily drawn map on sheepskin, yet, despite her words, Yi Xiu noticed the masked woman sitting in the corner, hugging her knees, her shoulders quivering slightly. Yi Xiu's expression turned peculiar. Oh, are you crying? I'm not crying. The woman buried her face in her knees, and soon her voice became choked with sobs. I'm not crying, what's there to cry about? People die every day, woe is me. My underling, just a newly recruited underling, a Yishio, for heaven's sake, she claims not to be crying, yet here she is, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chapter 28. Isn't that the same woman as the leader from earlier? Good heavens, Yishio thought he had stumbled upon a formidable figure from the future of Weihai's apocalyptic world. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Enough, just as you said, when is it that no one dies? Yishio found himself at a loss for words, attempting to offer some form of consolation. You're so talkative, boo-hoo. However, the more he spoke, the more vehemently Mieshua wept. It was true that no one was dying, but witnessing brothers and sisters perish before one's very eyes daily, who could endure that, especially since these were the few subordinates who had been with her the longest and were the most competent. I've only been a leader for a few days, and now there are just over 30 of us left. I'm trapped here myself, boo-hoo. Yishio, he began to suspect whether this woman was crying for her fallen subordinates or for the fact that she was unable to fulfill her role as a leader. Suddenly, a deep, ominous roar echoed from above. Don't make a sound. Yishio's instincts kicked in, and he whispered a warning. And Mieshua, too, sensed the disturbance, immediately ceasing her tears. Her beautiful eyes, obscured by tears, widened in fear, and she whispered urgently to Yishio, no, don't speak, those zombies are formidable at night, faster than ordinary people. After all, facing one or two might be manageable, but zombies came in hordes, particularly in this area where they were rather numerous. It was akin to one person confronting dozens, even hundreds of ordinary individuals. Moreover, they felt no pain. One could strike them countless times, yet a single grasp could spell doom. Yet Yishio resolutely stared at the wooden ladder entrance above. Am I not more knowledgeable than you? And Mieshua paused, suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Wait a minute. You've survived alone in the city center, and there are no zombies around you, plus you carry a knife with you. You know more than I do. Yishio chuckled at her words, just about to remark that she had finally caught on when his pupils dilated in shock. At that moment, Mieshua was trembling, holding a handgun aimed at him. What the hell are you doing? You, don't come any closer, I want to kill you, but don't harbor any ill intentions towards me, or I will shoot you. Mieshua realized the implications. How could he survive alone in the city center without dying and without any zombies around? Did he dare claim to be an ordinary person? Although Yishio felt a momentary tension, he quickly recalled, damn it, I have a defense power of 7 to 7 times. What is there to fear? Yet soon, his expression shifted again. Hey, you're bleeding. Oh, spare me. Mieshua thought he was trying to deceive her, scoffing, you think I'm that easy to fool. But in the next moment, she noticed something amiss. Indeed, blood was trickling from her arm. This revelation startled Mieshua, her delicate face paling. I'm bleeding. Have I been infected by a zombie? No, I'm going to die. She could hardly fathom that she, too, had been infected. However, in an instant, her anxious expression transformed into calm resignation as she sat on the sheepskin mat, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Fine, if I'm to die, then so be it. After all, everyone around me is nearing death. Living holds no meaning anymore. If I'm infected, then so be it. Hey, she glanced at Yishio with an air of acceptance. There's a rope over there. I am about to turn into a zombie. Tie me up, and you'll be safe, but I must make it clear, binding is one thing, but you mustn't do anything else to me. This woman left Yishio utterly speechless. You injured yourself on that earlier nail, didn't you? Look at the rivets on that table. Mieshua, who had been waiting for death, suddenly opened her eyes wide again, rushing over to confirm, and indeed, she found it to be true. A smile spread across her face. So that's what it was. In that case, I'm fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I'm alive, that's what matters. Yishio was thoroughly taken aback by this woman's unpredictable nature. How had she managed to survive until now with such a temperament? Yet perhaps it was precisely such a carefree disposition that allowed her to endure. Nevertheless, observing Mieshua's excitement, Yishio felt it necessary to issue a warning. Be cautious of that rusty nail. It could lead to tetanus. Infection could also be fatal. No worries. Mieshua replied confidently, revealing a bag she carried that contained bandages and antiseptic iodine. I'll just use it. Do you need my assistance? After a moment of hesitation, realizing she was not adept at tending to herself, she conceded that would be helpful. No problem. Yishio stepped forward and carefully cleaned her wound. He noted her skin was quite fair, but that was not the main point. Once he applied the antiseptic, he proceeded to bandage the wound with sterile gauze, though there was some discomfort during the process, and Mieshua's beautiful eyes scrutinized Yishio closely. Do you not feel that we might have met somewhere before? She suddenly found him somewhat familiar. Impossible. Yishio responded decisively. Why? And Mieshua was taken aback. Because I have no idea what you look like. Realizing she was still wearing a mask, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, after some hesitation, she ultimately lifted her fair, delicate arm and removed the black mask. As her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her stunning visage was revealed. Observing her up close, her cool, peach blossom-like eyes paired with long lashes were simply breathtaking. Chapter 29. How about we sleep together? And Mieshua, let's do this, gather the pictures, and choose the best one to re-upload. Alas, heaven have mercy, as Yishio beheld such a stunningly beautiful visage, he was genuinely taken aback. He never anticipated that this carefree woman would possess such exquisite looks. However, the most astonishing revelation was that he actually recognized her. And Mieshua. Yishio, is it really you? After a brief moment of astonishment, and Mieshua's enchanting face revealed an expression of incredulity mixed with immense delight, and she could no longer contain her. Oh dear, who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, one could encounter an old acquaintance, with her soft form nestled in his arms. Yishio found himself in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, he recognized this woman, for she was his elementary school classmate, the same little girl who used to bully him and insisted he call her wife. Yet, he was taken aback. I never imagined you would grow so beautiful. I remember you as quite ordinary back then. Do spare me. Caught off guard, and Mieshua's lovely face flushed with embarrassment. Who hasn't he transformed as they grew up? That is true. After surveying her, Yishio had to concede the transformation was indeed remarkable. If it weren't for that beauty mark at the corner of your eye, along with your distinctive style, I might not have recognized you at all. He pointed it out. But Mieshua pouted, I always thought you looked familiar, otherwise, I wouldn't have pulled you over. She too was incredulous, never expecting it to be him. The memories of their childhood caused her cheeks to flush. Yet, Yishio inquired with curiosity, how did you end up in this situation? She opened her charming little mouth, and as she spoke of this, and Mieshua's eyes dimmed considerably, though she feigned a nonchalant tone. I was just attending school, but before I could graduate, I encountered such a predicament. My best friend wanted to kill me, so I escaped, relying on the self-defense techniques my father taught me, along with various survival skills, and founded a Rose organization. As for why I wear a mask, you can probably guess. And Mieshua pouted again. With my striking beauty, if I didn't wear a mask, I would probably be snatched away before I even had a chance to gather my team. Yishio nodded in agreement. Given Mieshua's current allure, without a mask, she would likely have been claimed by someone else long ago. However, contrary to what others might think, and Mieshua, intrigued by his words, raised her exquisitely shaped lips in a smile. So you do think I'm beautiful? Otherwise, would I offer you another chance to call me wife? Yishio, could you please focus on the main point? Realizing her misstep, and Mieshua felt a bit awkward and continued, I established a Fiery Rose organization, intending to grow strong, and then I happened to run into you, and you already know the rest. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yishio shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat nostalgic. This woman had always harbored a penchant for leadership. Yet, I never expected, ever since recognizing Yishio, and Mieshua seemed to have completely shifted her focus from the organization to inching closer to him, wrapping her arms around his. To encounter you here, and to know you are still alive, is truly wonderful. She was overjoyed, almost on the verge of hugging him and planting a kiss. However, a roar from above abruptly brought Mieshua back to reality, and she whispered, Don't worry, it's very safe here, we won't be discovered. Tomorrow morning, when my subordinates realize I'm missing, they'll surely come looking for me. By then, with guns in hand, we will be safe. For now, let's rest a bit. Wait, why do I feel a bit dizzy? And Mieshua thought it was merely her nerves, yet Yishio noticed her delicate face had turned red. After checking her forehead, he furrowed his brow. You seem a bit warm. And Mieshua was taken aback. I can't be running a fever, can I? Yishio quickly produced a thermometer from his spatial ring as if performing a magic trick, assisting Mieshua to lean against the wall. Here, hold this under your arm. A thermometer. Upon seeing the mercury thermometer, Mieshua was momentarily stunned. Wait, you carry a thermometer with you. But was that really the point? Quickly. Coming back to her senses, Mieshua hastily placed it under her arm. Yishio then looked around for a suitable spot for her to lie down, however, Mieshua grasped his arm, flashing a charming smile. I'll just lean against you. Without waiting for Yishio's consent, she happily nestled against him. Fine. Seeing this, Yishio had no choice but to let her be close. 5 minutes later, Yishio checked the thermometer, 39 degrees. That high, and Mieshua was stunned when she saw the reading. How could I not feel it? Of course you didn't. You've been racing around all day. Yi Xiu remarked, exasperated. This made Miaoxue even more embarrassed, but as she reflected, she realized her head was indeed becoming heavier. Well, without needing to say more, Yi Xiu knew she genuinely had a fever. He gently laid her down and retrieved some fever-reducing medicine. Here, take a couple of these. You carry fever medicine with you. Will you take it or not? I want to, but it seems I don't have any water. No worries, I have some. With Yi Xiu's pockets resembling an endless pit, he produced not only a thermometer and fever medicine but even bottled water. And Miaoxue was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Yi Xiu. You're like a treasure chest, how do you have everything? Sort of, just take it for now. Yi Xiu found it surprisingly challenging to get this woman to take her medicine, so he simply pressed it into her hand. Gulp. After a few sips of water, and Miaoxue felt considerably better. Cover up. Yi Xiu then pulled out a military coat, one he had casually acquired from the supermarket earlier, and draped it over Miaoxue. Though she had taken the cold medicine, and Miaoxue felt increasingly chilled. I'm feeling a bit cold, don't worry, I'm here, you'll be fine. After all, he still had recovery potions, capable of curing any ailment. Millimeter. For reasons unknown, despite not having seen Yi Xiu for over a decade, she felt a profound sense of security in his presence, without a trace of concern, comfortably resting her head against his shoulder. Yet Yi Xiu ensured she was settled properly. He then retrieved the military sleeping bag left nearby and arranged a simple bed for her to lie down. However, seeing Yi Xiu give all the warm items to her while she snuggled under the covers, and Miaoxue couldn't help but ask, what about you? What will you do? The weather has been unusually cold at night lately. I'm fine. Yi Xiu had little to worry about. With his extraordinary physique, he wouldn't freeze even in -100-degree weather. But Miaoxue remained unconvinced. After a pause, she suddenly threw back her covers, the oil lamp casting a soft glow that highlighted her slightly flushed cheeks. How about we sleep together? Yi Xiu, Chapter 30. Welcome to your joining. This statement left Yi Xiu speechless, although he had to concede that this woman was undeniably a natural beauty, a temptation no man could resist. He still chose to sit beside her for the sake of her health. That will suffice. You should rest now, he suggested gently. Absolutely not. And Miaoxue was unwilling to comply. Instead, she sat up and leaned against Yi Xiu's shoulder, draping their coats over both of them. She then revealed a charming smile and said, this is much more comfortable. Yi Xiu could only respond with silence, pondering the myriad of complications. Nonetheless, he did not reject the girl's gesture. Thus, the two spent the night together. When morning arrived, Yi Xiu first checked Miaoxue's forehead and noted that her fever had subsided. She appeared to have regained a considerable amount of her strength. Yi Xiu proceeded to boil some water and cook 2 eggs. After she consumed them, he received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations on feeding Miaoxue 2 eggs, you have been rewarded with 200 points. Taken aback by the unexpected reward, Yi Xiu shrugged it off. He conducted a brief examination of her wounds, confirming there were no issues, and then clapped his hands together, declaring, all right, we can venture out now. Sure? And Miaoxue felt significantly better and, eager to go outside, stood up, intending to lead Yi Xiu. Just follow my lead. However, to her surprise, Yi Xiu positioned himself protectively behind her. No need. Allow me to safeguard you instead. You will protect me. And Miaoxue blinked her beautiful eyes in slight disbelief, casting a worried glance at Yi Xiu. Har. Yi Xiu chuckled, amused by the absurdity of it all. With 30 times the agility and 40 times the strength, he thought it would be quite pathetic if he couldn't protect a girl. You guarded me yesterday, today, it's my turn to guard you, he asserted. Stay close to me. As he spoke, Yi Xiu ascended the stairs and opened the wooden door above. But as he did, a zombie's head abruptly lunged forward, evidently having been waiting for this moment. Yet, before it could react, a flash of blade gleamed, and the zombie's head rolled away. This swift display stunned Miaoxue, who watched in astonishment. Wow, what a swift blade. However, that was not the end of it. As they surveyed their surroundings, and Miaoxue, believing there was no immediate danger, was suddenly startled by rustling sounds from the bushes nearby. To her horror, a massive, decaying paw emerged from the underbrush. Her face turned pale. It's the zombie husky from yesterday. A 2-meter-long zombie husky stepped out from the foliage, its fierce, blood-red eyes fixated on the pair, indicating it had been lurking here since the previous day. And Miaoxue's expression shifted to one of acute anxiety. She hadn't anticipated that this creature had been waiting all night. We must leave, Yi Xiu, she exclaimed, gripping. While ordinary humans turned zombies slow down during the day, zombies that were once animals not only grow in size but also gain incredible speed and strength. A 2-meter-long zombie husky possesses endurance, strength, and speed far beyond that of the average zombie. Before she could finish, her expression froze again as she witnessed the zombie husky, which had been preparing to pounce, cleaved in two by a long knife emanating a purplish-red glow, wielded by Yi Xiu. My word. Even in Miao Shui, with her several days of survival experience, was completely taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. Wait, are you really this formidable? It finally dawned on her why he had remained so calm yesterday when he was alone in the city center and why he didn't panic when she had dragged him into the car. How could he be so powerful? And it was absurd that she had even thought of escaping with him. Oh, the embarrassment. Realizing this, her cheeks flushed even more. Why didn't you say you were this strong earlier? She huffed at Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu turned back with an innocent expression. You never asked, and besides, you didn't give me a chance to speak yesterday, you just pulled me along and told me to be quiet. And Miao Shui opened her mouth in surprise, realizing he had a point, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. If she had known he was this capable, she wouldn't have lost 3 of her subordinates. Just then, a series of muffled engine sounds echoed from a distance. And Miao Shui's eyes lit up, and she quickly called out to Yi Xiu, my subordinates are here to pick me up. As she spoke, she hastily put on her mask. Indeed, in the time it took to say that, Yi Xiu noticed 3 cars speeding up the mountain road. Once they came to a stop, a dozen people hurriedly exited the vehicles and rushed towards Miao Shui. Boss, are you all right? Did you get hurt? The group spoke in a flurry. I'm fine. Upon seeing her subordinates, Miao Shui's demeanor shifted to a more aloof tone as she shook her head. That's a relief. The group collectively sighed in relief. Hey, what is this? However, their attention was soon drawn to the enormous husky, now split in half, and they gasped in shock. Goodness, a zombie beast. Is this a monster-level creature, 2 meters long? How is that possible? Who did this? Boss, could it be you? One young man looked at Miao Shui incredulously. When did the boss become this formidable? And Miao Shui thought to herself, cursing inwardly. If only I had such strength. Externally, she remained composed, pointing at Yi Xiu. He did it. The group turned their attention to Yi Xiu, mistaking him for a new subordinate. One of the young men approached, sizing up Yi Xiu, and exclaimed, impressive, brother. You managed to take down a zombie dog. That's no small feat. I'm Liu Yang, one of boss and subordinates. Just call me Yangzi from now on. We're family now. Yes, indeed. The other subordinates eagerly chimed in. After all, anyone capable of defeating a zombie dog was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Boss, and must be quite impressive to have such a powerful person under her command. It seemed the Rose of Flame would soon become a force to be reckoned with. However, the sycophantic enthusiasm of her subordinates left Miao Shui feeling exasperated. Hey, the boss is right here, can we not be so over the top? Yet, she gritted her teeth and maintained a calm tone, stating, he is not my subordinate. Really? Upon hearing this, several faces fell. Wait, he is not? Just as Yi Xiu thought these individuals were rather superficial, Liu Yang suddenly extended his hand and exclaimed, welcome to your joining. Yi Xiu. And Miao Shui. Chapter 31. Yi Xiu, allow me to introduce, this is my little brother. One cannot help but say, Yi Xiu was utterly bewildered by this turn of events. How could he be welcomed into the fold? Indeed, and Miao Shui was also struggling to contain her temper and gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress her authoritative demeanor. Liu Yang, what I meant was, Yi Xiu has not joined us. I know. Liu Yang replied with a look of sheer nonchalance, he hasn't joined yet, so why not just let him in, boss? He assumed that the boss was simply withholding approval. With such an impressive figure, how could she possibly refuse? And Miao Shui thought to herself, what the hell, this guy's thought process is utterly different from others. If I could bring him in, would I even need to discuss this with you? However, before she could unleash her frustration, another subordinate arrived with unsettling news. Boss, I have some bad news that you might want to hear. What bad news? And Miao Shui inquired, her irritation palpable. Could there possibly be worse news than the loss of 3 of my subordinates? To her surprise, the subordinate continued, yesterday afternoon, our refuge was discovered by the Jiang family's estate. They issued us an ultimatum, demanding that we pledge our allegiance to them by this afternoon at the latest, or they would bomb our refuge. What, the Jiang family? And Miao Shui's expression shifted slightly. The Jiang family in the East City is seizing the opportunity to expand their power, and we are certainly no match for them. Naturally, Yi Xiu was no stranger to this name. Hearing it again piqued his curiosity, and he asked, what is so formidable about the Jiang family in East City? Formidable more than that. Upon mentioning this, the subordinate exaggeratedly elaborated, "You have no idea. Jiang Chenyang from the Jiang family is a well-known real estate mogul here, who rose through the ranks of the underworld and knows many influential figures. Moreover, somehow, he received advance notice of the apocalypse, thus gathering over 100 loyal subordinates from his company ahead of time. He has built up his strength at the Jiang estate and is currently one of the most formidable factions in the Huaihai urban area. Over 100 people." Yi Xiu mused, "That's not particularly many, is it?" "Of course, it's not a large number." Liu Yang concurred, feeling that 100 individuals were hardly impressive, easily overrun by zombies. However, his tone turned grave as he added, "But the difficulty lies in the fact that they are heavily armed." "Oh, they possess weaponry." Yi Xiu's interest was piqued. "Indeed." Liu Yang nodded, continuing, "It is said that before the apocalypse, the Jiang family spent several billion to acquire a cache of arms, ordinary firearms and ammunition at just the beginning. They also have armored vehicles, tanks, howitzers, and even rumors of an armed helicopter. That is their capital. After the disaster struck Huaihai, they transported these weapons here. Although it has only been 7 days since the outbreak, they have already amassed over 400 followers. Coupled with their rampant looting of supplies, anyone who dares to defy them or refuses to surrender is ruthlessly eliminated. They are on the verge of becoming the dominant power in the Huaihai district. After all, mere mortals cannot contend with an armed helicopter. A few stray shots, and it would all be over." Yet, Yi Xiu, upon hearing about the armed helicopter, felt a spark of excitement. What he truly lacked at the moment was not vehicles, but military weaponry, tanks, armored vehicles, or perhaps an armed helicopter. Especially an armed helicopter, which could offer a significant advantage over ground forces. If he could activate such a machine, Yi Xiu could hardly contain his enthusiasm. "But with just us few," Liu Yang lamented, chuckling bitterly to himself, 30-some people and barely 15 guns among us. "How can we fight? So, what are your plans?" Without noticing Yi Xiu's shifting expressions, and Miaoxue suddenly interjected, showing no opposition to her subordinates allying with the Jiang estate, "If you wish to surrender, I won't object. After all, survival is paramount." But to her surprise, as the topic arose, a dozen subordinates exchanged glances, hesitating. Finally, Liu Yang was the first to voice his opinion. "We'll follow your lead, boss." "Exactly," the others chimed in, looking at Miaoxue. "Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply." "Indeed, there's no dispute. Our lives were saved by you, boss. Without you, my daughter would have perished long ago. I am loyal to you." "I feel the same," a middle-aged man muttered, acknowledging that had it not been for Miaoxue's intervention, he would not be standing there discussing matters. Thus, he would never betray her. "Right," the others echoed, united in their sentiments. "Moreover, I've heard that Jian Shao from East City is no saint. He treats survivors like dirt. Several survivors have been killed for minor infractions. With someone like that, even if we submit, our situation wouldn't improve." "Absolutely." Liu Yang concurred. "Rather than being treated like dogs, we might as well fight back." After all, there was little to gain from aligning with them. Independence seemed the better option. An Miaoxue felt a flicker of gratitude. Her efforts to save them had not been in vain, and they proved reliable in a critical moment, though their strength was not quite as dependable. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Very well, let us fight back." Yet, another dilemma arose. "You only have this many people, and with so few guns, how do you plan to fight?" Yi Xiu, having regained his focus, interjected. "Oh, well," upon hearing his question, Liu Yang and the others immediately felt awkward, scratching their heads as they realized the gravity of their predicament. With such limited weaponry, they would likely be obliterated before even laying eyes on their opponents. "But we can't just sit idle and wait to be absorbed. After all, who would willingly work for such a dreadful entity, oblivious to their fate? Damn it, if only we had heavy firepower." Liu Yang exclaimed, frustrated as he slammed his fist against a nearby tree. In these times, conventional weaponry was incredibly potent. It was not merely a matter of quantity. If only they had a tank or an armored vehicle, they wouldn't feel so helpless. "Perhaps I have a solution." And Miaoxue suddenly recalled something and said, "I know of an army left behind by some station troops before the apocalypse." "What? An army?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present lit up. If there were weapons and equipment there, taking on the Jiang estate might not be out of reach. However, the issue lies in the fact that there appears to be a tyrant zombie there. "What the hell? A tyrant? Good grief, is that for real?" Initially, the group had been excited at the prospect of weaponry, but upon hearing the latter half of her statement, they were left dumbfounded. "Isn't that the creature that appeared during the firefight with the rescue team outside the city center the other night?" Liu Yang recalled, remembering the towering monstrosity that stood 4 to 5 meters high, effortlessly lifting a small car to hurl at survivors. "Goodness! Damn it, if that thing is around, how can we possibly enter? After all, if they were targeted by such creatures, they wouldn't even stand a chance. This was precisely in Mirshua's headache. Had it not been for the tyrant, she would have collected weapons long ago, which was why she had yet to venture inside. Just then, Yishio spoke up. I can assist you with that. What? You and Mieshua regarded Yishio with a peculiar expression upon hearing his words. The other subordinates also turned to look at him, assuming he was unaware of what a tyrant was, and began to advise him, buddy, this isn't a joke. Exactly, do you understand the level of a tyrant? After a moment, Liu Yang, though grateful for Yishio's willingness to help, explained, a tyrant is a mutated zombie, standing around 4 to 5 meters tall, with terrifying strength capable of easily lifting a small car. Its skin is incredibly tough, even ordinary tank shells cannot bring it down. Brother, we appreciate your goodwill. We know you are formidable enough to take on that zombie husky, but the tyrant is on an entirely different level. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have retreated days ago. Those mutated tyrants are simply too fearsome. Rest assured. Yishio, however, remained unfazed, not to mention his current strength, which was 30 to 40 times that of an average person. He felt confident in facing the tyrant. Moreover, since it was classified as a boss-level creature, defeating it might yield some valuable rewards. Also, I have a few subordinates who might be of assistance. Boom! Just as he was speaking, a cacophony of thunderous roars from supercars echoed from the nearby mountain road. The group instinctively turned to look, initially thinking they had misheard. What the hell? When did someone start driving supercars? However, the next moment, as a convoy of supercars and pickups appeared, they were left utterly speechless. Good heavens, a Lamborghini Gallardo, a Lamborghini Veneno, a Ford Raptor, and even a Pagani Huayra. What in the world is happening? Even during the apocalypse, people are still driving supercars. As the 4 vehicles approached with a thunderous growl, surrounding the crowd, the sound of gears grinding echoed sharply. In an instant, the 4 machines transformed into towering mechanical behemoths, each standing at least 6 meters tall, completely encircling them. Chapter 32, Their Fierce Aerial Battle of the Reconnaissance Bird. Indeed, it was Tin Can, Poison Dart, Lightning, and Poison that had arrived. After Yishio was abducted yesterday, the reconnaissance bird promptly notified several formidable allies. Upon learning that their leader was missing, they wasted no time and surged forth from the underground parking lot of the Sky Garden. Unfortunately, while tracking him down, the reconnaissance bird encountered several zombie birds blocking the way. After a fierce aerial battle, it managed to eliminate a few of the undead avians, only to turn around and find that the vehicle had completely vanished. Thus, the reconnaissance bird diligently searched and finally located him in the morning. Core, master. The reconnaissance bird flapped its wings eagerly, landing on Yishio's shoulder with a look of obsequiousness. However, those around, including Mieshua and the others, were rendered speechless, particularly Liu Yang and his gang of subordinates stared in awe at the towering mechanical beings, each standing at least 6 meters tall, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Encased in an aura of mystery, adorned with heavy metal, and boasting an impressively robust physique composed of intricate mechanical skeletons, they wielded laser hand cannons that were, quite frankly, larger than a wash basin. This contraption felt even more terrifying than the zombie tyrant. Where on earth did these come from? Aliens. Fortunately, Yishio spoke up at this moment. Do not panic, allow me to introduce my subordinates. What the heck, these are your subordinates? Liu Yang cautiously glanced at the 4 extraordinary mechanical lifeforms. No way, is this for real? Did you build these? They initially thought that Yishio was merely in disguise. Oh, sort of. Yishio, reluctant to divulge the existence of his source of fire, responded ambiguously. Meanwhile, Tin Can respectfully addressed Yishio in a mechanical tone, apologizing. We apologize for our tardiness, creator. It is not too late. Yishio waved his hand dismissively. You arrived just in time. They were about to visit the so-called military base, where they might procure some valuable items, ensuring an extra layer of safety in the process. However, he noticed that Lin Yushi and Li Xiaowan were missing. Yushi, Xiaowan, creator. I feared they would be too much of a hassle on the journey, so I left them in the Sky Garden, where Poison had 2 mechanical dogs keeping watch. They will be safe. Indeed, Poison had 2 mechanical dogs, resembling the one-eyed robotic canines from movies. Although they may not be capable of handling large transformers, they were more than adequate for combating zombies. Thus, he declared, perfect, then since you are here, let us proceed together. Understood, creator. The 4 formidable beings, having confirmed that these were not enemies, swiftly transformed back into off-road vehicles and supercars amidst the clattering of mechanical gears. All that remained were a group of astonished subordinates, utterly amazed by the advanced technology of these beings. Even Mieshua regarded Yishio with newfound admiration, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. I never realized, Yishio, after all these years, you've become a scientist. This statement left Yishio utterly befuddled. My goodness, are these fools truly so gullible? You actually believe I constructed these? Nonetheless, this was quite convenient, as it spared him the need for explanations. Thus, he remarked, "Let us go check it out first." "All right," and Mieshua assumed that these mechanical beings were merely stronger robots and did not think much of it. Their priority was to reach the army. Nodding, she instructed her subordinates to board the vehicles, while Yishio and Mieshua shared one. Soon, amidst the roaring of airwaves, the Lamborghini Poison surged forward, followed closely by Poison Dart, Tin Can, Lightning, and the throng of subordinates trailing behind. A grand procession departed from the military outpost. After approximately half an hour, the group arrived at the army that Mieshua had mentioned. They found themselves on a mountainous road that extended deep into the hills. Upon reaching a confluence of two ravines, they encountered a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Military Area, no entry." However, such warnings now seemed trivial. It's just ahead, and Mieshua, seated in the passenger seat, pointed eagerly. Understood. Yishio instructed Poison to continue driving. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a secured area enclosed by a large iron gate and walls, marked with the sign Temporary Reserve Army. Stepping out of the vehicle, and Mieshua, with her long, elegant legs, stepped onto the grass and pointed, "This is the place. Last time I came here, I didn't dare approach due to the overwhelming number of zombies. To be honest, when Yishio peered inside, he discovered that there were indeed quite a few zombies, at least several hundred. They staggered about, emitting guttural roars. Fortunately, since it was daytime, their movements were sluggish. However, upon spotting the numerous vehicles and the survivors disembarking, the zombies' eyes glinted with excitement as they stumbled toward them. "Quick, prepare for combat." Liu Yang and the others acted decisively, grabbing their firearms in anticipation of eliminating the approaching zombies. Yet, before they could fire a shot, Tin Can transformed once more, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears whirring, becoming an imposing 7-meter-tall behemoth, its arms swiftly reshaping into a laser hand cannon. Boom, a shot rang out, targeting the playground, unleashing a terrifying wave of blue energy that detonated amidst the densely packed zombies. In an instant, 50 to 60 of them were obliterated. Whoa! This spectacle left Liu Yang, who had yet to act, utterly stupefied, involuntarily gasping in astonishment, his words stuck in his throat, yet Tin Can's deep, mechanized voice urged, "What are you waiting for? Eliminate them." Right, Liu Yang snapped back to reality, exhilarated. With such formidable allies by their side, what was there to fear from the zombies? He quickly rallied his subordinates, shouting, "Let us take down those creatures." Charge! The subordinates, equally invigorated, began unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the zombies, astonished at the prowess of Yishio's mechanical comrades. Such firepower could likely level the entire temporary army without issue. As they fought, an unusual thought crossed their minds. Wait, with such powerful allies, was there even a need to seek arms against the Jiang family? But now was not the time for contemplation. Seeing the approaching horde of zombies, they charged forward, frantically firing at the undead. Within moments, the hundreds of zombies in the playground were nearly all eradicated. However, as the commotion escalated, Yishio soon realized that the hundreds of zombies were merely the surface of the threat. From within the massive army base, swarms of zombies surged forth, at least several thousand, akin to a small wave of the undead. Clearly, they had emerged en masse, yet, with these formidable beings in their midst, they felt no fear. Boom, 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 each of Tin Can's cannon fire decimated swathes of the undead, and with Poison Dart, Lightning, and Poison also in action, within mere minutes, the army had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. As the smoke cleared, just when everyone believed they could finally enter, suddenly, Liu Yang felt his heart begin to race violently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This sensation made him feel as if his heart might explode. Oh no, the zombie tyrant is about to emerge. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black figure erupted from one of the armor's storage rooms, emitting a roar that could shatter eardrums. At that moment, everyone finally beheld its true form. Chapter 33, Slaying the Zombie Tyrant and Acquiring the Golden Legendary Weapon. Before them stood a colossal zombie, its body adorned with menacing spikes. Unlike others, however, its decay was not overly severe, and its eyes shone a haunting green glow rather than the typical crimson. Is this the tyrant? It's enormous. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at its towering height of at least 4 meters. The powerful frame and thunderous roar left no doubt in their minds. A single punch from this beast could easily reduce them to a mere paste, and indeed, the reality proved just as daunting. As the tyrant charged forth, it beheld the numerous deep craters and scattered limbs of its fallen minions, inciting a fury within. Roar! It unleashed a deafening bellow, striking a nearby wall with a single, devastating fist, creating a resounding crash that left a gaping hole in its wake. Holy crap! Liu Yang stared wide-eyed, terrified by the sheer force displayed. How on earth could they contend with such might? It was also the first time Yi Xiu laid eyes on such a zombie tyrant. Although the reconnaissance drone had previously mentioned it, he had not paid heed to the details. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he found the creature's existence rather absurd, yet, contemplating its power, Yi Xiu mused that perhaps he could match it. In fact, he felt confident that a single punch could bring down the very building they stood in. The zombie tyrant, having recognized the culprits responsible for its minions' demise, let out a furious roar and charged towards them. However, Yi Xiu remained unfazed and shouted, "Poison!" Buzz, crackle, crackle, responding to his command, poison, much like old Six, ascended to the higher levels of the factory. Under Yi Xiu's direction, the massive head adorned with a technological mask began to morph, transforming into a colossal cannon through the amalgamation of countless shape-shifting metallic elements. Then, buzz, boom, with a single shot, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, the tyrant, who had intended to swiftly eliminate the survivors, found itself on the receiving end of a severe blow. Its chest was instantly pierced, eliciting a pained howl as it collapsed weakly to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Even the minions, who had been preparing to flee, halted in their tracks, gasping in disbelief as they turned to gaze at old Six, Poison, who had executed the ambush. Liu Yang's eyes widened further in astonishment. What the hell? A single shot, but this is the tyrant. It was taken down so easily. What kind of power is this? It was worth noting that just 2 days prior, during a skirmish in the northern suburbs, even tanks had struggled to penetrate the defenses of the zombie tyrant. Yet now, it lay vanquished by this creature's single shot. Yi Xiu was certain this was an upgraded vehicle, not some extraterrestrial being. Even Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Was this creature truly without limits? After all, it had dispatched ordinary zombies with a single shot, yet now it had taken down the king of zombies in the same manner. Of course, this was still poison showing restraint. Otherwise, the tyrant would have been utterly vaporized. Primarily, Yi Xiu wished to ensure he could absorb the experience points. Creator, come quickly. Indeed, upon hearing Poison's reminder, Yi Xiu rushed forward, finding the zombie tyrant barely clinging to life. It had evidently not anticipated its reign of terror would come to an abrupt halt upon its debut. It roared, attempting to grasp at Yi Xiu, but it lacked the strength to even raise its hand. Yi Xiu, without hesitation, retrieved the blood butterfly's fury from his spatial ring and plunged it into the tyrant's skull. Thud. The zombie tyrant succumbed at last, its life extinguished amidst Yi Xiu's relentless assault. The rise of this formidable zombie tyrant had been nipped in the bud. Simultaneously, Yi Xiu heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the zombie tyrant 1, gaining 50 attribute points. Indeed, upon seeing bosses were certainly generous. However, this was not the source of his greatest astonishment. The most unexpected turn of events unfolded as the zombie tyrant was defeated. Before him, like an explosion, 4 or 5 items appeared in a flurry. Yi Xiu was taken aback. Goodness, this display resembled a loot drop from a dungeon raid, yet, as he approached, he discovered it was a vial of recovery potion, a vial of purification potion, and a purple spatial ring. But most importantly, there lay a golden blade. Another weapon drop. Yi Xiu felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly picked it up. Item name, Snow Dance Crescent Blade. Quality, golden. Stamina 150. Strength 150. Agility 150. Defense 150. Additional ability. Gain 1 to all attributes upon slaying zombies. Also possesses the effect of severely wounding the soul. Those struck will descend into madness. Owner, Yi Xiu. Can be gifted for use. Gasp, these attributes surpass even the blood butterfly's fury. The moment Yi Xiu glimpsed these stats, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The numbers were indeed superior to those of the blood butterfly's fury. Most importantly, aside from the substantial boost of 150 to all attributes, the ability to gain 1 for each zombie slain meant he would no longer need to allocate points individually. Furthermore, the blade possessed an effect that could drive the struck into madness, yet, this seemed of little practical use. After all, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply eliminate foes outright? Oh well, never mind. Yi Xiu was not one to shy away from good fortune and promptly stored the weapon in his spatial ring. Little did he know, a group of onlookers in the distance remained in a state of shock. He is dead. The tyrant is truly dead. And Miao Shui stood frozen, entirely oblivious to Yi Xiu's actions as he looted the equipment, believing he was merely searching for something. But now, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. This was the tyrant, the king among zombies. It was no exaggeration to say that such a tyrant, if unleashed upon the Jiang family estate, could wreak havoc. Yet now, it had been dispatched so effortlessly by old Six with a single shot. What on earth was this? An upgraded robot or perhaps an extraterrestrial? The sheer power was astonishing. Hey, what are you all standing around for? Yi Xiu, having finished gathering the spoils, noticed the group still dazed. He urged, hurry and see if there are any more weapons. Oh, right, prompted by his words, the group finally recalled their purpose, to seek out arms to confront the Jian family. With that, Liu Yang and the others charged into the arms depot, kicking the door open with a resounding bang, and indeed, once inside, they discovered an extensive array of firearms, ammunition, and weaponry. Not only were there standard handguns, but also automatic rifles, and even 2 massive Gatling guns, alongside 4 anti-tank sniper rifles. Countless rounds of ammunition lay scattered about. The sight sent the group into a frenzy of excitement. Wow, look at all this firepower. We're rich. Liu Yang, elated, hoisted a hefty anti-tank sniper rifle, exclaiming, har, this is fantastic. With these weapons, we need not fear the Jian family any longer. Chapter 34, and Mieshue, from this moment on, he shall be your leader. What does modern warfare rely upon? Undoubtedly, it hinges on the superiority of 1S firearms. Although we find ourselves in an apocalyptic scenario, a single handgun accompanied by 10 rounds of ammunition could easily establish dominance within a small community, not to mention the plethora of automatic rifles available here. Yi Xiu took a cursory glance around. There were a total of 72 automatic rifles, 72 handguns, 4 anti-tank grenade launchers, 4 sets of anti-armor equipment, 4 sniper rifles, 2 boxes of grenades, 10 boxes of ammunition, and 2 large Gatling guns resting in the corner. It is undeniable that these resources could form a formidable force even in Huaihai City. Such a pity, Liu Yang remarked, scanning the surroundings. Despite his excitement, he noticed the absence of armored vehicles and tanks, which made him feel a tinge of regret. If only we had armored vehicles or tanks, it would bolster our chances against the Jiang family. Enough? And Mieshue interjected, already feeling quite satisfied. With such equipment, she harbored no fear of the Jiang family. She waved her hand and commanded, let us load everything onto the vehicles and transport it back. Understood. Her subordinates, filled with enthusiasm, hurriedly began moving the munitions, box by box, towards the vehicles. One of the younger members even discovered a military transport truck, making the loading process even more efficient. Of course, she did not forget about Yi Xiu and cheerfully suggested, Yi Xiu, would you like to take some with you? No, thank you. Yi Xiu replied, shaking his head with a smile. These items are of no use to me. Well, that is true, and Mieshue recalled the formidable weapons Yi Xiu had displayed earlier, particularly the 6th level poison, which had effortlessly dispatched a zombie tyrant. With such formidable assets at his disposal, he truly had no need for additional weaponry. Still, Yi Xiu felt a hint of disappointment. Although this was an army, it lacked large military equipment like missile trucks, tanks, armored vehicles, or fighter jets. Otherwise, he could have added a military transformer to his arsenal, but that was inconsequential, for Mieshue had mentioned that the Jian family possessed armed helicopters, which would suffice. Once everything was loaded, they wasted no time and soon, one vehicle after another, laden with weapons and equipment, made their way back to the shelter. And Mieshue's refuge was an underground facility, currently housing only about 20 individuals, most of whom were women and children, with just 3 or 4 armed men, all visibly anxious and tense. They were worried because the promised return of their leader was overdue. The group had been gone for nearly a day without word. If they don't return soon, I fear the Jiang family will send someone again. Fortunately, they were safe, but the thought of what could happen to the women if they fell into the hands of the Jiang family sent shivers down their spines, knowing full well the horrors that could ensue. Suddenly, amidst their anxiety, they heard Liu Yang's familiar voice from outside. Open the door, we're back. The group's spirits lifted, and they hurried to open the door. Upon seeing Liu Yang, they quickly inquired, did you find the leader? Is she back? Of course. Liu Yang stepped aside to reveal and Mieshue, clad in black, the sight of their leader, unharmed, brought immediate relief and joy to the group. However, their concern quickly resurfaced. Leader, are you aware of the situation with the Jiang family? Yes, they threatened that if we do not surrender by this afternoon, they will send someone to blow this place up. What are we going to do? The anxious expressions on their faces mirrored their fears. After all, they were merely 30 to 40 individuals, entirely insufficient to contend with the Jian family. Yet, with the newly acquired weapons, and Mieshue's confidence surged, she smiled reassuringly. Everyone, remain calm. Come and see what we have. As she gestured for Liu Yang and the others to bring in the crates of grenades, ammunition, and the massive Gatling guns, the group was left speechless. Wow, leader, where did all these weapons come from? And Mieshue beamed, we gathered them from outside today. What do you think? That is fantastic. The group had been most fearful not of their small numbers, but of their lack of weaponry. Now, seeing the vast array of arms, excitement coursed through them. However, they quickly regained their composure and grasped in Mieshue's intent. Leader, are you suggesting we confront the Jiang family head-on? Without any hesitation, and Mieshue replied, I won't force any of you to stay. If you're afraid for your lives, you may leave now, and I will help you find a safe place, but I will never submit to the giant family. Her declaration steeled the resolve of those who had been wavering. Leader, we're not afraid to die. Exactly. Now that we have weapons, why should we fear the giant family? Let us fight them. The group erupted with fierce determination. Excellent. And Mieshue, witnessing their unwavering spirit, finally smiled, her gaze becoming resolute. Today, we shall stand against them. Yishio, will you assist me? In an instant, the fierce leader transformed into a soft, pleading voice as she looked at Yishio with doe-like eyes. The sudden shift took everyone by surprise. Was this truly the commanding leader they knew? And Mieshue, undeterred by their astonishment, focused on Yishio, realizing the extent of his power. If she had previously considered sending him away to avoid entangling him, now, after witnessing the ease with which he had dispatched the zombie tyrant, she understood that with him by her side, the giant family posed little threat. Yishio, momentarily taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, quickly reassured her, I would have stayed to help you regardless of your request. After all, he had his eyes set on that armed helicopter. Upon hearing his words, and Mieshue's smile became even more enchanting, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, You truly are the man I admire. Clearing her throat, she took a deep breath and announced to the group, From now on, do not refer to me as your leader. Call him leader instead. Everything I possess is his, including all of you. What? At her declaration, everyone was left stunned. Leader, are you marrying him? Are we now his? Those who had not followed along were utterly bewildered. Was this the same aloof and domineering leader they had known? She seemed to have transformed into an infatuated admirer. Indeed. And Mieshue asserted confidently, He is my man, so you shall all refer to him as your leader, and that is that. Even Yishio was taken aback. Was he suddenly the leader now? Yet, seeing the earnestness in Mieshue's beautiful eyes, he realized she was serious. He waved his hand, I can help you, but you need not bring such a lavish dowry. I have but one condition. Not a problem, just say it. And Mieshue thought nothing of it. After all, everything was already his. Exactly, just let us know, Yishio. Liu Yang and the others were eager for Yishio to assume leadership, especially with the power of those 6th-level mechanical beings. They could dominate Huaihai City, not just contend with the Jian family. Very well. Yishio nodded, seeing no dissent among them. When we take them down, I want their armed helicopter, don't let it sink. After all, having an air force would be paramount. In movies, a simple stunt could effortlessly dismantle an entire military base. If he could activate such an air force, Huaihai would be truly invincible. As for this little squad, they were merely supplementary. Absolutely. And Mieshue agreed without a second thought. After all, what was one armed helicopter compared to everything she had? Chapter 35, The Jian Family Strikes. Is that not Yishio? Thus, with the acquisition of these formidable weapons, everyone began to familiarize themselves and prepare for the impending confrontation. Of course, Yishio did not forget to summon Lin Yuxi and Li Xiaowan. After Iron Skin escorted the two ladies over, Li Xiaowan rushed to Yishio's side, her voice brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, A master, are you all right? Having heard from the reconnaissance bird that her master had been captured, her heart felt as if the sky had fallen, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, Iron Skin and the others did not permit them to venture out, believing that having the two women along would only complicate matters further. This left the ladies in a state of distress. Consequently, Li Xiaowan dedicated an entire day to frantically leveling up, her agility skyrocketing to an astonishing 580, an equivalent of 58 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, 2 mechanical dogs had also joined their ranks. With a thunderous roar, a massive mechanical dog, measuring a full 2 meters in length, descended from behind, its crimson single eye exuding an aura of dominance as it surveyed the surroundings. This sight left the members of the Fire Rose faction, who were busy fortifying their defenses, utterly terrified. It felt as though they were under the relentless gaze of a sniper rifle, poised to be taken down at any moment. Yet, upon witnessing the exquisite beauty of the two women, a collective gasp of admiration escaped the onlookers. Yishio, however, paid no heed to their astonished glances. He merely patted the mechanical dog that had rushed over to curry favor before addressing the two ladies. There is yet to be a soul born capable of slaying me. His words left both women momentarily speechless, though they recognized the truth in his assertion, not to mention the formidable beings surrounding him. Even his own prowess instilled a sense of dread within Li Xiaowan as she realized just how formidable her master truly was. If only she knew that her own leveling up merely facilitated Yishio's advancement, she might have been left in disbelief. However, this remained Yishio's greatest secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. On the contrary, he intended to seek out more individuals who met the criteria to distribute weapons, thereby aiding his own ascension. Perfect timing, he remarked, not neglecting to introduce Mieshue, Li Xiaowan, Lin Yuxi. This is my companion. This is Mieshue, a friend I have known since childhood. Hello, you two, and Mieshu greeted, unable to suppress her astonishment at the beauty of the two girls, yet still maintaining her politeness as she extended her hand for a handshake. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan and Lin Yuxi began to question their understanding of the situation. A childhood friend, perhaps a girlfriend, though they could not see her face, they remained fervent in their warmth, exclaiming, "Our master's friends are our friends." Master. And Mieshu's expression turned peculiar. Was it truly the case that someone was still being addressed as master? Surely, she thought, this could not be a mere maidservant. Enough chatter, we have company. Just then, a distant rumble echoed, prompting Yi Xiao to speak up. The bustling individuals, busy erecting various barriers and securing positions, heard the commotion, and those wielding firearms instantly tensed. Even the two mechanical dogs raised their crimson mechanical eyes, focusing intently on the corner of the street. As the scene unfolded, a colossal tank emerged from across the road, slowly advancing. Accompanying it were two armored vehicles and a convoy of fully armed off-road vehicles, totaling a dozen or more. Numerous individuals disembarked from these vehicles, swiftly utilizing them as cover. And Mieshu's heart raced at the sight. It appeared that at least 100 people had arrived. She quickly raised her hand and commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Yet, Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, instead instructing Lin Yuxi to enter first, recognizing her lack of any special abilities. "You go in first. We will handle things here." "All right." Lin Yuxi understood that her presence was a liability, and with the protection of a mechanical dog, she hurried toward the underground shelter. Meanwhile, the others, upon witnessing the imposing assembly, began to feel the tension mounting. However, their grip on their weapons did not falter, rather, it grew more resolute. The rumbling continued until the foremost tank came to a halt. A man emerged from within, spotting over 20 individuals armed and aimed at them. Jiang Rui, a man in his early 20s, poked his head out of the tank and chuckled, "Oh, it seems you're intent on holding your ground, are you?" He had not anticipated that a mere new shelter would possess such audacity to oppose the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, hiding behind cover, recognized Jiang Rui as the second young master of the Jiang family and called out, "Jiang Rui, we will never join your ranks. If you value your life, I suggest you leave immediately, or we shall not be polite." "Not polite?" Har har har. To their surprise, the opposing group erupted in laughter. One of Jiang Rui's subordinates could not contain his mockery, stating, "Liu Yang, I reckon you have yet to experience the power of artillery, have you? With just the few of you, 2 rounds of cannon fire would suffice to take you down. I truly do not comprehend why you would choose death over life. Moreover, oh." One of the subordinates, Chen Hai, noticed in Mieshu and Li Xiaowan at the forefront, his eyes lighting up. Although he could not see in Mieshu's face, her black attire and enviable figure screamed beauty. As for Li Xiaowan, her stunning visage was undeniable. However, there was something oddly familiar about her. Chen Hai felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered her somewhere before, especially with that mechanical dog wagging its tail nearby, its crimson gaze fixated on them. Something felt amiss, prompting him to quietly remind Jiang Rui, "Young Master Rui, I sense something is off." Jiang Rui, however, dismissed the notion, having already recognized the enchanting figure clad in a white form-fitting athletic outfit, mistakenly attributing it to Li Xiaowan. "Oh, is that not the illustrious Miss Li? Millimeter? It is you, Jiang Rui." Li Xiaowan narrowed her eyes, having recognized the young man. Mieshu, observing this exchange, inquired, "Do you know him?" "Yes." Coming back to her senses, Li Xiaowan explained, "He is the son of the second uncle from the Jiang family." After all, Huaihai City was relatively small, and the wealthy elite crossed paths frequently. The second-generation rich were typically acquainted with one another. Consequently, Li Xiaowan stepped forward, smiling, "Since we know each other, let's make this easier. Kindly refrain from setting your sights on the Fire Rose faction any longer, shall we?" "Face?" Jiang Rui laughed disdainfully at her words, his eyes glinting with derision. "What face do you possess, Li Xiaowan? Do you still believe that, in this post-apocalyptic world, anyone would still pay heed to the Li family? Let me assure you, times have changed. The Jiang family now holds the reins." And his gaze greedily roamed over Li Xiaowan, assessing her from head to toe. TSK, this woman is indeed worthy of Zedger's attention. She possesses quite the allure, both in beauty and figure. Just the other day, I heard from my brother that you ran off with some guy. Is this pretty boy beside you the one? TSK, Li Xiaowan, you have rather poor taste. Noticing Yi Xiao beside her, he rubbed his chin. Damn, he is slightly more handsome than me. But in this day and age, good looks mean little. I'll deal with you first, and then take you, Li Xiaowan, with me. I would love to have the Li family's eldest daughter serve me, fulfilling the desires my brother could not. And let my brothers enjoy a taste as well. Remarkably, this proclamation only heightened the excitement among Jiang Rui's followers. Such a woman was a rare find in this apocalypse. If they were able to line up for a chance, it would be a treat. However, only Chen Hai continued to scratch his head, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. It was just that he couldn't quite place it, but as he caught sight of Li Xiaowan's unwavering cold smile and Yi Xiu's composed demeanor, a sense of terror began to flicker in his eyes. His mind conjured images of the fear he had experienced days prior, dominated by that mysterious mechanical behemoth. Damn it, why is that guy here? Chapter 36, The Outbreak of Chaos, The Terror of the Poison. Indeed, Chen Hai was the sole survivor who had once followed Jiangzi. He had witnessed several of his brothers vanish into thin air at the command of this fiend. The mere thought of it transformed Chen Hai's gaze towards Yi Xiu. He regarded him with an unsettling awareness, for this man had once committed murder without a flicker of hesitation. It was as if he could foresee Yi Xiu's impending actions, and indeed, Yi Xiu raised his hand, but this time, he uttered an additional phrase. You have but one chance, surrender, or face death. Oh. Jiang Rui, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, found humor in the words, laughing heartily with his companions. Har har har, is this brat dreaming? Is he stunned with fear? We have armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters backing us, har har har, and he dares to say we will die. What can these few people possibly do? Yet only Chen Hai understood the seriousness of the threat, and he urgently cautioned Jiang Rui, Young Master Rui, we must retreat. This is the very person who nearly ended my life and that of young Master Zi. Oh. Jiang Rui's eyes lit up at the mention of the individual with special equipment. Let us eliminate him together. Open fire. At the very instant Jiang Rui spoke, a thunderous cannonade echoed. Before they could comprehend, another explosion resounded, as a massive energy cannon obliterated a building. Countless fragments cascaded down, and the nearby henchmen were immediately engulfed in screams, those unable to evade the debris meeting a grim fate. Jiang Rui's pupils constricted in shock. What is happening? Who is firing? Who is firing? Damn it, how could they miss? The enemy is right in front of them. Yet, one of the men below nervously exclaimed, No, boss, it wasn't us. What? Not us. Could there be nearby troops coming to rescue these survivors? He recalled that a small unit was still stationed in Huaihai, but in the next moment, a rumbling sound shook the street, and from the distance emerged a striking black Lamborghini, transforming into a colossal 7-meter-tall behemoth with a cacophony of grinding gears. What on earth is that monstrosity? Many were left dumbfounded at the sight of the transforming vehicle, their eyes wide in disbelief. Yet, those from the Jiang family quickly shouted, Open fire, quickly, open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the poison, but its formidable defense, boasting 6,000 points, rendered even missiles ineffective, let alone these ordinary bullets, which merely sparked upon impact. Meanwhile, as the poison disregarded the hail of gunfire, it unleashed another deafening blast. Several survivors hiding behind cover were instantly blown away. The air filled with anguished cries, yet, this was not the end. As the poison pivoted once more, it calmly fired another shot to the right. Boom! A building was nearly breached, and more than 20 survivors were vaporized in an instant. What is this creature? Have extraterrestrial beings arrived? Jiang Rui's face turned ashen. There were over 100 people here, yet within moments of combat, 30 had already perished. Rat-a-tat-tat, the armored vehicles finally reacted, initiating a relentless barrage against the poison. The bullets were akin to those from a cannon. Yet, striking the poison yielded no effect, merely producing slightly larger sparks. This scene left the remaining survivors of the fire rose utterly stunned, paralyzed into inaction as they witnessed the poison wreaking havoc. Good heavens, is this fellow truly that powerful? Liu Yang was equally bewildered. Initially, they believed these vehicles were merely modified large robots, meant to crush the zombies with their size. Even after witnessing the sixth brother's poison obliterate a zombie with a single shot, they thought it was a charged attack. Now, they realized the absurdity of their assumptions. This individual could remain unfazed, continuously firing amidst the gunfire. The firepower was more outrageous than that of a fighter jet. Especially as the poison fired while steadily advancing, its invincible stance left them with no doubt that this being could single-handedly annihilate their entire opposition. Even Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the poison. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was what a transformer was meant to embody. Liu Yang and the others, upon regaining their senses, were filled with exhilaration, shouting, Brothers, fire! Open fire! Yes, indeed, brothers, charge! After a brief moment of shock, the remaining men, inspired by the valor of the poison, unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Jiang Rui and his men. This further suppressed those from the Jiang estate, who had already struggled to hold their ground against the onslaught of the poison. Jiang Rui, cowering within the tank, slapped one of his subordinates on the head, scolding, What the hell are you waiting for? Fire your weapons and eliminate that monster. He refused to believe that while it could withstand bullets, it could survive tank shells. Oh, right. To their astonishment, when a subordinate aimed at the still rampaging poison and fired, the shell struck true, hitting the poison's shoulder. A violent explosion ensued, yet, as the smoke cleared, not only did the poison nonchalantly brush off the dust from its frame, but it also appeared unscathed, its crimson mechanical eyes locking onto Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui's face turned ghostly pale, a singular thought racing through his mind, cannon. Retreat, quickly retreat. But it was evidently too late, for he discovered another similarly sized creature had emerged from behind, commencing a relentless bombardment. Liu Yang, leading the Fire Rose survivors, advanced with assault rifles at the ready. In no time, the Viper stood before them, drawing forth a sword fashioned from its tail, effortlessly severing a nearby structure. Several henchmen nearly lost their lives in the process. The Viper lowered its massive mechanical form, emitting a deep, mechanical voice as it menacingly commanded, "Drop your weapons, now." My goodness! Faced with such a formidable entity, who would dare to retaliate, the frightened survivors hastily relinquished their weapons, raising their hands in surrender, their faces ashen. "Do not kill us, we surrender, let us speak calmly. Do not resort to violence." Boom. Upon witnessing the surrender of the survivors, the Viper, in a fit of rage, sliced through a nearby power pole, cursing, "Damn, they really surrendered." Meanwhile, Liu Yang and his group pressed forward. The survivors, having already lost their resolve to fight upon the arrival of the Viper and poison, soon found themselves completely captured by the Fire Rose members. "Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Hurry, damn it, hiding here, you think I can't see you, show me your hands, brother." Before long, over 30 individuals were led out, hands on their heads, crouching on the street, trembling in fear. Some of their comrades even struggled to comprehend the situation, had the battle truly concluded this swiftly. Chapter 37, Jiang Rui, she's merely a stepmother, it's no problem at all. No, this is just too swift, isn't it? I haven't even fired a shot yet, there's no alternative, the Scorpion and the Venom are truly terrifying. As a Cybertronian warrior, their essence revolves around interstellar warfare. For them, what occurs on Earth is mere child's play. They hold the army in contempt, let alone a handful of doomsday survivors with just a couple of tanks and armored vehicles. Thus, the entire operation took less than a minute. The entire scene was swiftly under control. Observing the more than 40 survivors huddled on the ground, surrendering, the members of the Blazing Rose erupted with excitement. "Damn it, we are merely over 20 individuals, yet we've eliminated over 100 from the Giant family estate, and there were even 2 armored vehicles and a tank." This is incredibly exhilarating. Of course, they understood that this was largely due to Yishio's contributions. After all, without the Scorpion and the Venom, they would have been obliterated in a single strike, let alone controlling the situation in under a minute. Hence, Liu Yang hurriedly approached Yishio, brimming with excitement, and asked, "Boss Yi, how should we deal with these individuals?" How to deal with them? Yishio had little interest in them. His primary objective had always been military assets, such as that tank and the armed helicopter. However, glancing at the pallid survivors kneeling before him, he waved his hand and said, "I already stated that they have only one chance to surrender. Otherwise, death is their only fate. Now, eliminate them all." What? Holy crap. As soon as these words left his mouth, the survivors from the Giant family estate were instantly paralyzed with fear. Are they actually going to be killed? Even and Mieshue and Liu Yang were taken aback. No way, is the apocalypse this insane? Are we really going to wipe them all out? Liu Yang couldn't help but cautiously probe, knowing that there were over 40 individuals here. If they could absorb them into the Blazing Rose, it would significantly bolster their strength. If anyone should be eliminated, it ought to be the core figures of the Jiang family estate, like Jiang Rui. They are the primary instigators. And Mieshue chimed in, but quickly redirected her tone, smiling at Yishio. "Of course, I will heed your decision, whatever you say goes." She certainly wouldn't oppose Yishio. As for Li Xiaowan, who stood by watching, she couldn't care less about these individuals' fates. If Yishio required assistance, she could lend a hand. "Yes, please, we beg you, don't kill us." However, upon hearing this, the survivors turned pale, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy. They weren't ready to die just yet. "We don't want to serve the Jian family, but our families are in that bastard's grasp. If we don't comply, our families will be lost." A middle-aged man kept bowing his head, filled with hatred for the Jian family, yet he felt compelled to comply for the sake of his loved ones. After all, the heart of a parent is pitiable. Indeed. Another young man, tears streaming down his face, gritted his teeth and said, "My parents are dead, and I have only one younger sister. If I perish, she will undoubtedly meet the same fate. If you intend to kill me, please allow me to return and take my sister's life first. I don't wish to see her suffer at the hands of the Jian family after my death." He understood well that once he was gone, his sister would become a target for humiliation. "What is this? Are you defying my orders?" Yet Yishio, glancing at Liu Yang, who sought to intercede, countered with a question. How could that be? Liu Yang realized that if it weren't for Yishio, they would have likely perished already. Since Bossy intended to kill them, then let it be so. However, just as he prepared to act, Yishio suddenly smiled and said, I've changed my mind. Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, as if catching a glimpse of hope. Yishio continued, if you are willing to join the Blazing Rose and take down the Jian family estate, I may consider sparing you. What? To counterattack the Jian family estate? At this, the crowd perked up, almost without hesitation. He had long wished to stop following the Jian family. Despite being survivors, their actions were excessively ruthless. If it weren't for the leverage they held over him, he would never assist such individuals. Conversely, with the opportunity to eliminate the Jian family, they were far more inclined to comply. Others quickly voiced their agreement, choosing to defect. Naturally, some hesitated for a moment, yet they were swiftly resolved by Yishio's unhesitating gunfire. This terrified the remaining individuals into nodding in agreement, but it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. After dispatching 7 or 8 individuals in quick succession, Yishio holstered his weapon and tossed it to Mieshue, saying, I've just helped you eliminate some of the Jian family's core members. No need to thank me. This statement momentarily stunned everyone, yet soon after, a realization dawned upon them, and they grasped Yishio's intent. Damn, boss, that was brilliant. Liu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up, looking at Yishio with admiration. It turned out that the boss never intended to kill them all, he merely wanted to gauge their attitudes. Those eager to defect and eager to eliminate the Jian family were undoubtedly coerced. In contrast, those who hesitated and were indecisive were likely loyal to the Jian family, surrendering only to save their own skins, and from this single detail, Yishio had managed to identify a group of individuals. This compelled Liu Yang to respect the new leader before him. Even Mieshue, upon realizing this, regarded Yishio with newfound admiration, her beautiful eyes sparkling. As the others prepared to strategize and assault the Jian family estate, and Mieshue approached Yishio, unable to resist exclaiming, Yishio, you truly are the man I admire. You re so clever. It seems entrusting the Blazing Rose to you was indeed a wise decision. You are undoubtedly born to be a leader. However, to her surprise, Yishio shot her a glance and cautioned, be mindful. I am not the leader, these are all your people. Oh, what? This statement left Mieshue momentarily speechless. He doesn't wish to be the leader? Of course, Yishio had never had any interest in being a leader. It was a joke. Given his current abundance of resources, there was no need to manage a bunch of people. He could assist Mieshue in solidifying her position as the top dog in Huaihai. He could remain a hands-off manager while enjoying more resources. Now that was the most gratifying arrangement. Mieshue could see through Yishio's thoughts, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously, are you still as lazy as before? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Why Yishio hadn't forgotten about Jiang Rui, who was still kneeling aside, and thus revealed a smile that seemed devilish to him. I almost overlooked you. Our big brother, big brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rui was so frightened he nearly wet himself, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy, as he didn't wish to die. I was wrong, big brother, I will never dare again, please don't kill me. Oh, is that so? Yet Yishio asked with keen interest, didn't you just act quite arrogantly? And no, big brother, you must have misunderstood. Oh no, I was wrong. Jiang Rui, his face pale with fear, quickly added, I meant to say, you are the most handsome, far more so than the readers. Truly, I am not deceiving you. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask. What a joke. At this point, who isn't afraid of death? Jiang Rui believed that as long as he could survive, he would do anything. Oh, is that so? Yishio, intrigued, inquired, anything? Yes, absolutely. Seeing an opportunity, Jiang Rui's eyes gleamed with hope as he exclaimed, from this moment on, I am your subordinate. Whatever you command, I shall comply without question. What a joke. If that 6-meter-tall fellow were to strike him, he would be reduced to ashes. What could be more vital than one's own life? Yet unexpectedly, Yishio's next words left him dumbfounded. What if I order you to eliminate all the core members of the Jian family? What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Rui looked up, astonished. Does that include my mother as well? Yishio, what a beautiful stepmother. It turns out he has a stepmother, a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace, who has been taken in by his father. Were it not for this familial bond, he would have long since claimed her for himself. Moreover, that old codger, even in the face of impending doom, persists in living. What purpose does it serve? Thus, upon hearing Yishio's remarks and envisioning that exquisite stepmother, he instinctively blurted out, Yet Yi Xiu had already discerned his interest. The notion of a beautiful stepmother was intriguing. Perhaps a new opportunity awaited. As night fell, the skies dimmed, the zombies began to stir. Given that the Rose of Fire was situated in the northern third ring, the undead here were not particularly numerous. However, even if there were some, they would likely be vaporized by the artillery of toxic projectiles before they could draw near, resulting in a serene atmosphere. But night brought a different tale. The zombies grew increasingly active, and scarcely any survivors dared to venture outside. At the Jian family estate, the lights remained ablaze. Towering fortifications had been erected around it, complemented by a dozen interconnected bunkers, providing both a means to fend off zombies and security from their attacks. It had effectively transformed into a compact military stronghold. Within the estate, 2 watchtowers stood vigilant, surveying the distant surroundings. Boom, dot boom, dot boom, dot. With 3 resounding waves of sound, a fleet of sports cars sped toward them, accompanied by military trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly of survivors, the Jiang family members stationed in the watchtower initially mistook it for the return of Jiang Rui, and they excitedly declared, "Young Master Rui is back." This news resonated vibrantly in the night, invigorating many. Yet, the foremost guards remained cautious, halting the stunning Lamborghini Veneno, and loudly inquired, "What's the password for tonight?" "Password my ass." Jiang Rui shouted from the passenger seat, his head protruding angrily. It truly is young Master Rui." Upon recognizing him, the surrounding guards immediately withdrew their defenses, and a sycophantic subordinate waved his hands urgently, "Quick, open the gates." However, just as the gates swung open, as the Veneno and Lightning entered, a throng of survivors brandishing firearms approached to apprehend the captured. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of mechanical whirs and clicks, a group of onlookers watched in horror as the once dashing supercars began to transform at an astonishing speed, causing many to instinctively retreat and fire their weapons. "What the hell is that? Quick, open fire!" Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets rained down upon the Veneno and Lightning, yet, in the face of such overwhelming firepower, the 2 machines not only evaded the onslaught but, in their transformation, produced laser cannons, unleashing 2 deafening blasts. The terrifying energy wave sent dozens of them flying, their anguished cries piercing the night. The Veneno also targeted the 2 watchtowers, unleashing 2 explosive rounds that obliterated them into rubble. What is happening? Is it the zombie tyrant? Those who could not discern the scene's true nature mistook the imposing figures for the undead tyrant and surged forward. However, upon recognizing the military green lightning and the ominous, dark-hued transformers, they stood frozen in disbelief. What in the world is this? But there was no time to ponder. Eliminate them. The Veneno's mechanized voice commanded as it fired relentlessly. The Lightning, too, responded with fervent bombardments. In the blink of an eye, the estate was engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, the Rose of Fire's personnel surged in, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. After eliminating numerous key members of the Jian family, Liu Yang boldly stepped forward before Lightning, shouting, "Quickly, drop your weapons and raise your hands, or we will eliminate you all." The Jiang survivors, upon witnessing this chaos, were paralyzed with fear, exchanging glances to gauge the situation before they promptly surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling with hands raised. The Rose of Fire members swiftly seized their arms and bound them. Meanwhile, the Veneno hoisted the trembling Jiang Rui, grinning wickedly. "Hey, kid, what are you afraid of? With the Creator around, the next steps are yours to take." Indeed. The words jolted Jiang Rui from his terror, illuminating his expression. "I'm to take over the Jian family." Instantly, he felt emboldened, excitement radiating from his visage. At that moment, within the estate, Jian Qianhe emerged amidst a throng of supporters, the second in command of the Jian family, brother to Jian Zi and Jian Qianyang. Accompanying him was a strikingly beautiful woman in a black stepmother dress, barely in her 20s, her exquisite features betraying her anxiety. Upon witnessing the devastation and the subdued Jian family survivors, along with his exuberant son, Jian Qianhe's anger ignited. "Jiang Rui, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" Lost my mind." Contrary to expectation, Jiang Rui, undeterred by his father's wrath, stepped forward with a grin. "Father, is it not apparent? I am here to reclaim the Jian family and retrieve what rightfully belongs to me." "What? Reclaim the Jian family and retrieve what belongs to you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Qianhe trembled with rage, rebuking, "What right do you have to say such things? Without the Jian family, you are nothing. Have you lost your senses?" "Have I lost my senses?" To Jiang Qianhe's astonishment, Jiang Rui chuckled even more heartily, pointing at his father. "Father, you are the foolish one. Have you not considered who is responsible for the current prosperity of the Jiang family? Is it you or me? It is the combined effort of us both. Without your endeavors in acquiring weapons, without my constant calls for conflict and gathering of so many people, what would Jian Zi and the others have accomplished?" Jian Qianhe, pointing at his ungrateful son, was rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that a family member, his own son, would dare to commit such acts, contemplating a rebellion against the Jiang family. Is that all it takes? Do you not understand your own worth? Of course, fortunately, Jiang Rui had some self-awareness, chuckling, I alone would not suffice, but now I have a new leader. As he spoke, he stepped aside to greet Yi Xiu. What? Upon seeing Yi Xiu and the two colossal machines, Jiang Qinhe immediately grasped the situation, his expression shifting between emotions. You daring boy, you have the audacity to collude with outsiders against our Jiang family. Yet, assessing the current state of affairs, he could discern that the opposing force was likely on par with the Jiang family estate. Thus, he suppressed his fury and addressed Yi Xiu, Brother, may I inquire what grievances exist between our Jiang family estate and you that warrant such an impressive display? Chapter 39. The first Air Force Decepticon, the formative Cybertron Legion, a holiday, it was better left unsaid. The moment those words escaped his lips, Liu Yang and his companions were instantly incensed. He stepped forward, brandishing an AK, and shouted furiously, Old man, you just sent your son to attack our fiery rose today, have you forgotten so soon? Oh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinhe of the Fiery Rose quickly grasped the situation. He was astonished at the formidable strength of the Fiery Rose. Nevertheless, he clasped his fists and replied, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. Brothers, do not panic. During these apocalyptic times, with zombies lurking everywhere, we survivors must collaborate if we are to have any chance of survival. If it concerns our Jiang family estate, I, Jiang Qinhe, offer my apologies here. An apology. This pronouncement provoked Liu Yang and the others to burst into laughter. You think a mere apology will suffice? Exactly, chimed in a younger member, you only say this because you see us in a stronger position. Had we been weak, would you still be so courteous? Jiang Qinhe hesitated. Of course, he would not have, yet he maintained a smile, saying, Brothers, if you need anything, feel free to ask. We have ample supplies here that we can share as compensation. Supplies, bottled water, bread, instant noodles, even seafood and ham. For him, the abundance of resources within the estate was overwhelming. If he could appease this group, he could always reclaim what was lost later. However, unexpectedly, Yi Xiu interjected, In truth, if we kill you, those supplies will still belong to us. What? Jiang Qinhe's expression darkened, so there's no room for negotiation, do not assume we fear you. The Jiang family estate has more than just this handful of people. Yet Yi Xiu did not waste words. He merely glanced at Jiang Rui, saying, Your opportunity to prove yourself has arrived. Hey, understood. Jiang Rui grinned and swiftly grabbed a handgun, firing several shots at Jiang Qinhe, who collapsed amidst the crowd. Arr! The stunning stepmother let out a terrified scream. Immediately, Liu Yang and his group opened fire as well, plunging both sides into a chaotic melee once more. Outside, the sentinels in the bunker wished to assist but were left helplessly watching. Why? Because the bunker was designed solely for frontal assaults, without provisions for rear support. With the colossal figures of poison and lightning on the battlefield, the conflict was resolved in mere moments. Who would dare show their face? Soon, the last defiant survivor was eliminated, leaving only the survivors of the Fiery Rose and over 50 who had surrendered. Also present was the beautiful enchantress, trembling in fear behind a pillar, clad in a form-fitting black dress, too terrified to raise her head and repeatedly muttering, Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Yet Yi Xiu approached her, lifting her chin with the back of the blood butterfly's blade, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her large, expressive eyes were filled with terror, and her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, which surprised him. What's your name? Yi Xiu inquired. I am Chu Menyao, the exquisite young woman stammered, her voice quivering with fear yet still managing to respond softly. This name, one might mistake her for a university student. All right. He gently patted her cheek and declared, From this moment on, you will follow me. What? With her enchanting eyes wide open in disbelief, Chu Menyao exhibited a look of astonishment. She never anticipated being chosen once more. However, grateful for her life, she quickly expressed, Thank you, I will obey. Of course, this was not Yi Xiu's primary focus. After instructing Yu Yang and the others to clean up the aftermath, he, under the guidance of poison, swiftly located the imposing military green armed helicopter. To his astonishment, it turned out to be an Apache attack helicopter from the United States. This was surprising. Despite its early service, it had consistently remained among the foremost attack helicopters. Its combat capability was beyond question. And now, here it was. At last, we've acquired it. Gazing at the imposing 10-meter-long machine, Yi Xiu felt a sense of accomplishment. After all this time, he had finally obtained an armed helicopter, marking the inception of his aerial transformers. Virum. Without hesitation, he initiated the energy infusion. With a cacophony of grinding gears, the once silent behemoth swiftly began its transformation. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a towering 15-meter structure, retaining the essence of an attack helicopter. Its arms were equipped with gigantic chainsaws formed from rotors, whirring like a monstrous meat grinder, an absurd sight indeed. Upon activation, the behemoth promptly knelt before Yi Xiu, emitting a deep, mechanized voice. Cybertron Mechanical Warrior Number 5, at your service, my esteemed creator. Seizing the moment, Yi Xiu examined the attributes of this formidable entity. Name: Cybertron Mechanical Warrior Number 5. Level 1. Unit Type: Air Force. Strength: 3000. Defense: 6000. Firepower: 10,000. Pets: Laser Bird, Mechanical Dog, Blade Worm. Description: a mechanical life form from the distant Cybertron, utilizing the Apache attack helicopter as its base, possessing formidable ground combat capabilities, and serving as a vanguard warrior within the Decepticon faction. Unmatched destructive power. Absolute loyalty. So it is a Decepticon. Yi Xiu was taken aback upon examining the attributes. He had not anticipated activating a Decepticon this time around. How curious, previously, there had been no mention of Decepticons. They had all merely been referred to as Cybertron warriors. Now, it was explicitly defined, yet, this was a positive development. Although Decepticons are often portrayed as villains, in reality, they constitute the core of the authentic Cybertronian resistance. Most are military installations transformed into machines, and their offensive capabilities far exceed those of regular Autobots, making their destructive potential truly astounding, especially given that this entity was accompanied by 3 pets. It was akin to acquiring 3 additional allies. One must say, being a Decepticon comes with its perks. Look at all the gear. Yi Xiu was quite pleased. He felt no trepidation regarding betrayal, for the spark had merged with him. If he were to perish, these transformers would cease to exist as well. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiu addressed the mechanical warrior. From this moment on, you shall be known as Soundwave. Yes, my esteemed creator. Soundwave replied in a deeply respectful mechanical tone. With this new designation, Yi Xiu realized his team had expanded to include Poison, Ironhide, Lightning, Venom, and now Soundwave, a towering 15-meter aerial companion. It was late at night, with little illumination to draw attention. Otherwise, the survivors would surely be left questioning their reality. Nevertheless, even in the shadows, his Cybertronian legion had begun to take shape. Chapter 40, The Blood-Dancing Crescent Moon Blade. Boss. At that moment, Liu Yang was approaching from a distance, accompanied by 2 others. Yi Xiu turned around to glance at him, then signaled to the Soundwave with a subtle nod, instructing it to transform back into an armed helicopter. After all, this was also a part of his secret. Having consumed the obedient elixir, the loyal maid was aware, but it was best that outsiders remained oblivious to its emergence. As the Soundwave reverted to its helicopter form, Liu Yang seemed unaware of any irregularities. He gazed at the imposing machine with a mixture of surprise and admiration, exclaiming, "So this is an armed helicopter, quite impressive." He added, however, "Refueling seems a bit of a hassle. How much does it consume?" 98 octane. Liu Yang pondered, albeit quickly refocusing on the matter at hand. He eagerly relayed to Yi Xiu, "Boss, the entire Jian family estate has been completely secured, and nearly all the upper echelons of the Jian family have been apprehended." However, he hesitated, visibly troubled. "What is it?" Yi Xiu detected the issue and inquired. Liu Yang, with a hint of shame, confessed, "During our assault on the underground shelter, Jian Zi and Jian Qianyang were killed by a lightning strike. They are dead." Yi Xiu was taken aback, furrowing his brow. He had yet to torment that young man, but soon, he relaxed his expression. "No matter, death is death. At least it spares me the trouble. After all, if they fell into his hands, they would meet their demise regardless. Dying early was merely fortunate for them. Apart from that, have you made any other discoveries?" Yes. Liu Yang's excitement was palpable as he continued, "We've uncovered a vast amount of supplies. Virtually the entire underground is filled. It's akin to a large supermarket." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Xiu felt a surge of interest. "Lead me to take a look." "Yes, boss." Liu Yang quickly took the lead. Before long, they arrived at the underground shelter. Upon entering, Yi Xiu was struck by the opulence that surrounded him. The underground space was vast, approximately 1,000 square meters, comparable to a grand flat. The living room alone spanned 200 square meters, furnished with custom-designed sofas worth hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the other antiques and vases scattered about. A collection of gold was prominently displayed on the table. Upon rough estimation, it weighed at least a couple of 100 pounds, clearly gathered over time. In addition to that, there were numerous fine cigarettes and exquisite wines. Interestingly, Yi Xiu noticed several beautiful women clad in maid outfits. Though attractive, achieving a score of 95 was quite the challenge. The best among them barely reached 92. He shook his head slightly. The women, trembling in fear, appeared close to collapsing from anxiety. They were acutely aware of the brutal reality outside, where zombies ravaged the world. Here, they could only serve as humble maids, stripped of any semblance of dignity. They instinctively believed that, despite the Jian family being annihilated, the newcomers would likely be no better. They had fully capitulated, surrendering to despair. Seated on the lavish sofa, Yi Xiu relished the sensation of being an underground emperor, propped up comfortably. A compliant maid promptly approached to massage his legs. Quite delightful. Leaning back against the luxurious sofa, Yi Xiu wore an expression of indulgence. No wonder some individuals found solace in the apocalypse, with servants at their beck and call, provisions at hand, casual zombie hunting for entertainment, and hundreds of people to command. Wasn't that akin to being a warlord, or even an emperor? He found himself rather fond of this lifestyle. Boss, how should we handle these individuals? Liu Yang asked cautiously from the side. After a moment of contemplation, those who wish to leave may do so, while those who prefer to stay should remain, but they must be obedient, no coercion. Liu Yang was momentarily stunned by this declaration. The boss was being surprisingly lenient. However, he soon recognized the flaw in this benevolence. Wait, the outside world is teeming with zombies. Where could they possibly go? Indeed, as Liu Yang conveyed the message to the survivors, their immediate reaction echoed his concerns. With zombies lurking outside, who would be willing to venture out, regardless of their prior allegiances, it seemed far preferable to remain with the Fire Roses, who appeared far more benevolent than the Jian family. Naturally, they were inclined to stay. At that moment, Li Xiaowan, Lin Yuxi, and An Miaoxue, who had been rummaging through the place for quite some time, emerged. Upon entering the living room. Their excitement was palpable. Wow, this place is enormous. Not only does it have 5 floors above, but there are 3 below, and the bottom level is entirely stacked with supplies. It's practically a mountain. Li Xiaowan exclaimed exuberantly. An Miaoxue remarked, this truly is an excellent stronghold. However, she soon noticed the kneeling women and expressed her confusion. Yi Xiu, what's going on here? Oh. Yi Xiu, not one to conceal the truth, stood up and smiled at An Miaoxue. I said it's their choice to leave or stay. This will be your domain from now on. You can manage it as you see fit. My domain? An Miaoxue was taken aback, pointing at herself. Wait, are you really expecting to be hands-off? Of course. Yi Xiu had little interest in management. However, he recognized that having his own faction in this apocalypse could mitigate numerous troubles, yet, he preferred not to be burdened by the intricacies of governance. It was far more beneficial to devote his energies to enhancing his own strength. Thus, he naturally entrusted these responsibilities to An Miaoxue. You just want to avoid the hassle of management, An Miaoxue remarked, fully aware of his intentions, albeit somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, she didn't mind. After all, everyone here was under his banner, so managing things for him posed no issue. Oh, by the way, Yi Xiu hadn't forgotten to bolster An Miaoxue's strength. While she held significant power now, and Liu Yang and the others were quite loyal, he understood that as their influence grew, true submission from all would require sufficient strength. Therefore, he presented her with the blood-dancing crescent moon blade. This blade is for you. It will aid in enhancing your abilities. What? Upon seeing the strikingly handsome long blade emanating a faint purplish red glow, An Miaoxue was taken aback, staring at Yi Xiu with astonishment. You're giving me the blade. What will you do? Yi Xiu chuckled inwardly, thinking that her growth was tantamount to his own. Moreover, An Miaoxue glanced at the blood butterfly's fury beside Yi Xiu and mused, that blade seems more suited for a woman. Yi Xiu acknowledged that the blood butterfly's fury was indeed more appropriate for females, but there was no alternative. This blade could enhance strength, unlike the blood-dancing crescent moon blade, which could augment all attributes. Such comprehensive enhancement was more fitting for An Miaoxue at this stage. Of course, this isn't a gift without strings attached. Or do you expect me to sleep with you tonight? To Yi Xiu's surprise, An Miaoxue blushed at this suggestion. Yi Xiu, Chapter 41, Why should I distribute supplies to you? What on earth is this woman constantly pondering? Nevertheless, is it permissible? What do you think? With that, Yi Xiu felt no need for politeness. The following morning, Yi Xiu awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily. The sunlight streamed through the windows of the luxurious room in the Jian family manor, a place that Zhu Mengyao claimed had never been occupied before. Remarkably, spending a night here was quite comfortable. Beside him, An Miaoxue, upon waking, hurriedly buried her face in the covers, her cheeks aflame. Oh, feeling shy now, Yi Xiu remarked with a knowing smile. You certainly weren't this way yesterday. Go away. An Miaoxue's embarrassment only intensified at his teasing. It wasn't as if she was unfamiliar with such matters, she had merely seen some similar things before. One ought not to underestimate a woman's inner thoughts, perhaps they are even more risk than a man's. Oh, right. Yi Xiu suddenly remembered and produced a bottle of obedience potion, handing it to her. Here, this is for you. What is this? And Miao Xue examined the bottle with curiosity. Yi Xiu grinned, revealing, it's an obedience potion, once you drink it, we shall truly be comrades. You pervert. And Miao Xue's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson upon hearing this. Even at this moment, he dared to think of such things. However, after a brief hesitation, she decided to indulge him, her face still slightly rosy as she drank it down, yet, after finishing, she remarked, it seems to have no effect at all. She felt no noticeable change. Yi Xiu chuckled at her reaction and proceeded to explain the potion's purpose to the lovely maiden, yet upon learning its effects, and Miao Xue remained unimpressed. After all, who besides Yi Xiu could she trust? It mattered little. Furthermore, he handed her the blood-dancing crescent moon knife once more, advising, using this knife to slay zombies will significantly enhance your physical abilities. So, make sure to wield it often against the undead. What? It has that effect. Accepting the blood-dancing crescent moon knife from Yi Xiu, and Miao Xue wore an expression of disbelief. She cast a complex glance at Yi Xiu, pondering what experiences he had endured during this time. However, she soon smiled warmly, assuring him, rest assured, I will diligently enhance my strength. Millimeter. Nodding slightly, Yi Xiu noticed that it was getting late, prompting him and Miao Xue to prepare to rise. Unexpectedly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by Liu Yang's booming voice. Boss Yi, Boss Xue, trouble has arisen. What has happened? A group of troublemakers has come to cause a ruckus. Oh. This piqued Yi Xiu's interest, someone dared to stir trouble here. Who are they? A horde of survivors. Liu Yang's voice was filled with irritation. Yesterday, we captured the Jian. There are already 200 to 300 people gathered outside. It turned out that the commotion from the Fiery Rose's attack on the Jian family manor last night had attracted the attention of numerous nearby survivors. Upon discovering the transformed estate early in the morning, they rushed over, eager to claim some supplies. How intriguing! Yi Xiu chuckled at this revelation, amused that these individuals were vying for resources right under his nose. Nevertheless, he responded, all right, I understand, I will head over immediately. Hearing this, and Miao Xue felt a pang of displeasure and quickly dressed. Upon opening the door, she found Liu Yang anxiously waiting. As he saw Yi Xiu emerge, he was about to greet him warmly when his gaze fell upon Miao Xue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Boss Yi, oh, where is Boss Xue? Looking around and not spotting Miao Xue, Liu Yang was bewildered. Wait, how many of you slept here last night? This revelation caused a dark line to form on Miao Xue's forehead, her expression icy as she glared at Liu Yang. I am your Boss Xue. What? Liu Yang's astonishment was palpable as he took in Miao Xue's displeasure, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You are Boss Xue. Is this for real? Our Boss Xue is this stunning? How could I have missed that before? And Miao Xue, however, paid him no mind. Previously, she had worn a mask to avoid drawing attention, but now, with Yi Xiu by her side and the Transformers present, she had nothing to fear. Without further ado, she descended the stairs. Let us go outside and see what's happening. All right. Liu Yang snapped back to reality and quickly followed her. Once outside, they beheld a throng gathered before the manor, most of whom were armed with weapons and firearms. Led by a group of around a dozen individuals, they clamored loudly. Open the door, if you don't, we won't be polite. Yes, hand over the supplies from the Jian family manor, or we shall take them by force. Why should the Jian family manor be monopolized by you? We deserve a share. Exactly, hurry up and surrender the supplies. Inside the manor stood the Fiery Roses and the survivors from the Jian family manor, their numbers barely totaling 100. Thus, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the 300 or so outside. Li Xiaowan, clutching a dark night dagger, observed the scene with amusement, treating it as mere entertainment. Just as tensions escalated, and Miao Xue and Yi Xiu approached, and Miao Xue frowning as she questioned, what on earth are you doing here, making such a racket so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Zombies, the crowd remained unfazed, knowing that the undead were weaker during the day, and the area had been relatively devoid of them. However, the leaders of the group, upon catching sight of Miao Xue's breathtaking beauty and graceful figure, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. You are the leader of the Fiery Roses. Well, aren't you quite the sight? Clearly, no one had anticipated that the leader of the fiery roses would be so striking. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The previous night's uproar at the Jian family manor had resonated throughout the area, alerting numerous survivors to the thunderous explosions. By morning, they discovered that the once mighty Jian family manor had been ambushed. It was well known that the Jian family had hoarded vast supplies before the apocalypse, and after the outbreak, they had raided many nearby stores and supermarkets. The resources within could last thousands for an entire year. Hence, they flocked here in hopes of sharing in the bounty. Boss Shui, is it? The leader of the group, a man with a scarred face and clad in various leather armors and body armor, spoke with a hearty laugh. Our purpose for coming here is quite simple. We merely wish to request that you share some supplies with us. Oh, share supplies with you? And Miaoxue, intrigued, inquired while clutching the blood-dancing crescent moon knife, why on earth should I distribute supplies to you? Chapter 42. The calamity of the second day in the future, acid rain. Why? The crowd expressed their discontent upon hearing this remark. You attacked the Jian family estate, and with such an abundance of resources here, do you truly believe you can utilize them all? Indeed. This place still harbors supplies that were once seized from us by the Jian family. It is only right that we reclaim what is rightfully ours. Oh, and Miaoxue finally grasped the situation, her delicate face illuminating with a moment of clarity, soon followed by an enchanting smile as her gaze swept over the throngs of survivors outside. She nodded, saying, I understand now. When the Jian family was here, you dared not confront them. Now that they have been vanquished by our flaming roses, you find the courage to approach, do you not? The words rendered the crowd flushed with embarrassment, and truth be told, it was indeed the case. It was no jest. The Jian family was notoriously ruthless, capable of amassing 400 to 500 followers in a mere 7 days. Naturally, they had refrained from provoking them, but now that the Jian family had fallen, they coveted the resources for themselves. Ridiculous. And Miaoxue disregarded their angry and awkward glances, continuing to tease, how amusing. You did not dare to seize anything while the Jian family was present, yet now that they are gone, you muster the audacity to approach. Are you not afraid that I might be even more ruthless than the Jian family? As her words progressed, a deadly glint filled in Miaoxue's beautiful eyes, causing the leaders among the crowd to feel their hearts race. And Miaoxue was no gentle soul. If she were truly benevolent and amiable, could she have gathered 30 or 40 followers in this apocalypse? It was laughable. Leave? And Miaoxue, losing interest, coldly stated, I shall grant you only this one opportunity. If you do not vacate, I will ensure that you all perish here. Indeed, within Miaoxue's chilling command, many were immediately deterred. They had merely wished to bolster their confidence and seize some resources, not to offer their lives. However, Scar Brother did not share this sentiment. He raised his hand to calm the crowd, saying, Everyone, do not panic. We have over 300 people here, while their flaming roses number barely 100. If it comes to a fight, they may not stand a chance against us. Exactly, a young woman chimed in with a sneer. Do not be afraid. If we can eliminate the flaming roses, all these resources will belong to us. Just think, even 1,000 people would be enough to sustain us for a year. This is far swifter than raiding a resource-rich area in the city center teeming with zombies. Right, indeed. Encouraged by this, the remaining individuals felt invigorated, eagerly pulling back their gun bolts, their eyes ablaze with ambition. If they could conquer this place, they would truly strike it rich. But Yishio was not one for idle chatter. He raised his hand decisively, proclaiming, Poison Sting. Yes, my esteemed creator. Within the estate, upon receiving the command, Poison Sting swiftly transformed from a Pagani Huayra, its gears whirring violently, into a towering behemoth of 6 meters in height. The moment it appeared, it startled those who had intended to charge forward. What the hell is that? Their expressions shifted to terror, rendered speechless. This was no mere modified robot, it was a veritable war machine, sporting a cannon larger than a wash basin. With a single shot, it would be devastating. Yishio, displaying great resolve, calmly instructed in Miaoxue, handle it. Yeah. Understood. Recognizing the implication in thus, she waved her hand decisively, commanding, Poison Sting, eliminate them. Hey, understood, I've been itching for this. Poison Sting replied with enthusiasm. Although it was a Pagani Huayra, Yishio sensed this entity was indeed formidable. With that, Poison Sting unleashed its laser hand cannon. Buzz, boom, a blast of energy was directed at the crowd. Boom, the terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the area outside the estate, vaporizing 3 or 4 dozen individuals. What the hell, run! Witnessing such devastation, they gasped in horror and turned to flee. This was not a mere modified robot, it was a war machine of the highest caliber. Yet it was already too late to escape, with Miaoxue's command echoing, kill them. Boom, boom, boom. Poison Sting unleashed a series of energy blasts, each one annihilating at least a dozen people in an instant, while the rest were sent flying. With the support of Poison Sting, the remaining individuals felt emboldened, charging forward with their weapons drawn. Eliminate them. And Mieshue, however, held no sympathy for those attempting to rob them, for she understood all too well that the law of survival in the apocalypse was one of the survival of the fittest. Before resources were secured, it was one thing. Everyone was willing to take risks for a meager share, but now that they guarded a veritable treasure, they had to act decisively and ruthlessly. Otherwise, they would be the ones to perish in the end. Thus, she did not instruct Poison Sting to show mercy. Naturally, Poison Sting would not disappoint her. In but a few blasts of energy, the area lay in ruins, countless survivors having been instantaneously vaporized, while the remaining few fled in terror. Enough, no need to pursue. Observing the 30 or so who had managed to escape, and Mieshue raised her hand to halt the carnage. Why? Liu Yang, having been called to a stop, turned back in confusion, wondering why they were not eliminating all their enemies, leaving potential threats behind. Yet Mieshue coldly replied, "Let them return to spread the word. This way, no one will dare to disturb us here in the future." Right. Liu Yang's eyes brightened upon hearing this, immediately grasping his leader's intent. Indeed. Let this serve as a lesson to them about the might of our flaming roses. I doubt anyone will dare to act recklessly here again. Once this was settled, she flashed a charming smile at Yishio, inquiring, "What do you think? How did I handle it?" "Very well." Yishio could not help but regard her with newfound respect. In this apocalypse, one must be merciful to others only to be cruel to oneself. If one is not decisive, future troubles will surely abound. And indeed, as expected, although the entirety of Huaihai City had succumbed to the zombie calamity and communication systems lay in ruins, news of the Jian family estate's downfall at the hands of the Flaming Roses spread rapidly. In less than 2 days, word reached everyone, and all were aware of the Jian family's demise. This revelation left many survivors hiding in shelters gasping in astonishment. They had not anticipated the Flaming Roses to be so formidable as to defeat. When they learned that Scar Brother and Jiaoyi had perished while attempting to claim a share of the spoils, their shock only deepened. This Flaming Roses organization is ruthless. I hear Scar Brother barely had a chance to speak before he was eliminated. Damn, that guy was tough. I can't believe he just vanished like that. During the day, while scavenging for resources, survivors discussed the matter, their voices rife with speculation. At the mere mention of the Flaming Roses, they could not help but shudder. It seemed that from now on, anyone who encountered them would steer clear. Of course, these developments mattered little to Yishio, for although he had assisted Mieshue in establishing the Flaming Roses organization, he remained steadfast in his belief. Self-empowerment was paramount. Only by strengthening oneself could one more easily confront the myriad disasters that lay ahead. Let us not forget, the system had stated that the Blood Moon zombie virus was merely the first calamity. Following it, there were acid rain, red mist, frozen conditions, mutated disaster beasts, as well as meteor strikes, earthquakes, and subterranean creatures. Among other calamities, meteor strikes and earthquakes were commonplace, but the red mist, the mutated disaster beasts, and subterranean creatures were far less predictable. Who could say what they might entail? Thus, in a ruined city, Yishio casually wielded his blade, dispatching a long-hidden zombie tyrant. After acquiring 50 attribute points, he allocated them all to strength. Upon glancing at his attributes, he discovered Satsumai name, Yishio. Level, 10. Stamina, 500. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2200. Defense, 3500. Talent, level 1 fire control ability. Notably, his defense had reached an astounding 3500 now. With a mere punch, he could obliterate a villain, let alone a mere zombie tyrant. Of course, if other survivors were to witness this, they would undoubtedly question their very existence. Why, that was a zombie tyrant, the stuff of nightmares for survivors. Under ordinary circumstances, bullets could scarcely penetrate its defenses, yet now, it had been dispatched with a single blow. Good heavens, how formidable must one be? However, these considerations were not the focal point, for he discovered that this time, in addition to a spatial ring and an upgrade stone, he had also obtained a glimmering red crystal. What is this? Intrigued, Yishio approached to inspect it, only to find that it was a zombie tyrant's core. Chapter 43, a bad news and a good news. Which would the master prefer to hear first? Crystalline core. Upon beholding the crimson gem, Yishio was taken aback. He had not anticipated that in vanquishing the zombie tyrant, such a peculiar item would emerge. It was worth noting that despite his prolonged efforts in combat, he had never encountered this before. Yet, after defeating the zombie tyrant, it had dropped one. Thus, Yishio found himself inwardly inquiring, "System, what is the purpose of this item?" Soon enough, the system responded. In response to the host, consuming the magic core grants a chance to become a mutated new human, acquiring formidable special powers. Oh. A mutated new human, this was the first time Yi Xiao had heard such a term. Indeed, the system elucidated, this phenomenon arises post the second wave of calamities, specifically after the arrival of acid rain, when the brains of those zombies begin to exhibit such traits. Although there exists a chance now, it remains exceedingly low, with the probability of transforming into a mutated new human standing at merely 1%. However, should one succeed, they would gain extraordinary abilities, becoming a unique entity. And this zombie magic core is a fundamental prerequisite for upgrading the powers of mutated new humans. Now it made sense. Yi Xiao mused, realizing that the future of this world would not be so simplistic. How could humanity withstand the imminent onslaught of countless disasters without possessing some form of extraordinary capability? Moreover, the zombie magic core can also be utilized to enhance Cybertronian mechanical life forms, elevating their levels and augmenting their physical attributes. Oh. It serves this purpose as well. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had long been aware that these Cybertronian entities could be upgraded, yet he had remained oblivious to the means by which to do so. However, glancing at the distant figure of the poison spike, who was idly tossing stones while perched atop a pile of boulders, he was momentarily stunned. Name, Poison Spike. Level 1. Required number of magic cores, 10-tier magic core 2. Wait a moment, a 10-tier magic core. Yi Xiao instinctively glanced at the zombie magic core in his grasp. A 3rd tier. That was quite a gap, but soon, the system chimed in, that as already commendable, the current standard of the mechanical life forms corresponds to the power of 10-tier mutated new humans, thus necessitating a 10-tier magic core for their upgrade. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao comprehended. It became clear that to elevate their levels, the corresponding magic cores were required. The standards of these beings had already reached that of 10-tier mutated new humans, hence the necessity for 10-tier magic cores. It seemed that he currently possessed the equivalent of 5 or 6 10-tier mutated human powerhouses. Yi Xiao chuckled, yet remarked, damn it, upgrading you is more challenging than upgrading myself. He cast another glance at Poison Spike, who had sensed Yi Xiao's gaze and was scratching his head in a childlike manner, appearing utterly bewildered. Did I offend the boss again? Boom! Fortunately, at that moment, a deep roar resonated, and Yi Xiao looked up to witness a sleek military green Lamborghini speeding towards him. Upon reaching his position, it executed a stylish drift and came to a smooth halt. Then, 2 long, graceful legs emerged from either side of the car. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lin Yuxi and Li Xiaowan. Master! Having not seen Yi Xiao for 3 days, Li Xiaowan rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Upon noticing the defeated zombie tyrant, she gasped in astonishment, wow, Master! You are so impressive, you've slain another zombie tyrant. Is this the 6th one in these past few days? Yes, it should be the 6th. Yi Xiao pondered, recognizing that the number of zombie tyrants was limited, hence he had only encountered 6 in 3 days. Wow, even so, that was quite an achievement. Li Xiaowan remarked, in these 3 days, I have only found 1. Yi Xiao glanced at Li Xiaowan's current status and noted that her agility had reached an astounding 1200. What did 1200 signify? It was 120 times that of an ordinary person. Given the typical human's explosive speed, one could cover approximately 2 meters in a second, yet, Li Xiaowan could unleash a terrifying burst of speed at 120 times that, equating to 240 meters. To put this into perspective, the speed of sound is merely 340 meters per second. This woman was approaching subsonic speeds. Interestingly, Yi Xiao observed that with the increase in her agility, her strength and defense seemed to have also improved significantly. It appears you've undergone quite a transformation recently. After appraising her from head to toe, Yi Xiao remarked with admiration. However, Li Xiaowan remained modest, responding shyly, it's all thanks to your guidance, Master. Without the night dagger you gifted me, how could I have progressed so swiftly? True? Yi Xiao nodded and then glanced at Lin Yuxi, discovering that her defense had also escalated to 800, equivalent to 80 times that of an ordinary person. This was undoubtedly due to the protective gauntlets acquired a few days prior. Utilizing them to vanquish zombies had significantly bolstered her defense. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if she stood there and faced a relentless barrage from a Gatling gun, she would emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, merely possessing agility or defense is insufficient. Yi Xiao handed Li Xiaowan the blood butterfly's fury, stating, use this to enhance your strength. With both strength and agility combined, who could withstand such a dual onslaught? However, upon receiving the blood butterfly's fury, Li Xiaowan was momentarily stunned, blinking her beautiful eyes. Then what will you do, Master? They were unaware of the extraordinary level Yi Xiu's physical prowess had attained. Yet, he was well prepared. He produced a slender, translucent long sword that emanated a faint blue glow, exuding an air of sleekness and mystery. This blade was named the Kansai Saiken, acquired during the previous day's conquest of the zombie tyrant, and it too possessed the ability to bestow attributes upon its wielder. Furthermore, it boasted fire and light properties. Any foe struck by this blade would suffer from wounds that could not heal, especially under the light attribute's assault, which could instantly blind and obscure vision. Previously, Yi Xiu had been unaware of such attributes, but now he understood these various properties were likely tailored to combat mutated new humans. As of now, aside from the Kansai Saiken, Yi Xiu's spatial ring was replete with treasures. He had accumulated for spatial rings 3 upgrade stones, 12 bottles of obedience water, and 8 bottles each of restorative and purification potions. These were the fruits of his endeavors over the past few days. Thus, shaking the Kansai Saiken in his hand, Yi Xiu smiled. This sword is all I need. I knew it. Indeed, upon seeing the Kansai Saiken, Li Xiuan wore an expression of recognition, biting her lip. You must have something even better. Nonetheless, possessing the blood butterfly's fury was already quite commendable. She then handed the night dagger to Lin Yuxi, saying, Sister Yuxi, my agility is sufficiently high now, so please use this dagger to boost your agility. While your defense is impressive, augmenting other aspects would be even. After all, she didn't wish to be a mere turtle, only capable of defense, who wouldn't want to stylishly engage zombies with a blade. Oh, right. Just as they were distributing the equipment, Li Xiuan suddenly recalled something, slapping her forehead in chagrin. Master, I almost forgot to tell you something. Oh. What is it? Yi Xiu inquired with interest. To his surprise, Li Xiuan suddenly teased him, her expression turning mysterious as she said with a smile, Which would you like to hear first, Master? Without hesitation, Yi Xiu replied, Let us hear the good news first. Hearing this, Li Xiuan's charming face froze for a moment, then she sheepishly smiled. Let us start with the bad news. Speak. Yi Xiu did not mind. Yesterday, while leveling up, I happened upon a group from the Fiery Rose gathering supplies, and there was a fierce confrontation. One individual was particularly extraordinary, moving at an astonishing speed, about 10 times that of an ordinary person, incredibly swift, and had already killed several survivors. Incredibly swift, 10 times that of an ordinary person. Yi Xiu paused, a term flashing in his mind. Could it be a mutated new human? This revelation surprised him. While the system had indicated that only zombie tyrants had a chance of dropping magic cores, it did not preclude the existence of individuals fortunate enough to obtain a magic core and successfully awaken new mutated abilities. He had not expected such fortune to arise in Huaihai City. However, he still pressed on. What about the good news? To his surprise, Li Xiuan flashed a charming smile and replied, The good news is, I killed that guy. Yi Xiu, Chapter 44. Activating a subway, the colossal pet of Yi Xiu in the apocalypse. Is this truly a piece of good news? You killed him. How am I supposed to understand these mutated new humans? Moreover, this fellow's ability to evolve at this moment is quite extraordinary. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Xiuan pursed her lips and stated, What is so remarkable about that? I've already inquired. That guy is just a survivor from the same shelter as last time, who threw a grenade into the mouth of a zombie tyrant and was fortunate enough to blow it up, resulting in a crystal core. And he had the good fortune to consume that thing and evolve. Oh, you know. Li Xiuan blinked her alluring eyes, gazing at Yi Xiu with astonishment. This guy. There is no need to think further. If he hadn't killed the zombie tyrant, where would he have gotten it? It's all just luck. That's not just ordinary luck. Even Yi Xiu couldn't help but click his tongue. Such a low drop rate, and yet he hit the jackpot. If he hadn't encountered Li Xiuan, the future would likely have seen him as exceptionally talented, undoubtedly becoming a formidable mutant new human in Huaihai. Alas, he is now just a corpse. However, Li Xiuan held a different perspective. I believe this incident indicates that more mutated survivors will emerge in the future. We must find ways to level up as well. Absolutely. Lin Yuxi concurred, pondering the possible consequences of being surpassed by others. Moreover, I wonder what tier we belong to now. She felt a tinge of worry about the potential strength of these mutated new humans, yet Yi Xiu remained unperturbed, as he already had a rough understanding. According to the system, the venomous spikes had reached the level of 10th tier mutated new humans, and, to be modest, with his current attributes, he could hold his own against them. Of course, his firepower coverage would undoubtedly be inferior. Nonetheless, it is reasonable to assume he also stood within the 10th tier. As for Li Xiuan and Lin Yuxi, they should be around the 5th tier. After all, they were not on the same level as him, yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. During this period, you both should strive to enhance your attributes in every aspect, for the current lead will only ensure a brighter future. Why overthink? They would focus on leveling up first. Furthermore, Yi Xiu sensed that acid rain would likely arrive soon. He thus inquired within system, how long until the second wave of calamity strikes? As expected, the system quickly responded. There are 7 days remaining until the arrival of the second wave of calamity, the acid rain, during which time more zombies carrying magic cores will continuously emerge. So soon? Yi Xiu was somewhat taken aback to hear there were only 7 days left. It seemed he genuinely needed to seize the time. All right. Thus, Yi Xiu refrained from further chatter and directly instructed the two women, from now on, whenever you have time, focus on enhancing your attributes. Moreover, after a moment's thought, Yi Xiu decided to swap back the blood butterfly's fury and handed Li Xiuan the Quanshijing Zone. With this weapon, you can enhance all your attributes across the board. The unexpected delight left Li Xiuan with tears brimming in her eyes. You're giving me such a fine weapon. What will you do? What will I do? Of course, I will feast on your experience, Yi Xiu thought maliciously. However, he retained the awareness of his role as the master. You both need to continue strengthening your self-defense capabilities. Understood. The two women, oblivious to the underlying truth, were deeply moved by Yi Xiu's words. They resolved to forego rest for the next few days and focus on leveling up. Consequently, the following days were quite straightforward. They continued to level up. Li Xiuan and Lin Yuxi teamed up, rapidly advancing with Iron Skin. Naturally, Yi Xiu did not forget to inform Miexue about the impending acid rain. After these few days of development, the Blazing Rose had already begun to show signs of becoming the foremost apocalyptic force in Huaihai. Well, this was only in the urban area. The reality was that Huaihai itself had a large population from surrounding counties and was developing well, whereas the urban area was somewhat lacking. If a conflict were to arise, it might even struggle against the external forces. Nevertheless, these individuals were quite adept at gathering supplies. Yi Xiu needed their assistance and thus wanted to remind them to prepare early. You mean? The Jiang family manor, oh no, now transformed into the Rose Manor, had visibly expanded its boundaries, surrounded by iron railings and barbed wire, with vehicles entering and exiting, resembling a new base amidst the apocalyptic ruins, fostering new life forces in this shattered world. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Xiu, and Miexue could not help but ask, in about a week, the acid rain will fall. Indeed. Sipping the tea, he noted, quite good, it's Longjing. In this apocalypse, such luxury is rare. However, there was no alternative. They had the means, there was an abundance of supplies, yet it was still insufficient. I require more, the more supplies, the better. After all, he had a 100-fold return and a spatial ring, and according to the system, the future of the city was uncertain, so he was certainly open to all offers. All right. And Miexue naturally had no objections and smiled. I will instruct Liu Yang and the others to gather supplies immediately. However, pausing for a moment, and Miexue hesitated before adding, you've heard about the mutated survivors, haven't you? Yes, I've heard. Yi Xiu nodded. And Miexue continued, Liu Yang mentioned that guy killed several of our brothers, yet he was silently dealt with by Li Xiuan, who was leveling up nearby. Silently dealt with, this was too absurd. Even Miexue found it hard to believe that individual had relied on speed to kill so many people. What did it mean for an ordinary person to possess tenfold speed? It was almost like a fleeting shadow, with bullets having difficulty landing a hit. Yet, based on the description from that little brother, it appeared that the guy was exceedingly arrogant, weaving through the crowd, relentlessly harvesting lives, while taunting the Blazing Rose Guild for being ineffectual. He proclaimed that he would supplant them as the leading guild in Huaihai. Just as he spoke, in the next moment, his neck erupted with blood, and no one even saw how he died. Until finally, the figure clad in black, Li Xiuan, casually emerged, and that fellow collapsed, questioning his existence. To this, Yi Xiu remained unfazed, 10-fold speed against 100-fold speed. What a joke, this was akin to his slaughtering ordinary people, the only difference this time was that he was the one being slaughtered. Of course. However, noticing Miexue's concern, Yi Xiu chuckled, there's no need to worry too much. With your current strength, you are certainly not inferior to those so-called mutated new humans. Especially according to the system's explanation, the drop rate for this thing was already low, and the success rate even lower. Moreover, as you mentioned, currently in all of Huaihai City, only one. They set out to gather supplies from various locations in the urban area. They say many hands make light work, and Yi Xiu felt this was far more efficient than doing it himself. Naturally, he did not remain idle either. He planned to take advantage of these few days to level up one last time. Thus, in the following days, Yi Xiu resumed his previous routine. Slaying zombies, looting equipment, and enhancing attributes. Additionally, he did not forget to upgrade 2 transformers. Since the last time, he had only upgraded 5 in total. Oh, and do not misunderstand, fearing waste. Yi Xiu discovered that this energy could actually be stored. If not used today, it would accumulate as an ember. So far, he had stored 9. This meant Yi Xiu could activate 9 more ordinary transformers. However, this time, Yi Xiu chose not to activate the ordinary ones but instead selected a colossal vehicle he had eyed a couple of days ago, a subway, indeed, a gigantic subway train. Huaihai City had a subway station, Line 1. Interestingly, Yi Xiu discovered it was still operational. One must realize that such a construction is not inexpensive, costing several $100 million. Its length is also astonishing, measuring a full 130 meters. Just imagine, if a sports car is impressive, what would activating a subway entail? Yi Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the outrageous prospect. Thus, driving his Lamborghini Poison, he arrived at the subway station. After dispatching over 30 zombies, he indeed found the train still parked at the starting station of Line 1. However, this train appeared significantly damaged, with shattered glass everywhere, signs of impact, and even bullet marks, resembling an ancient relic in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. This left Yi Xiu questioning the feasibility of activation. Such a wreck, could it still be activated? Yet, as he approached and carefully raised his hand to inspect it, he felt reassured. Activating vehicle object. Line 1 subway train. Required ember energy for activation, 2. Would you like to activate it? Chapter 45, Yi Xiu's battle pet, the ancient mechanical behemoth of Cybertron. Active buzz. As the blue energy surged forth, a violent tremor ensued. The vast subway, measuring approximately 130 meters, began to undergo a dramatic transformation, with countless densely packed transformation elements whirring and reshaping. Within, there were zombies roaming about. Boom. As the subway continued its metamorphosis, in the next moment, it morphed into a colossal entity resembling a mechanical serpent, stretching nearly 130 meters in length. The densely packed internal transformation elements and gears mercilessly shredded the zombies, causing blood to spurt from their bodies. The enormous head swayed, bang. Even within the confines of the subway tunnel, the immense force shattered the sturdy pillars as if they were mere tofu. This revealed a gigantic head adorned with 7 or 8 tentacles, each appearing as if composed of countless steel rods intertwined. These were transformation metal elements, possessing a terrifying ability to burrow underground. Upon seeing Yi Xiu, its frenzied demeanor instantly turned docile, lowering its massive head, approximately 3 meters high, and emitting peculiar rumbling sounds. Simultaneously, a set of data materialized. Name: Ancient Mechanical Behemoth of Cybertron. Level: 1. Race: Ancient Titan species of Cybertron. Strength: 10,000. Defense: 10,000. Firepower: 5,000. Description: a mechanical ancient behemoth from the distant and mysterious star system of Cybertron, utilizing the subway as its vessel. It possesses formidable destructive power and extraordinarily high defensive capabilities, belonging to the lineage of ancient mechanical behemoths. Good heavens. Upon reading this data, Yi Xiu was taken aback. I never anticipated, otherwise he wouldn't have kept a spark as a backup. Yet, unexpectedly, he had not awakened a transformer but instead summoned a mechanical ancient behemoth. However, gazing at the imposing creature before him, far larger and more powerful than any transformer, he felt a formidable sense of pressure. Having such a pet seemed rather advantageous. He pondered, imagining the moment when he would compete for territory against other survivor bases. When this creature suddenly emerged, wreaking havoc, what kind of base could withstand its onslaught? Even when deployed against zombies, it would undoubtedly sweep through effortlessly. Not bad, not bad. The more he contemplated, the more satisfied Yi Xiu became with this creature. Unable to contain himself, he nodded and patted its vast body composed of transformation elements. From now on, you shall be called Li Xuan Mo. This left Yi Xiu momentarily stunned. This creature couldn't speak. Nonetheless, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise, as its silence spared him from the burden of incessant chatter, particularly since he had noticed that the mouths of the other creatures had become increasingly loquacious. All right. He patted its massive form. Let's leave this place for now. Having successfully activated the subway, Yi Xiu no longer wished to waste time and turned to depart. However, considering the creature's immense size, simply taking it outside would be rather absurd, thus, he pondered and inquired, how about you navigate underground? After all, the subway network below was extensive. Gululu indeed. Upon receiving the command, Li Xuanmo executed a stylish flip and crashed into the subway station ceiling, startling Yi Xiu, who feared the structure might collapse. Then, Li Xuanmo proceeded directly into the tunnel, leaving behind a positioning chip for Yi Xiu. What is this? Yi Xiu picked it up and observed as the small chip transformed into a wristband, fastening itself around his wrist. Through this, he realized he could continuously track Li Xuanmo's location and summon it at will. Not bad, not bad. With this creature, Yi Xiu felt increasingly at ease. Now, glancing at his matrix energy source, he noted there were still 7 remaining. It had been 16 days since the apocalyptic disaster had begun. Yi Xiu planned to wait until he encountered some powerful military vehicles before activating them. Ideally, he desired fighter jets or missile trucks. TSK, with such assets, controlling the entirety of Huaihai City would be a breeze. However, as Yi Xiu, armed with the blood butterfly's fury, returned to the surface, a tremendous explosion erupted. What was that sound? It seems to be the sound of gunfire. Hey, it appears there are folks nearby vying for territory. Beside him, Poison, transformed into a Lamborghini, emitted a mechanized voice. Oh. Just in time. Yi Xiu surveyed his domain. This is my territory, let's see who dares to engage in a brawl here. With that, he hopped into the Lamborghini, which roared to life, unleashing a deep growl and executing a stylish drift toward the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the site of the explosion, he discovered a large shopping mall. Given that the apocalyptic disaster had erupted half a month prior, the place was now unrecognizable, shrouded in a haze of smoke and dust. The surroundings were chaotic, littered with craters, wrecked vehicles, and the carcasses of zombies, epitomizing the visage of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. At that moment, outside the mall, 2 factions were locked in a standoff. A dozen individuals surrounded 2 men and a woman, the tension palpable. Chen Yang grinned menacingly. Qin Jilan, there's nowhere left for you to run, you might as well come back with me. The woman, referred to as Qin Jilan, replied coldly, don't get your hopes up. I will never return with you. Oh. Chen Yang's expression hardened, then don't blame me for being impolite. Is that the group from the Thunder Base outside the city? Upon arriving, Yi Xiu immediately recognized the insignia on their attire, indicating they were from an apocalyptic base beyond the city limits. Currently, the entire urban area was essentially under the control of the Flaming Rose. The remaining survivors were either solitary or part of external forces, which the Flaming Rose would not concern themselves with. Yet, outsiders were prohibited from entering this territory. Bang! Thus, as Yi Xiu hurled the blood butterfly's fury, the knife landed with a thud right between the 2 opposing factions. What the hell, who dares to ambush me? Startled, Chen Yang turned to find a young man clad in a blue tracksuit and angrily shouted, Kid, are you seeking death by daring to ambush me? Are you tired of living? What, your territory? Chen Yang froze at those words, only to then catch sight of the 6-meter-tall mechanical behemoth rising behind Yi Xiu, which shifted his expression to one of grave concern. Are you with the Flaming Rose? Only the Flaming Rose possessed such terrifying war machines. Chen Yang's previously darkened expression turned into a wide grin as he clasped his fists. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. We were merely pursuing 3 traitors, and now that we've captured them, we'll be on our way. However, the leading woman quickly countered, we are not traitors. We are not affiliated with their Thunder Base, they are the ones trying to take us back. Chen Yang's expression shifted, but he continued to treat Yi Xiu politely. Brother, I hope you can show our Thunder Base some courtesy. Courtesy? Yi Xiu shook his head upon hearing this. What courtesy does your Thunder Base deserve? Since you've come here, you might as well leave something behind. What, leave something behind? Entering my territory, naturally, you must pay a protection fee. Har har. Finally, Chen Yang's demeanor darkened as he glared at him. Kid, you may not know this, but our boss, Thunder Leopard, is now a first-tier battle mutant. I know you Flaming Rose have these war machines, but times have changed, the future belongs to mutant new humans. Even your boss, and Mieshue, must regard our leader with new eyes, let alone you. Oh. Mutant new humans. Yi Xiu was further astonished, surprised that even a subordinate was aware of mutant new humans. Indeed. Chen Yang boasted, the era belonging to you Flaming Rose is about to pass. I advise you to be polite to us, or when my boss finds out, you'll be in for it. Perfect. Chen Yang had expected the young man to cower, but Yi Xiu's next words left him dumbfounded. Since you can become mutant new humans, it indicates you possess the capability to slay high-level zombies. I have changed my mind, I no longer require you to leave supplies, instead, go back and tell Thunder Leopard. Have him prepare 100 zombie magic cores to send over, or I will raise his Thunder Base to the ground. What? Chen Yang was taken aback, daring to demand magic cores from our leader. Chapter 46, Fortune smiles upon me, encountering another woman with extraordinary abilities. As fate would have it, Yishio stumbled upon an even more advantageous method to procure zombie magic cores. Indeed, the strategy entailed enlisting the assistance of others for collection. One apocalyptic faction would gather 100, while another would do the same. Thus, he would find himself amply supplied with zombie magic cores without the need for any toil. However, upon hearing this, Chen Yang was incensed. What, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain zombie magic cores? Our leader has only managed to acquire 2 in all these days, and you casually demand 100. Oh. Difficult, you say? Yishio, regaining his composure, regarded Chen Yang with amusement. If it is so challenging, then why bother? Poison. With a swift motion, Yishio raised his hand, causing the poison behind him to morph into a laser hand cannon, aimed squarely at his nearby lackey. Boom! With a single shot, 4 lackeys were instantaneously vaporized. Damn it, take him down. Rat-a-tat-tat, without hesitation, the lackeys unleashed a barrage of fire upon Yishio. They had always presumed this behemoth operated solely on human commands. Yet, to their horror, Chen Yang discovered that bullets striking Yishio merely sparked without inflicting any harm. Hiss, a mutant new human. His pupils constricted sharply. Could this fellow also be a mutant? The level of defense was astonishing. Of course, with Yishio's current physique, bullets were inconsequential, even missiles would fail to budge him. Yet, the poison was unrelenting. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive blasts obliterated all the lackeys, leaving only Chen Yang and one other person standing. Witnessing the annihilation of his minions, confronted by a war machine and a mutant, Chen Yang was terrified and fell to his knees, pleading, "Big brother, please spare me, I was wrong, don't kill me." Yet Yishio refrained from ending his life. Instead, he lifted Chen Yang by the neck with a sense of authority, his voice hardly raised. "Return and inform Lei Bao that if he dares to set foot in the city again, I will raise your thunder base to the ground." Understood, understood. Chen Yang, terrified, nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Who would dare oppose someone who was both a mutant and a war machine? Oh, and don't forget. As Chen Yang scrambled to his feet, Yishio's voice echoed once more. "Make sure Lei Bao prepares 100 zombie magic cores for me. I am a reasonable man, and I shall grant him half a month's time. Half a month, after the acid rain descends, those zombies will likely have evolved considerably. It posed no significant issue." Understood, understood. Chen Yang dared not utter a single word of escaping with his life was paramount. "Quick, let us go." He hastily gathered his remaining lackey and they sped away in a vehicle, leaving the scene in a hurry. Once Chen Yang and his companions had departed, the woman finally exhaled a sigh of relief and rushed to Yishio, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for saving us. My name is Qin Jilan, may I ask how to address you?" "No need for thanks." Yishio waved his hand dismissively. "They merely trespassed into my territory." What, just for that? Qin Jilan was taken aback, initially believing he had intentionally rescued her, only to realize it was simply a matter of maintaining order here. "Nevertheless, regardless, I must express my gratitude for your intervention." Qin Jilan deeply bowed, and Yishio couldn't help but notice her captivating presence. Inspection. Yishio activated his ability for a thorough scan. Name, Qin Jilan. Gender, female. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 56 kg. Curvaceous figure, ample assets, overall rating, 94. A rating of 94. Yishio surveyed her with newfound interest. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Though, it was a pity, it was merely 94, not sufficient. This left Yishio with a hint of regret, yet he inquired, "Why were they pursuing you?" Well, to his surprise, upon hearing the question, a flicker of hesitation crossed Qin Jilan's disheveled yet charming face. The 2 remaining lackeys quickly urged, "Miss." The implication was clear, do not disclose anything. Millimeter. Yishio noted her discomfort and furrowed his brow slightly. Is there a secret? And no, nothing yet. Recalling how this young man had saved her, and fully aware of his formidable strength, she sighed and decided to reveal, "In truth, I am also a mutant new human." "Oh. You are mutant as well?" Yishio's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the well-proportioned woman before him, astonished that he had not perceived it earlier. "Indeed." The woman inhaled deeply, then opened her bright eyes to declare, "My ability is perception." Perception? Yes, Qin Jilan nodded gently. "I can sense other mutated individuals within a radius of 200 meters, and beyond that, I can also detect the locations of powerful zombies within the same distance. Such an ability exists." Yishio found himself intrigued by this extraordinary talent. You can actually sense the presence of other mutants nearby. It was worth noting that while becoming a mutant new human, outwardly, they appeared no different from ordinary individuals unless they activated their abilities, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. However, with such a perception ability, one could easily uncover hidden mutants in their vicinity, as well as pinpoint formidable zombies. It was indeed a remarkable auxiliary skill. It seems that in the future, our combat will not solely rely on mutant abilities but will also have alternative applications, Yi Xiu murmured to himself. Precisely. Qin Jilan, oblivious to Yi Xiu's contemplations, continued, this is precisely why Lei Bao is intent on capturing me. It turned out she had once been an ordinary survivor with her own sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. When Lei Bao learned that a survivor had consumed a zombie magic core and successfully mutated into a new human, gaining terrifying speed, he devised a plan to eliminate 2 lower-tier zombie tyrants, fortuitously acquiring 2 magic cores. Yet, he dared not consume them himself, opting instead to capture her to test one first. The result was her gaining this perception ability while he acquired remarkable speed. However, Qin Jilan had no desire to serve Lei Bao, hence her flight. And that brings us to the events you just witnessed, Qin Jilan concluded. Now I see. Yi Xiu understood that their luck had not been mere happenstance. The imminent acid rain had accelerated the rate at which zombies produced magic cores. However, it was noteworthy that both had consumed only 2 cores and gained mutation abilities. Their fortune was, indeed, commendable. At that moment, Qin Jilan hastily advised, you should leave quickly, Chen Yang will surely report this to Lei Bao upon his return. He possesses terrifying speed, and I fear he may come seeking retribution. Oh. Seeking retribution from me? Yi Xiu chuckled at the thought, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, they will not return. From tomorrow onwards, I shall provide 3 chapters with a minimum of 7,000 words. Thank you, dear readers, for your continued support. Chapter 47, Qin Jilan swallows the obedience potion. Will they not come again? Qin Jilan was taken aback by the response, her face reflecting confusion. Why? Because the urban area is the territory of the Fire Rose, and other apocalyptic factions cannot enter to collect supplies or engage in chaotic battles. Yi Xiu explained. This was the rule he had established. What? A sudden shock ran through Qin Jilan's heart. No wonder that man hesitated when she entered the urban area. It turned out she had trespassed into another apocalyptic faction's territory. However, isn't the power of the Fire Rose a bit too formidable? Everyone knew that the urban area was the concentrated resource hub of the entire city, food, water, materials, clothing, and more, rendering any faction below it utterly incomparable. To control this area was to command the lifeblood of the city and all its resources. Just how powerful must the Fire Rose be to deter other apocalyptic forces from entering the city center? Large, yet Yi Xiu felt it was far from large. Ever since the emergence of the Cybertron Mechanical Lifeform Legion, his ambitions had long surpassed a mere urban area of less than 50 kilometers. He sought to dominate the entire city, or even beyond. This was merely the beginning. With this legion, unifying the apocalypse worldwide was not out of reach. But Qin Jilan did not share this perspective. Recognizing the immense power in this place, she hurriedly asked Yi Xiu, since you know so much about the Fire Rose, you must know their leader. Why do you ask this? Yi Xiu inquired with interest as he regarded the beautiful woman before him. I wish to join the Fire Rose. Qin Jilan took a deep breath and declared, fully aware that the only way to evade the pursuit of the Thunder Base was to join the Fire Rose and gain their protection. As long as the Fire Rose is willing to accept me, I am prepared to pay any price, even my body. She clenched her teeth as she spoke. What? Miss? The 2 lackeys were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment at her steep condition. Silence! Qin Jilan rebuked them, for she had already discerned that the man before her was undoubtedly of high rank within the Fire Rose. Otherwise, he would not be accompanied by such formidable mechanical life forms. Thus, she fixed her pleading gaze on Yi Xiu. Please help me. Oh. Yi Xiu was rather surprised to hear this. This woman knew how to leverage her body. Moreover, her perceptive abilities were commendable. The Fire Rose indeed needed individuals like her. However, joining is not impossible. He retrieved a vial of obedience potion from his pocket. As long as you drink this, you can become a member. What is this? Qin Jilan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the potion. Yi Xiu did not conceal its nature. It's a submission potion. Once consumed, you cannot betray me. If you do, you will suffer excruciating death. Think it over, I'm not in a hurry. What? Such a thing exists? Qin Jilan's heart raced at the revelation, yet, thinking of the survivors in her shelter and her niece, she gritted her teeth. I'll drink it. With that, she seized the vial and downed it in one gulp. However, upon consumption, she noticed no immediate changes. Excellent. Yi Xiu had already accessed her information data. Name Qin Jilan. Age 27. Level 1. Talent ability, perception. It can sense the presence of surrounding mutated individuals, as well as the location of nearby powerful zombies. Shared. Or dot. Upon checking herself, she indeed discovered that in addition to her existing fire control ability, she now possessed a new perception ability. This was Yishio's true intention. Rather than others possessing powers, it was far more advantageous for him to have abilities of his own. Although it only scored 94 points, not quite meeting the standard, it nonetheless granted her a perceptive capability. With this ability, whether locating zombies or assessing the presence of mutated individuals around her, she had gained an excellent tool. Moreover, there is one more thing. After finishing the potion, Jin Jilan tentatively looked at Yishio. I have a niece and several friends in a shelter. Could you assist me in rescuing them and allowing them to join the Fire Rose? I fear that if we delay, those people may harm them. Oh, there are others. In a good mood, Yishio did not refuse. A few survivors were a trivial matter, and it aligned perfectly with his intentions to send Lee Swimore to intimidate the Thunder Base while he was at it. No problem. Thank you so much. Upon receiving, Yishio then instructed the two lackeys to report to the Rose Manor.as for the survivors. Upon learning their location, Yishio promptly dispatched Lee Swimore to bring them back. It would also serve to instill some intimidation in the Thunder Base, encouraging them to act proactively within half a month. He wouldn't allow himself to be angered. Rumble, a thunderous sound echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Jin Jilan was startled, fearing it was an earthquake. What is happening? Why do I feel something beneath the ground? Yishio glanced at her, saying, Don't worry, it's our people. Our people? Jin Jilan's expression grew even more perplexed. Could there be some special forces underground? However, Yishio did not elaborate further and led Jin Jilan back to the Sky Garden. Come, follow me back. Millimeter, all right. Observing Yishio enter the vehicle, Jin Jilan hurriedly quickened her pace to follow. Soon, amidst a series of rumbling sounds, a Lamborghini Veneno, like a streak of silver-grey light, elegantly drifted away. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chen Yang, having narrowly escaped, was speeding away in a car with a lackey. They held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until they had raced 5 kilometers away from the urban area that they finally exhaled in relief, yet, the lackey felt an odd sensation. Boss, why do I feel like there's an earthquake behind us? Bar, earthquake my foot. Chen Yang slapped him across the face, scolding, there are zombies everywhere. For all we know, there could be a zombie tyrant among them, making all this noise. We need to return and report this to the boss. With that, he slammed down on the accelerator, and within half an hour, they had returned to the Thunder Base. The Thunder Base was situated within an abandoned factory, heavily guarded, with dozens of individuals patrolling outside, ready to eliminate any zombies they encountered. Upon seeing Chen Yang's vehicle approach, a guard immediately raised his hand, signaling, open the gate. Buzz. The massive iron gate slowly creaked open. Chen Yang hurried inside, leaping from the vehicle and racing into the shelter's main hall. At that moment, Lei Bao was tormenting a woman, who was battered and bruised, unrecognizable, yet her skin suggested she had once been quite a stunning beauty. Boss, something's happened. Lei Bao, having put on his clothes, frowned in displeasure upon seeing the panicked Chen Yang rush in. What happened that got you so flustered? Noticing that only Chen Yang and one lackey had returned, his expression darkened further. Where are the others? Panting heavily, Chen Yang spoke in fear. They are dead, all dead. We trespassed into the territory of the Fire Rose and were slaughtered by their people. Damn it, not the Fire Rose again. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao's previously calmed demeanor erupted into fury. He slammed his hand down on the sofa, nearly shattering it. That and Miao, damn it, has seized all the resources in the urban area, and now she's gone and killed so many of my men. And Chen Yang added dramatically, they said they want you to prepare 100 zombie magic cores within half a month, or else what? They LL flatten our Thunder Base. Damn. At this revelation, Lei Bao's face twisted with rage, the corner of the sofa nearly crushed in his grip, yet he cursed, that vile bitch is truly going too far. In these times, it's already a struggle to gather 2 zombie magic cores, and she dares to demand 100 as tribute. Exactly. The other lackeys were equally indignant. What do they take us for, cattle and horses? Where the hell are we supposed to find 100 zombie magic cores? Chapter 48. The minuscule deterrence of the drill demon. It is worth noting that during their last endeavor to acquire those 2 zombie demon cores, they suffered the loss of over 30 brothers. Now, they are unexpectedly being asked to surrender 100. Even if we had them, it would be utterly impossible to comply. The countenance of Thunder Leopard darkened as he came to understand the advantages of the zombie demon cores. Consuming just one had granted him significantly enhanced power. Having ingested a single core, he had already become a first-tier mutated new human, achieving a speed tenfold that of an ordinary person. If he were to consume 100, would he not soar into the skies? Surrender, ridiculous. However, one bespectacled subordinate remained astutely aware of the situation. He adjusted his glasses and cautiously inquired of Thunder Leopard, "But boss, what if we refuse to comply and the Fire Rose people come to kill us? I have heard they possess formidable war machines, superior to tanks and armored vehicles, not to mention armed helicopters." "What nonsense." Thunder Leopard shot him a glance, scoffing coldly as he raised his calloused hand. "Once you experience the power of a mutated new human, you'll realize that so-called human weapons are already obsolete. The future belongs solely to the realm of mutated beings. If I can devise a way to acquire more demon cores to consume, my strength will only amplify. At that point, why should I fear those pathetic fire roses? Har! The city will be mine." As soon as the mention of the city arose, a glimmer ignited in the eyes of the subordinates. That was indeed a prime location, abundant in resources, towering edifices, a stark contrast to their dilapidated factory, devoid of any essentials. If we could seize the city, har har, we would strike it rich. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. Him? What is that sound? Just as they reveled in their excitement, the earth began to tremble violently. The factory shook as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Are we experiencing an earthquake? But soon, the terrified voices of other survivors rang out from outside. What is that thing? Holy shit, it's a colossal beast. What is going on? Hearing the commotion, Thunder Leopard hurriedly led his group of subordinates outside to investigate. They were left in shock upon their arrival. The once tranquil factory floor was now a shattered mess, and from beneath the ground emerged a terrifying mechanical beast, over 100 meters in length. Its massive form resembled that of an ancient monster, its body constructed of densely packed mysterious metallic elements that exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. "Quick, open fire, open fire." The subordinates, panicked, hastily began shooting. Yet, their bullets merely sparked against the drill demon's exterior, proving utterly ineffectual. In contrast, the towering mechanical behemoth, standing 2 or 3 times taller than a man, swiped its tail, and with a thunderous explosion, sent the subordinates flying, leaving them utterly decimated. What the hell is that thing? The subordinates were petrified, scrambling in terror behind Thunder Leopard, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the ancient mechanical giant effortlessly demolishing the factory. Is this another mechanical monstrosity from the Fire Rose? Chen Yang, who had just faced death, immediately recognized the dense, shape-shifting metallic elements adorning the creature, reminiscent of a Lamborghini worth nearly 100 million. As the creature continued its rampage, dispatching over 30 subordinates, a striking woman dressed in black, wielding a long blade radiating a translucent blue glow, appeared atop the drill demon's imposing head. Her figure and beauty were nothing short of breathtaking. Thunder Leopard, witnessing such beauty for the first time, felt his eyes widen, perceiving her as a match for Qin Jilan. However, the difference was stark. Qin Jilan exuded a mature and seductive allure, while this woman possessed an air of aloofness that ignited a desire for conquest. Yet, in this moment, any desire had evaporated. It turned out that Yi Xiao, fearing the creature might not comprehend the situation, had promptly informed Li Xiaowan. Consequently, Li Xiaowan had brought the drill demon along, standing atop its head, surrounded by a labyrinth of mechanical gears emanating a searing red heat, leaving no doubt that stepping within would result in being ground to a bloody mist. From her elevated position, Li Xiaowan pointed her blade at Thunder Leopard. "So, you are Thunder Leopard, E?" "Yes, that's me," a Thunder Leopard stammered, swallowing hard, intimidated by the behemoth. Goodness, even if he had evolved, in the presence of such a mechanical beast, he would surely be crushed. Where had they acquired such bizarre and immensely powerful mechanical life forms? Thunder Leopard lamented internally but still managed to maintain a semblance of politeness. "May I inquire what you need?" "Oh, nothing much." Once she confirmed his identity, Li Xiaowan replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "My master has instructed that within half a month, you are to surrender 100 zombie demon cores. Do you understand? E. Of course, of course." Thunder Leopard nodded vigorously, a nervous smile creeping onto his face. "I was just discussing with my subordinates how to prepare some demon cores for you. I never expected you to come personally." Observing their leader's obsequious demeanor left the subordinates dumbfounded. Goodness, boss, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. It was no jest. Failing to say it now would mean certain death. Thus, Thunder Leopard quickly asserted, "Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements." "Excellent." Pleased with Thunder Leopard's compliance, a satisfied smile graced Li Xiaowan's face as she... Once they departed, Thunder Leopard, gazing at the now ruinous factory, finally exhaled a long breath. That creature was terrifying. Yet, boss, are we really preparing those zombie demon cores for her? One bespectacled subordinate could no longer contain his curiosity. Returning to his senses, Thunder Leopard's expression grew complex. Let us prepare for now. Otherwise, they would face annihilation unless he could amass enough strength to confront such monstrosities. Perhaps if I elevate my abilities to the next level, I might stand a chance, he contemplated inwardly. However, casting a glance at his still-dazed subordinates, he barked, "What are you all dawdling for? Get moving and find those zombie demon cores." "Oh, right, right." The subordinates quickly nodded in response, yet, barely had they taken 2 steps when one of them, sensing something amiss, instinctively looked up to see the sky suddenly darkening ominously. A heavy gust swept through, and a single raindrop fell, landing squarely on his face. Just as he was about to announce that it was raining, an excruciating sting surged across half his cheek. Boss, this rain, it's problematic." Meanwhile, Yi Xiu had returned to the Sky Garden with Qin Jilan. Upon seeing Yi Xiu residing amidst a city teeming with zombies, Qin Jilan was inwardly astonished, never expecting him to dare live there. However, as they reached the Sky Garden and opened the door, "I'm back. Brother Yi Xiu is back." A stunning beauty clad in a pink spaghetti-strapped nightgown was lounging on an opulent, luxurious sofa worth hundreds of thousands, munching on snacks and watching television. With power restored and having located some cached data USBs, she was indulging in movies. The moment she spotted Yi Xiu, she eagerly dashed over, barefoot. This unexpected scene left Qin Jilan, following behind, momentarily stunned. What a beautiful woman, and judging by her rosy complexion, coupled with her pristine face and attire, her first thought was, is he keeping a mistress in a golden house? Chapter 49, The Second Wave of Catastrophe, The Arrival of Acid Rain. Who is this, however? Lin Yushi quickly noticed the figure of Qin Jilan behind her and curiously inquired, "Allow me to make an introduction." Recalling the woman beside him, Yi Xiu added, "Qin Jilan, our newly rescued survivor." "Oh, a newcomer." Upon hearing this, Lin Yushi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the arrival of fresh company. She promptly extended her hand in a warm greeting. "Hello, I am Lin Yushi." Hello." Coming to her senses, Qin Jilan hesitated to shake hands, considering her own disheveled appearance, feeling utterly out of place. Lin Yushi immediately perceived her discomfort and cheerfully suggested, "How about I take you for a bath first?" "Oh, what?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Qin Jilan was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had misheard. Could it be that one could still bathe here? Merciful heavens, since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not had the luxury of a bath. Water resources had become exceedingly precious, and ordinary water was already contaminated. Not only was drinking it impossible, but bathing in it was also out of the question, yet here, they could actually bathe. There was no alternative, they had the means. Recently, Yi Xiu had activated a purifier and a generator. The generator was self-explanatory, providing electricity. As for the purifier, it astonishingly managed to eliminate the viral contamination from the water and could even condense moisture from the air, transforming it into a usable water source. It could produce 1 cubic meter of water in just an hour, amounting to 24 cubic meters in a day. 24 cubic meters. Not only could that suffice for consumption, but even 10 people could bathe without exhausting the supply. Thus, the water resources here were indeed plentiful. "I'll take you to wash up," Lin Yushi declared, not minding Qin Jilan's grimy state as she ushered the bewildered woman towards the bathing area. As for Yi Xiu, after days of relentless activity, he finally had a moment to rest. He settled down on the couch, closed his eyes, and took a brief respite. It was indeed comfortable to remain indoors. After approximately half an hour, sounds emerged from the bathing area, prompting Yi Xiu to lift his gaze. He was greeted by the sight of Qin Jilan stepping out, clad in a cream-colored bathrobe, her hair slightly damp, her cheeks flushed. The alluring contours of her figure were enough to make any man yearn to draw closer. This was undeniably captivating. Even Yi Xiu found himself momentarily entranced. "System, are you certain her score is only 94? She appears to rival Lin Yushi effortlessly." Upon reflecting on this, he decided to check the system once more, only to discover sad smiley name, Qin Jilan. Gender, female. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 56 kg. Curvaceous, voluptuous figure, an abundance of allure, innate charm, comprehensive score, 95. Goodness, her score has risen to 95. Yi Xiu silently questioned the system. The system replied, "Apologies, host, her previous appearance was too disheveled for a proper assessment." Yi Xiu was taken aback. It turned out that although Qin Jilan had been visibly beautiful, her untidy state had obscured her allure. Now, however, with her pristine appearance, her beauty was unmistakable. Could this truly be possible? Before long, he found himself amused. It was indeed fortuitous, as he had gained yet another captivating companion. Master. Under Yi Xiu's Though Qin Jilan felt somewhat uneasy with such direct praise, she was undeniably confident in her looks. Alas, if it were not for the apocalypse, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. The high-rise structure amplified the sound, startling Qin Jilan. Instinctively, she drew closer to Yi Xiu. The combination of her enticing physique and soft touch was likely irresistible to any man. Even Lin Yuxi, who had just emerged, was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief. "Sister, do you possess such remarkable charm when it comes to attracting men?" Yet Yi Xiu's composure remained unshaken. "It's here." Upon hearing the thunder, he swiftly rose and made his way to the balcony. "What is coming?" The two women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to expect. However, as they followed Yi Xiu to the balcony, they were met with a foreboding sight. The sky had turned ominously dark, accompanied by the rumbling sounds. A light drizzle began to fall. "Is it raining?" Lin Yuxi exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the droplets splattering against the floor-to-ceiling windows. "No," Yi Xiu's expression grew grave. "This is not rain. It's acid rain." Acid rain. The revelation startled both women. "Indeed?" Yi Xiu confirmed with a nod. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air from outside. A survivor, seemingly having emerged from nowhere, had ventured into the city centre in search of supplies. Upon witnessing the rain, he had intended to leave, but the moment the acidic droplets struck his cheek, he contorted his face in agony, desperately clutching his face. It was futile, for the acid rain rapidly corroded his hands as well. He cried out in torment, struggling to seek refuge beneath a nearby awning, his face severely burned, nearly disfigured, akin to the effect of sulfuric acid. "Hiss!" Lin Yuxi gasped sharply as she witnessed this horrifying scene through her binoculars. "How could this happen?" "The second wave of catastrophe has arrived," Yi Xiu stated calmly, his tone unwavering. "What? A second wave of catastrophe?" The two women stared at him, bewildered. One apocalypse was already more than enough, was it not? Yet Yi Xiu refrained from elaborating further. Though the system had provided a clear explanation, he remained uncertain about the intensity of this acid rain. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The second wave of calamity was merely the first step, with further disasters such as thick fog, freezing temperatures, mutated creatures, and even meteor showers and earthquakes on the horizon. Compared to what lay ahead, these two phenomena could be considered minor inconveniences. After a brief contemplation, Yi Xiu released a reconnaissance bird. Buzzing, the mechanical avian emerged, fluttering its wings. "Master, what are your orders?" The reconnaissance bird spoke in a raspy, servile voice. This sight once again astonished Qin Jilan, who covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, what was this creature? Was it akin to those mechanical life forms? However, Yi Xiu paid her little mind, as he needed to ascertain the situation outside. Thus, he inquired of the reconnaissance bird, "Will this acid rain harm you?" To his surprise, the reconnaissance bird flitted about, scanning the surroundings, only to report that the acid rain posed no threat to it. "Master, this acid rain has no effect on us." It continued to flap its wings, taking a brief flight outside. "That is a relief." Seeing this, Yi Xiu exhaled in relief, having feared that the acid rain might adversely affect the transformers. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Upon reflection, it made sense. Those colossal beings could withstand the damage from missiles with ease. How could such trivial acid rain possibly impact them? This was fortuitous. "Go and observe the situation outside for me." "Understood, master." The obedient reconnaissance bird swiftly took to the skies. Simultaneously, it left behind a transformation element as a projection. Before long, the perspective of the reconnaissance bird materialized before him. Through its eyes, the entire Huaihai city was shrouded in ominous clouds, with the light drizzle continuing to fall. Many survivors who had ventured out to gather supplies had succumbed to the rain, releasing anguished cries. "Damn it, what is this abomination? This rain hurts so much." "Not good, it's acid rain." "Everyone, take cover. Run, it's acid rain, hurry." Survivors began to scatter in a panic, abandoning their quest for supplies. The city descended into chaos, further diminishing the already scarce number of survivors. Moreover, Yi Xiu observed that the acid rain seemed to specifically target humans, causing little to no harm to other entities, buildings, roadside vehicles, and even the flora remained largely unaffected. Chapter 50. No, the zombie magic core can also yield a 100-fold return. What astonished Yi Xiu the most was the revelation that those zombies had actually emerged. They swarmed forth, emitting a deep, guttural roar as they stumbled into the streets, allowing the acidic rain to wash over them. "What are they doing?" Lin Yuxi, standing nearby, couldn't help but furrow her brows. "It seems as if they are evolving." Indeed, Yi Xiu had discerned the same. As those zombies stepped onto the thoroughfare, the acidic rain appeared to accelerate the decomposition of their rotting skin at an observable rate, giving way to a pallid complexion. Some even seemed to swell, becoming more formidable in stature. Yi Xiu was taken aback by this detail. They truly were evolving, and indeed, a roar erupted from the street as, under the relentless assault of the acidic rain, one zombie's once crimson eyes morphed into a vivid green. This revelation startled Qin Jilian. Is that a zombie tyrant? She had encountered zombie tyrants before, their eyes unmistakably green, yet now, this ordinary zombie had seemingly transformed into one. That's unlikely. No one understood the nature of zombie tyrants better than Yi Xiu. He shook his head. It hasn't reached the strength of a zombie tyrant, but it should be stronger than a regular zombie. Not only in the city center, zombies elsewhere were also shedding their decayed skin at a visible rate, even disregarding the torrential downpour. Yi Xiu pondered another issue. If they were evolving, the drop rate for zombie magic cores should be higher now. With this thought in mind, he addressed the reconnaissance bird. Reconnaissance bird, take down one and see. Got it, understood, master. The reconnaissance bird, perched thousands of meters in the sky, immediately flapped its wings and dove downward. It approached a green-eyed zombie still enduring the rain, transforming its wings into a miniature Gatling gun. Before the zombie could react, it was riddled with bullets. As the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground, the reconnaissance bird deliberately struck its head, revealing a small green magic core that erupted from the zombie's cranium. My goodness, a zombie magic core! Qin Jilian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the small green core, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she hurriedly addressed Yi Xiu. This is the item that the Thunder Leopard obtained from killing zombies. It is essential for enhancing abilities. I can't believe our luck this time. Is it really luck? Yi Xiu didn't share her sentiment. He believed the drop rate had indeed increased. Nevertheless, he commanded, bring it back first. Yes, master. After dispatching a zombie, the reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and used its sharp metallic claws to seize the zombie magic core, swiftly returning to Yi Xiu. Upon receiving the core, Yi Xiu inspected it and confirmed, this is a first-tier magic core. He still possessed several third-tier cores obtained from defeating zombie tyrants. The reason he hadn't given any to Lin Yuxi and the others was due to the restrictions on their use. Those who had not evolved could only consume first-tier cores. Consuming higher-tier cores could lead to an inability to withstand the power, potentially transforming them into soulless zombie tyrants. Now, however, there was a first-tier core available. Here, consume it. After some thought, Yi Xiu decided to offer it to Qin Jilian first. The system had previously mentioned a failure rate associated with consuming these items. The success rate was rather low, only 1 in 100 survivors might succeed. Given that this woman already possessed mutated abilities, it would be a fitting experiment to see if she could level up. Give it to me. Qin Jilian was somewhat taken aback upon receiving the magic core, surprised that such a valuable item was being offered to her. Why not have one of the others try? However, Qin Jilian hesitated and suggested to Yi Xiu, considering the rarity of such treasures, which even the Thunder Leopard had struggled to acquire. Yet Yi Xiu was resolute. After all, if she consumed it, it was as good as him consuming it. He didn't need the core at all. Trust me, just eat it. All right then. Yielding to Yi Xiu's insistence, Qin Jilian accepted the core and promptly placed it in her mouth. Once she swallowed it, a warm sensation surged throughout her body, and she realized, my perception ability seems to have strengthened. She lifted her beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. Her previous range of perception had been limited to approximately 200 meters, but it now appeared to have expanded to 300 meters. Indeed, Yi Xiu also noticed that his perception ability had been enhanced, synchronously with Qin Jilian's. It seems that to elevate our levels of mutated abilities in the future, we will need to have them consume more. However, just as he contemplated sending the reconnaissance bird to eliminate more zombies for further testing, he suddenly discovered that his spatial ring now contained an additional 100 zombie magic cores. This item can also yield returns. Staring at the tranquil collection of 100 first-tier zombie magic cores within, Yi Xiu was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Due to the fact that zombie magic cores are not produced through the system's drop rate, but are classified as ordinary items, consuming them can also yield returns. Well. Yi Xiu was delighted to hear this. What a fortunate turn of events. He had initially thought that only ordinary food and drink could be returned. To think that zombie magic cores could also yield returns. It was noteworthy that consuming one could yield 100. If he were to collect 100, it would be equivalent to someone else collecting 10,000. Would he ever need to worry about a shortage of zombie magic cores in the future? Consequently, Yi Xiu decided to present 10 zombie magic cores to Qin Jilian once more. Continue consuming. Upon receiving the 10 cores from Yi Xiu, Qin Jilian was utterly astonished. A look of disbelief flickered in her mesmerizing eyes. Oh my, there are so many. Heavens, is this real? This item is being mass-produced in the hands of the master. Yi Xiu, however, wasted no time and urged, keep eating. Okay. Coming to her senses, Qin Jilian was eager to enhance her abilities, so she promptly took the cores, consuming them one after another. Yi Xiu observed closely as Qin Jilian's experience bar for her perception ability steadily climbed. Perception ability experience 1, perception ability experience 1, perception ability experience 1, until she reached the 50th core. Boom. Qin Jilian, feeling somewhat stuffed, thought she could hardly consume any more, her belly now round and full, yet the very next second, she felt an explosive surge of potent mental energy erupting from her body, causing her previously slow-growing range to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 3 kilometers. Moreover, she discovered that not only could she sense the locations of formidable zombies, but she could also detect who possessed a magic core. Yi Xiu received a notification that smiley congratulations, your perception ability has advanced to the 2nd tier. In addition to sensing mutated ability users within a 3-kilometer radius, you now also gain the ability to pinpoint the precise location of zombie magic cores within that range. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback by this notification. He hadn't expected that reaching 2nd tier in perception ability would not only allow him to sense mutated ability users within a 3-kilometer radius but also to locate zombie magic cores. And evidently, beside her, Qin Jilian also sensed something. She pointed to the street approximately 1-2 kilometers away and uncertainly remarked, I have a feeling that there are 2 zombies over there, along with their cores. What on earth? You can even sense that. However, Lin Yuxi, who had been merely observing until she heard about this ability, finally widened her bright eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this is an extraordinary power. Scout bird. Yi Xiu also noticed, and immediately summoned the reconnaissance bird, directing it toward the location. You go and eliminate those 2 zombies. Squawk. Understood, master. The reconnaissance bird, upon receiving the command, promptly flapped its wings and soared towards the 2 swaying zombies. It didn't take long before it arrived at their location. Since the reconnaissance bird was a silicon-based life form, it lacked the scent of a human, causing the zombies to react almost indifferently upon seeing it. This advantage allowed the reconnaissance bird to transform once more, manifesting a miniature Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat, a fierce barrage ensued, and before the 2 zombies could fully comprehend the situation, they were swiftly dispatched. As anticipated, 2 zombie cores tumbled to the ground. Wow, my heavens! Lin Yuxi exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene, covering her mouth in delight. It's true. How wonderful, she exclaimed excitedly. With this ability, we need not worry about finding zombie cores in the future. Chapter 51. The awakening of Lin Yuxi's abilities. What am I, a fragile maiden, to serve as a meat shield? It is essential to understand that in the impending apocalypse, it has become evident to all that survival hinges upon the possession of ample resources and a secure refuge. However, with the emergence of mutated new humans, the most precious commodity of the future is undoubtedly the zombie magic cores that can enhance one's strength. With such a resource in hand, one can navigate the trials of the apocalypse with greater safety. Yet, a dilemma arises. Not every zombie yields magic cores. Fortunately, with the newfound sensory ability, it is now possible to distinctly perceive those zombies that carry magic cores, thus enabling the acquisition of the maximum number of cores in the shortest time possible. Indeed, this is quite an impressive ability. Yi Xiu expressed his satisfaction. However, when he attempted to elevate Qin Jilian's level further, he discovered, it seems to have no effect. After consuming 2 more cores and returning 200, it appeared that these magic cores no longer contributed to her advancement. At that moment, Yi Xiu also received a notification set smiley to advance from level 2 to level 3, 2nd tier zombie magic cores are required. Now it makes sense. Why Yi Xiu realized, it seems that this tier is no longer beneficial for Qin Jilian. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Isn't there still one here? Yi Xiu said, producing another core and offering it to Lin Yuxi. Me, she pointed to herself, eager to give it a try. She promptly consumed one, but after doing so, she furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, I feel as though it has no effect. Oh, none. Yi Xiu noted the absence of a notification. It appears that not everyone can become a mutated ability user. Yet, Yi Xiu was not taken aback. Why? Because the system had previously indicated that even with zombie magic cores, not everyone could evolve into a new human. The probability was merely 1%. This means that among 100 survivors, it would be fortunate if even one were to. However, what Yi Xiu had in abundance was magic cores. Therefore, he nonchalantly spilled out a pile. If one isn't sufficient, then consume several. I can't believe it. Even the typically composed Qin Jilian was left astounded by the sheer number of zombie magic cores. After all, she had nearly lost her life for just one. Yet here was Yi Xiu, presenting her with over 100. If these were used to cultivate others into mutated new humans, surely several would emerge. But now, they were solely being utilized for Lin Yuxi. In truth, Yi Xiu had little interest in mass cultivation. He simply desired to have a few exceptionally powerful mutated new humans by his side. As for the survival of others, he felt little inclination, thus, he encouraged Lin Yuxi, go ahead and eat. All right. Returning to her senses, Lin Yuxi, though momentarily dazed, hurriedly began to consume the course. 1, 2, 3. She ultimately devoured 52 cores. At last, Lin Yuxi felt a transformation within her body. She gazed in disbelief at her fair, delicate arms. Why do I feel as though my defensive capabilities have significantly improved? Yi Xiu noticed that indeed, her defensive ability had been enhanced, rising from 1500 points to 1600 points. However, is this for real, system? Yi Xiu couldn't help but smirk. A mere increase of 100 points seemed rather absurd, yet the system deemed it perfectly reasonable. Sad smiley. Not everyone possesses your monstrous attributes. 100 points of defense is 10 times that of an ordinary person, essentially allowing one to withstand gunfire with bare hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu suddenly felt it was not without merit. Indeed, possessing superior defensive capabilities is a commendable ability. What if she were to consume another 50 cores, advancing to level 2? Continue. Yi Xiu urged Lin Yuxi. More? Lin Yuxi felt helpless. She was nearly full. But there was no choice, she could only persist. With each bite, Yi Xiu noted an increase of approximately 5 points. After consuming 50 cores, the notification sounded. Sad smiley ding. Congratulations, Lin Yuxi's defense has advanced to level 2, reaching 35 times. Considering her initial 1500 points, this effectively elevated her to an astounding 1850 points. Yi Xiu naturally recognized the implications. With a level 2 defensive capability at 35 times, it seems you are well suited to serve as a meat shield, he remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the slender, delicate Lin Yuxi. A meat shield? Lin Yuxi's countenance immediately fell upon hearing this. Surely, such a beautiful girl should not be relegated to such a role. How could fate be so cruel? Yi Xiu noted. It appears that this mutated ability is confined to enhancing various personal attributes. For instance, perception itself is a sixth sense, thus consuming magic cores can augment this ability, allowing one to perceive everything in their surroundings. Furthermore, the strength of her body was inherently amplified several times over, including the speed that was recently demonstrated when she was swiftly In essence, all these enhancements serve to bolster one's own power. Indeed. Qin Jilan recognized this characteristic as well. So, any so-called mutated new human we encounter in the future is merely a person with a specific enhancement of a particular trait. Yes, that is very likely. Nodding slightly, Yi Xiu recalled the system's designation of his own level 10. Thus, it corresponded to the capabilities of a 10th-tier mutated new human. It appears the system had everything planned out from the beginning. Yi Xiu mused internally. However, Lin Yuxi commented, if one could develop a specific attribute to its utmost limit, it would indeed be quite extraordinary. Indeed. Returning to reality, Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. If a person could amplify their speed to 1,000 times, they would rival the likes of Quicksilver or the Flash from the Marvel Universe. Yet, it seemed, even at such speeds, I would still be faster. After all, he had already achieved nearly 300 times the speed of an ordinary person. If unleashed, he could even surpass the speed of sound, and this was merely the present state. Ding-a-ling, just as Yi Xiu intended to send his Cybertronian legion out to gather more magic cores, an urgent radio transmission suddenly pierced the air. It was the distinctive radio signal of the Transformers. Given that all electronic devices outside had nearly ceased functioning, Yi Xiu could effortlessly communicate with anyone possessing a Cybertronian wristband through their radio system. Sure enough, the voice on the other end was that of an Miexue, filled with urgency. Yi Xiu, are you all right? It's acid raining outside. Moreover, I've noticed that those zombies seem to be evolving. Yes, I'm aware. Yi Xiu had already anticipated this issue, thus he replied. Oh, you know. And Miexue paused in surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Why Yi Xiu resided in the city center's aerial garden, where he could clearly observe everything transpiring outside. She sighed in relief. Then I can rest easy. By the way, how is the situation on your end? Naturally, Yi Xiu did not forget to inquire about the condition of the Rose Manor. Chapter 52, the sixth mechanical lifeform, a leader class. It turns out, due to Yi Xiu's prior warning, and Miexue had ensured that they did not stray too far early in the morning. Thus, she declared, everyone is safe now. Well, that is reassuring. After all, they were part of his own Doomsday faction. Although he would eventually rely on the Transformers Legion, these individuals still possessed certain utility. Oh, by the way. Suddenly recalling something, and Miexue remarked, I noticed that the zombies seem to have emerged. Their decaying flesh has fallen off, and they appear to be evolving. That's to be expected. Yi Xiu replied, indeed, those zombies are evolving, and the drop rate of zombie magic cores has significantly increased. What? They can drop magic cores? And Miao Xue was taken aback by this revelation. Does that mean in the future everyone will target zombies in an effort to hunt for magic cores? It was worth noting that the mutated ability users from a couple of days ago were quite formidable. If there were to be too many such entities, conventional firearms would lose their advantage. This won't do. I must find a way to hunt for more magic cores, she thought, concerned about being surpassed by other doomsday factions. Of course, Yi Xiu did not oppose this idea, for the more magic cores he acquired, the more advantageous it would be for him. He also reminded her, remember, do not consume the magic cores you collect. Bring them to me first. After all, he could return them 100-fold. Not a problem. And Miao Xue, fully aware of this secret, responded with a smile, don't worry, I will save them all for you. Indeed, giving Yi Xiu one was akin to provide. If the fire rose could collect 100, it would equate to thousands. It was likely that the entire Huaihai region did not possess that many. After some casual conversation, Yi Xiu soon ended the call. However, he did not remain idle. With the emergence of zombie magic cores, it was time for everyone to stretch their limbs. Thus, he instructed the reconnaissance bird to notify his companions below. Yet, upon activating the projection, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, a few of his companions were playing cards. Indeed, within the vast shopping mall, standing a full 15 meters tall, there were several of them taking a break. He observed Poison, Iron Skin, and Lightning engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu. They had somehow procured a large set of iron playing cards, perfectly suited for their hand sizes. With a loud crash, Iron Skin tossed a card onto the ground, A3. Hee, I have an ace. F. Upon seeing Poison lay down an ace, Lightning immediately grew furious, slapping Poison on the head and scolding, are you out of your mind? We are teammates, Iron Skin is the landlord. Damn it. Stung by the slap, Poison retorted, pushing Lightning back, I can play whatever cards I want, who are you to tell me? Fine, I genuinely do not want to be your teammate, you fool. You're the fool. Opening his projection, he was met with Yi Xiu's image. Why Yi Xiu's expression was one of disbelief. I instructed you to guard below, not to engage in a game of Do Di Zhu. Moreover, where did they even acquire those oversized iron cards? They were larger than his own head. However, Iron Skin and the others were equally innocent. They were simply too idle in this space. Outside, they were collecting supplies, which did not require their assistance. Hence, they resorted to playing cards. Lightning even attempted to hide something behind him, which Yi Xiu's keen eyes quickly caught. What are you hiding? Oh nothing. Lightning chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and had no choice but to reveal what he was concealing. Yi Xiu then discovered an enormous oil drum. Seeing this, Lightning hastily explained, Boss, don't misunderstand. I had nothing to do today, so I went to the gas station outside and got a few barrels of oil. You wouldn't believe it, this oil is as bland as water, with no taste at all. As bland as water? Wasn't that just water? Yi Xiu couldn't help but smirk at this. After all, the domestic fuel contained more ethanol than crude oil. He just didn't expect these fellows to drink it like alcohol, and to think they were also bickering. All right. Yi Xiu understood that these companions were simply too bored. After all, Poison and Soundwave had tasks to attend to, as they could still take on zombies while being part of the Fire Rose. However, these particular companions were purely idle. Thus, Yi Xiu waved his hand. All right, your chance for activity has arrived. Currently, zombies are evolving outside. These next few days, I need you to assist me in procuring some zombie magic cores. Although it was raining acid outside, making things inconvenient for him, given his current defensive capabilities, the acid rain posed no threat. Nevertheless, it was prudent to assess the situation first. Oh. As expected, upon hearing this, the eyes of his companions lit up. Fantastic, finally an opportunity to stretch our legs. Exactly, I feel like I'm starting to rust. Boss, don't worry. We'll head out immediately. Without hesitation, they transformed in a cacophony of mechanical whirring into a pickup truck and 2 sports cars, roaring out of the space with vigor. This scene left the newcomer, Qin Jilan, utterly astonished. Wait, weren't these companions exclusive to the Fire Rose? They were actually the Master's. However, as he watched the departing figures, Yi Xiu felt a headache coming on. It seems it's time to find them a leader. After all, if this continued, with their numbers increasing, chaos was bound to ensue sooner or later. It was fortunate he was present. If one day he were absent, who would prevent them from clashing? To put it bluntly, they were Cybertronian mechanical life forms, but to speak plainly, who could discern which of them had a Decepticon temperament and which had an Autobot character? Just then, acid rain began to fall outside, and since he had nothing else to do, Yi Xiu recalled the Western Star that had been parked underground. He still had 5 sparks remaining. Initially, he intended to reserve them for acquiring some advanced military weaponry later on. However, at this moment it's time to make a move. With this thought, Yi Xiu decisively descended to the lower levels, locating the Western Star. This 13-meter-long behemoth lay quietly in the underground parking lot. Qin Jilan followed closely behind Yi Xiu, perplexed. What are we doing here? You will find out soon enough. Yi Xiu did not explain further but instead focused his gaze on the blue and red Western Star. He placed his hand upon it, and a prompt appeared. Scanning target, Western Star 5700. Activation requirement, 200 energy needed. Upon activation, a leader-class Cybertronian warrior will be obtained. Do you wish to activate? Oh. A leader-class, Yi Xiu was taken aback by this statement, realizing it was not merely an ordinary warrior. Could it be that he could activate a figure akin to Optimus Prime? After all, in the films, leader-class warriors were exceptionally powerful. For instance, Optimus Prime, Megatron, or the previous generation of Autobots leader, Unicron. To say they were formidable would be an understatement. Each one was incredibly powerful, particularly in Transformers 2. Optimus Prime's iconic scene where he single-handedly took on 3 opponents was nothing short of breathtaking. If I can activate a warrior of Optimus Prime's caliber, wow. With this in mind, Yi Xiu no longer hesitated and chose to activate. Buzz, as soon as the choice was confirmed, a wave of blue energy enveloped the entire massive truck. Following a series of transformative elements, this once quiet behemoth began to tremble violently, startling Qin Jilan. My goodness, this creature was also a mechanical life form. In a blink of an eye, this 15-meter-tall giant emerged before Yi Xiu, respectfully kneeling on one knee and speaking in a magnetic, mechanized voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of the cosmic void. Cybertronian leader warrior, at your service, my great creator. However, in stark contrast to the astonished expressions of the 2 women, Yi Xiu's countenance took on a peculiar expression. To his surprise, this figure bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime, and the data was utterly astonishing. Name, Cybertronian Leader Warrior. Level 1. Type, Army, Air Force, none available yet. Strength. 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Firepower, 10,000. Weaponry, thermal melting extendable knife. Description, a powerful leader warrior from the distant and mysterious planet Cybertron, possessing immense strength beyond that of an ordinary warrior. Utilizing the Western Star as a vehicle, he is classified as a leader-class warrior. These statistics, even Yi Xiu couldn't help but be astonished upon seeing this data. A quintessential hexagonal warrior. Chapter 53, The Frenzied Venom Sting on the Overpass, Lightning, and the Inferno of Humanity. It is noteworthy that the formidable Leviathan, a colossal entity, possesses a mere value of 10,000. Yet, this creature, measuring only 15 meters in length, boasts such an impressive statistic. Moreover, its firepower surpasses that of the Leviathan, truly deserving of its status as a leader-class warrior. Indeed formidable. Furthermore, this creature bears a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime, prompting Yi Xiu to aptly name it. From now on, you shall be known as the Pillar of Celestial Fire. I understand, my esteemed creator. The newly christened Pillar of Celestial Fire responded with a deep, mechanical voice, its azure mechanical eyes and commanding posture evoking a sense of witnessing a fallen Optimus Prime. However, now is not the time for such musings. Currently, the outside is teeming with evolving zombies. I require your assistance in procuring some zombie magic cores. Understood. With that command, the Pillar of Celestial Fire, accompanied by a cacophony of clanking gears, transformed back into the 13-meter-long Western Star, and with a thunderous roar of the accelerator, it bolted out of the underground garage. This spectacle rendered Qin Jilan utterly dumbfounded, her delicate face frozen in astonishment. Where on earth did these colossal beings originate? Let us proceed. Yi Xiu offered no further explanation, leading the woman back to the aerial garden to observe the unfolding situation below. As expected, once the Pillar of Celestial Fire departed the underground parking lot, the tremendous commotion roused the zombies still enduring the baptism of acidic rain. As they evolved, they detected the vehicles. Their bloodthirsty crimson eyes, along with some possessing green irises, surged forth, intent on using their flesh and blood to obstruct the heavy truck, believing there to be occupants within. Alas, the heavy truck's intent to crush was akin to child's play, especially when commanded by the activated Pillar of Celestial Fire. Thus, in a mere encounter, a resounding crash ensued. The Pillar of Celestial Fire violently collided, sending dozens of zombies sprawling. The street was densely packed with the undead. In an instant, as the Pillar of Celestial Fire found itself surrounded, it unleashed a cacophony of mechanical gears, transforming into a towering 15-meter-high Cybertronian life form. Its hands morphed into fearsome, telescopic thermal blades. With a swift strike, those razor-sharp blades severed over 30 zombies in half as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. With no blood spilling forth, their bodies incinerated by the searing heat. Come forth. I shall annihilate you all. The pillar of celestial fire, resembling a being possessed, embarked on a frenzied rampage. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies were decimated. This scene left Qin Jilin and Lin Yuxi on the rooftop utterly astounded. My goodness, this creature is extraordinarily powerful. It has eradicated all the zombies. They gaped, their adorable mouths agape as if they could swallow 2 bananas whole. Yet, Yishio remained unfazed. What is this? One must understand that, according to the system's parameters, these creatures are equivalent to 10th tier mutated new humans. What does 10th tier signify? The most formidable zombie tyrant currently stands at merely 3rd tier, akin to those he previously vanquished, with the majority hovering around 1st tier. This is akin to a max-level boss entering a novice village. What fun could that possibly be? It is a complete massacre. However, Yishio found himself increasingly perplexed, for although this entity bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime, even wielding similar weaponry, its violent prowess was unparalleled, rivaling. Meanwhile, as the pillar of celestial fire continued its onslaught against the zombies, Venom, Lightning, and their companions were far from idle. Yo hey, we're finally out. On the overpass, the acidic rain continued to fall, yet it posed no hindrance to these titans. In stark contrast, Lightning, fully liberated, sped along the rain-soaked overpass in a military green Lamborghini, resembling a streak of green light. Dashing and ferocious, Venom, following closely behind, began to engage in a street race. However, as a dense mass of darkness loomed ahead, Lin Yuxi squinted her eyes, unable to suppress her beautiful brow from furrowing in confusion. What is that? That is, yet, experienced Qin Jilin's face paled upon witnessing the mass of darkness, her voice trembling as she declared, it's a horde of zombies. What? A horde? Lin Yuxi turned to Qin Jilin, bewildered. Indeed. Qin Jilin's complexion was grave. She had previously encountered a horde of zombies. These zombies are peculiar. Upon encountering significant commotion, they instinctively cluster together, and as more zombies gather, additional ones will join, forming an exceptionally large horde. Like a tide surging forth, ordinary safe havens cannot withstand it. Moreover, she had only experienced a typical horde, comprising merely 1,000 zombies in the suburbs. But this was the city center. If a horde were to coalesce here, it could easily amount to tens of thousands, if not more. Should such a horde converge? Heavens, what kind of apocalyptic force could possibly withstand that? Furthermore, if they continue to amass, I fear that the entire city center may, alas. Yet, before the anxious Qin Jilin could finish her sentence, Venom and Lightning charged in with fervor. They are throwing caution to the wind. Qin Jilin's delicate face paled in fright. While these titans were indeed powerful, the combined might of the horde could not be underestimated. The principle of many ants taking down an elephant should be well understood. Yet, it was evident she had underestimated the terrifying capabilities of Venom and Lightning, for in the next moment, she beheld the 2 colossal beings, their excitement palpable, rapidly transforming into formidable Cybertronian life forms. Concurrently, Lightning unleashed an energy cannon comparable to a missile. Boom, the terrifying energy erupted violently, catching the zombies off guard, instantly vaporizing hundreds, and as the remaining zombies finally reacted, they had already plunged into their horde, commencing a frenzied slaughter. This scene left Qin Jilin utterly speechless. My goodness, how powerful. That was a horde of over 10,000 zombies, potentially including tyrants. Yet now, in a mere 2 to 3 minutes, and amidst the onslaught, they taunted, come on, I shall eliminate you all. Lightning, watch my back, I do not wish to be tainted by that putrid blood. Boom, the surroundings erupted into chaos, launching over 20 approaching zombies into the air. Even amidst the fierce barrage, Qin Jilin stood transfixed as she witnessed the expansive 2-kilometer overpass being shattered. With a tremendous, terrifying tremor, it collapsed, burying countless zombies attempting to surge forward beneath the debris, some plummeting directly from the overpass. The scene was reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Yet this time, the victims of this inferno were none other than the damned zombies. Chapter 54, Halt, no more fighting, you must leave me some. Qin Jilin was utterly flabbergasted, for she realized she had grossly underestimated the combat prowess of these colossal beings. Initially, she had assumed they were merely modified robots, perhaps larger in stature, relying on their own strength to combat zombies, or equipped with upgraded weaponry. However, it now appeared that they might be on par with the most advanced technological weaponry, she mused, questioning her very existence. The most advanced technological weaponry, yet Yishio chuckled upon hearing this. These were Cybertronian mechanical life forms, entities that roamed the cosmos with impunity. Advanced technology, there was simply no comparison. Moreover, judging by their capabilities, they far surpassed any cinematic portrayals. Especially considering they were only at level 1, who could fathom the extent of their power should they ascend 2 more levels. Nevertheless, he had no intention of elaborating. Thus, within a mere morning, the surrounding zombies had been decimated to a large extent. In fact, they had run out of energy. Lightning had seized a 3-meter-long behemoth of a zombie, lifting it effortlessly with its colossal mechanical arm before piercing through its skull. The zombie tyrant, still clinging to a futile resistance, swung its fists in a desperate attempt to strike Lightning but was unable to reach. It could only watch helplessly as its head toppled to the ground, followed by the plummeting of an energy magic core. After passing the reconnaissance bird to Yishio, it consumed a returned first-level zombie magic core, replenishing its energy with a series of pulsating waves. It then resumed its relentless assault. The reconnaissance bird flitted about the battlefield, employing its specialized reconnaissance locking system to pinpoint the magic cores, collecting them all to deliver to Yishio. However, it soon became evident to Yishio that there was a troubling issue. Despite the fact that these formidable beings had effectively cleared multiple major streets of over 100,000 zombies, the dropped zombie magic cores numbered scarcely over 100, and nearly all were of the lower tier. This prompted him to ponder, wait a moment, all these zombie magic cores are still of low rank. If they eliminate all the zombies, where will the higher tier magic cores come from? Yishio had discerned that these zombies were likely evolving in rank due to the continuous acid rain. If they were all eradicated, he would be left with a plethora of low-tier cores. Moreover, 100,000 zombies. I haven't even begun to slay them. Thus, he called for a halt. That's enough. The few titanic beings, engrossed in their slaughter, heard Yishio's voice over the radio and reluctantly set down their weapons. Even a newly evolved zombie, lifted by a toxin and poised to strike, instinctively lowered itself upon receiving Yishio's cue. With a resounding thud, the released zombie tyrant was left questioning its existence. Just as it anticipated its demise, it was inexplicably spared. In a frenzy, it turned to flee, thinking, who would dare to fight now? My minions are already piled high in death. Yet, unbeknownst to it, Lightning was unrelenting. It brandished its laser hand cannon and fired a shot. Boom, the zombie tyrant, which had just begun to celebrate its reprieve, was instantly vaporized. Go on, did I permit your escape? Lightning nonchalantly remarked, blowing the smoke from the barrel. At this moment, the fire pillar, now reunited with the other titans, ceased its assault, bewildered by the increasing number of fleeing zombies. Creator, why do we not continue the hunt? Why hunt? Yishio replied, these zombies are still of low rank. If we eliminate them all, there will be scant magic cores. It would be wiser to let them grow for a while before we engage again. That makes sense, the fire pillar pondered, surprisingly finding merit in. However, it queried, what shall we do now? Let us gather resources. Yishio instructed, directing the reconnaissance bird to distribute a spatial ring to each of them. Over time, he had amassed quite a collection of spatial rings, now totaling 13. Although the majority were of blue and green quality, with capacities ranging from 1 to 2,000 cubic units, they sufficed for everyday resource collection. Furthermore, Miyashiro possessed 4 rings, while he had 9. Thus, he urged, fill these spatial rings to capacity. Remember to collect ample food, water, and any potentially useful items. Of course, medicines are also welcome. Yet, medicines would not go to waste in the urban environment, though they may seem trivial now. Yishio was convinced that as the apocalyptic calamity escalated, these medicines and resources would undoubtedly yield unimaginable benefits. Understood, Creator. With the new orders in place, the titanic beings, having relaxed momentarily, transformed back into a fleet of supercars, pickups, and heavy trucks, racing towards areas yet to be scavenged. Once they departed, the absurd scene finally unfolded before Lin Yushi, Qin Jilian, and Yishio. The 2 women, upon witnessing the ravaged state of the city center, could not help but smirk. If one were unaware, they might believe a large-scale battle had ensued here. The zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, nearly forming mountains. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the area was utterly cleansed of the undead. The remnants of zombies lay strewn about, a testament to the Titan's overwhelming power. Had it not been for the majority of the zombies being vaporized, one could easily deem this a hellscape. Yet, even so, the spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. The cacophony of artillery echoed throughout the city center for an entire morning. Had it not been for the acid rain, which kept survivors at bay, onlookers might have suspected the arrival of extraterrestrial beings. However, some survivors hiding in underground shelters heard the terrifying explosions, mistakenly believing the military had arrived in the city center. Little did they know, it was merely the handiwork of a few colossal Cybertronian mechanical life forms. Chapter 55, Yishio's complete domination of the urban district. Of course, with these formidable beings working diligently, Yishio did not remain idle. After all, slaying zombies also granted him attribute points, along with the chance to acquire equipment. Although his current power was already astonishing, boasting a staggering 3,000 points, this level of strength equated to 300 times that of an average person. A single punch from him could likely shatter a villa. However, this was still not sufficient. Yishio sought even greater strength, for only then could he better confront the calamities of the future. Yet, considering the relentless acid rain outside, the bored Yishio decided to ascend to the top floor with a firearm in hand. He spent the afternoon dispatching a few zombies for amusement, and in just a few hours, he amassed an impressive 2,000 points. Moreover, Yi Xiu discovered that his current kills were primarily first-tier zombies. With a regular firearm, a well-placed headshot could still secure a kill. Notably, the attribute points awarded had increased to 5, indicating that the zombies were also evolving. It seems my predictions were accurate. Yi Xiu mused, realizing that these zombies would likely grow stronger with the passage of time under the acid rain. Thus, he allocated all 2,000 points to his strength. When he opened his attribute panel, he observed sad smiley name, Yi Xiu, age, 21, level, 10 stamina, 1,000 strength, 5,000 agility, 4,000 defense, 7,000 talent, fire control level 1 ability, perception, level 2. Defense. Level 2: 400 points. Overall, Yi Xiu's strength had reached a level unattainable by ordinary individuals. With 4,000 agility, any movement he executed could rival that of Quicksilver from a Marvel film, surpassing the speed of sound. Yet, even this was insufficient. Yi Xiu understood that this was merely the beginning of the disaster. There would surely be more challenges ahead, which necessitated his further enhancement. As night fell, a series of thunderous booms echoed outside. The zombies had accelerated in speed but remained ineffective against the fire pillars. A Western Star 5700, a Lamborghini Lightning, a Lamborghini Venom, along with a pickup truck, returned simultaneously. Upon their return to the vast shopping mall, several figures rapidly transformed. What did you gather? Yi Xiu inquired as he descended from above. Master Creator. The fire pillar responded respectfully, raising his hand. Under the influence of a blue energy, several spatial rings gently floated before Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu examined them and was pleasantly surprised. There is quite a bounty within. He discovered bread, instant noodles, and even a substantial quantity of meat and vegetables. Where did you procure these? Yi Xiu directed his gaze towards the fire pillar. It turned out that the fire pillar had ventured to a warehouse brimming with frozen foods, shrimps, pork, beef, and more, totaling thousands of tons. Thanks to a backup solar power source, the frozen provisions remained intact, leading to their successful retrieval. Additionally, Iron Skin had brought back a considerable amount of clothing from a garment factory, including underwear, women's intimate apparel, outerwear, sweaters, shoes, and more, over 10,000 items in total. These supplies are commendable. Yi Xiu nodded in approval. Although he had no immediate use for them, he recognized that such clothing would prove invaluable amidst the apocalypse. While he might not need them now, they were essential to have. Furthermore, considering the system's earlier warnings about impending freezing temperatures, Yi Xiu instructed Iron Skin, tomorrow, gather some cotton and down jackets. Understood, Master Creator. Iron Skin replied in a deep, respectful tone. Thus, the following days unfolded with relative simplicity. Iron Skin, Fire Pillar, Venom, and Lightning ventured out daily, diligently collecting supplies ranging from food to tools. Yi Xiu, too, remained occupied, spending his time in the Sky Garden, engaging in combat with zombies, securing equipment, and accumulating upgrade stones in preparation for the future. At present, the entire urban district had fallen under the control of the Fire Roses. Consequently, the group consistently returned with substantial supplies. However, despite this, with the acid rain persistently falling for nearly 3 days without respite, several doomsday factions could no longer contain themselves. They donned plastic raincoats and masks, venturing out to scavenge for resources. Unlike Yi Xiu, who had ample provisions and allies unperturbed by the acid rain, they had no choice but to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu monitored their movements with reconnaissance birds. Recognizing that a single bird was insufficient, he activated 10 additional drones from DJI. Interestingly, each drone required only 10% of energy, meaning the energy accumulated in a day could power 10 drones. Yi Xiu named them 1, 2, 3, and so forth, assigning them a straightforward task, to patrol the urban district and warn away anyone attempting to enter the city center for supplies. One early morning, a group of survivors stealthily approached the urban district. However, before they could fully enter, 3 detected their presence and swiftly dove toward them. What the hell is that? The driver exclaimed in shock upon spotting the mechanical creature. Yet, 3 paid them no mind, emitting a raspy, mechanized voice. This is a restricted area. You are prohibited from entering, otherwise, I will eliminate you. Restricted area. The newcomers were bewildered. Was this technology not too advanced? However, the leader in the back seat disregarded all caution. Damn it, what's so frightening about a mechanical bird? Just take it down. With that, the leader drew his firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at 3. Yet, 3 remained unfazed by the onslaught, its annoyance growing. Hey, it seems you are courting death. Boys, take him down. What, boys? The survivors were momentarily stunned. Did this contraption actually have subordinates? But in the following second, upon witnessing the so-called subordinates, their eyes widened in terror. Strange, grotesque zombies began to pour in from all directions, their eerie howls filling the air as they zeroed in on the scent of the living. Oh no, zombies! Run! The leader reacted swiftly, urging his companions to flee. Yet, escape was futile. These evolved zombies were no longer the feeble creatures of the past. Their strength had surged, their claws sharpened, and their movements became agile. They lunged at the vehicle, gnashing their teeth furiously. Hurry, drive faster! The vehicle behind them disregarded the leader's fate, reversing frantically. Despite the leader's desperate resistance, firing wildly, it was all in vain. Before long, anguished screams echoed as he succumbed to the relentless assault of the zombies. They never imagined that these beings could command the undead. Chapter 56, The Forbidden Zoo in the Southern Suburbs, a legendary forbidden existence. Of course, it is not the drones that can control the zombies. Previously, Iron Sheet had discovered that zombies are particularly sensitive to certain high-frequency sound waves, which causes them to converge towards it. Thus, he transmitted this data to these 10 little creatures. Once they encounter an intrusion and disregard the warnings, they will directly activate ultrasonic waves to lure the surrounding zombies. Core. Upon witnessing a few survivors besieged and torn apart by zombies, Number 3 emitted a sinister cackle, saying, "Hey, I wonder if you dare to come closer." After uttering this, it flapped its mechanical wings and took flight. Moreover, in addition to this, Yishio had instructed these little beings to keep an eye on the powerful zombie tyrants within the city, which had evolved at a remarkable pace. He equipped them with positioning chips to monitor their locations at all times. Thus, when they reached the corresponding level of enhancement, they could be eliminated for the upcoming festivities. Had those individuals known that not only was entry into the city prohibited, but even the formidable zombie tyrants had become Yishio's quarry, it would undoubtedly infuriate them. The disparity between survivors is utterly staggering. While we are dodging minor zombies, you are treating the zombie tyrants as mere livestock. However, the advantages were evident. Following Yishio's warnings and after several waves of unfortunate encounters, they finally recognized the city center as a forbidden zone. Within a 30-kilometer radius, they would rather die than enter. Nevertheless, not everyone had abandoned the notion of targeting the city center. Several apocalypse bases on the outskirts still harbored dreams of making a comeback. One was the Thunder Base, which had previously faced a harsh lesson from Yishio, and another was the Redemption Sanctuary, which had been driven out by the Fire Rose. Along with a few other disjointed factions, especially as the acid rain disaster persisted, an increasing number of individuals had acquired zombie cores and successfully evolved into mutant new humans. Of course, the odds of this happening remain quite low. However, there were still thousands of individuals who managed to evolve. For instance, there was Chen Yao, the leader of the Redemption Sanctuary. Clad in a flowing black gown, her stunning figure complemented by a veil that concealed her true visage, her fair skin hinted at her extraordinary beauty. Many were left in awe of her, yet they dared only to fantasize from a distance, as no one would dare to provoke her. This was due to her potent ability, charm. Regardless of gender, anyone ensnared by her gaze would become utterly entranced, even compelled to follow her commands. This was how she managed to eliminate the previous leader of the Redemption Sanctuary and ascend as the ruler of over 300 individuals. Even the nearby Thunder Leopard dared not meet her gaze lightly. One man, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Today, a few of my younger brothers accidentally ventured into the city and were killed by the drones of the Fire Rose." "Is that so?" Chen Yao, seated gracefully in her chair, revealed a cold smile, her voice delicate and ethereal. "Were you truly so careless in your trespass?" "Oh, well." The man's embarrassment was palpable, yet he retorted, "Even if it was intentional, the resources in the city are abundant and vast. The Fire Rose has only about 1,000 people. Why should they be able to claim it all?" Indeed, this sentiment garnered agreement from other survivors. Each had survived to this point, not being naive souls. Who among them had not stained their hands with zombie blood or killed for their survival? They adhered to a singular principle: in the apocalypse, the weak are devoured by the strong. "I propose we devise a plan to eliminate the Fire Rose, seize the city, and then share the resources among us. Surely, this is far superior to languishing in this suburb," a middle-aged man declared fiercely. His proposition resonated with others. "Absolutely, the resources here are scarce, we hardly have enough to share. If we could find a way to enter the city, we wouldn't have to worry about food and drink." Yet, challenges loomed. Is it not a tad too ambitious to think we can defeat the Fire Rose? A young man cautiously interjected. His words rendered the group momentarily silent. Indeed, the Fire Rose had been increasing in numbers since the onset of the apocalypse. "I have heard they are nearing 1,000 members now, while we are also over 1,000 strong. My greatest concern lies with their specialized weaponry," the middle-aged man, Yang Feng, stated solemnly. "I've heard that their weapon's power is astounding. An ordinary person could be instantaneously vaporized." Yet another young man scoffed dismissively. "Yang, you're being overly cautious. Have you forgotten that before the acid rain, we were all ordinary people relying on conventional weaponry? Now, after nearly a week of acid rain, many zombies have released cores, and we have 9 mutant new humans among us. If a battle were to ensue, we may not necessarily be defeated." Yang Feng's eyes brightened at the young man's words, and he chuckled. You're right, we do possess mutant new humans, not to mention the unique abilities of others. With Brother Lei's speed, even if their weaponry is formidable, they might not be able to catch him. This statement drew the attention of everyone to the typically silent Thunder Leopard, who appeared lost in thought. Yang Feng furrowed his brows, asking, Brother Lei, what occupies your mind? Nothing at all. The Thunder Leopard, regaining his composure, smiled, yet internally, he was filled with trepidation. For no one understood the terror of those beings better than he. Last time, that woman had brought along a creature over 100 meters long. Goodness, even with my 30-fold speed, running 60 meters in a second wouldn't he suffice to withstand a single lash from that tail. Yet, he kept this to himself, for he too desired the resources of the city. In truth, they were among the most unfortunate ones, as survivors caught between the suburbs and the county town. It was said that the lower levels had nearly been unified. Those areas were completely off limits, as venturing there would result in annihilation. The city was also barred to them, leaving them in dire need of resources. If they could eliminate the fire rose and seize the city's supplies, they could become the new rulers of the city center. Thus, he sought to enlist these individuals in his scheme. He turned to the reticent Chen Yao, avoiding her gaze, and instead offered a mysterious smile, saying, Actually, we need not confront the city head-on to seize it. Oh, the group perked up at his words, intrigued, and even Chen Yao could not help but cast an astonished glance in his direction. The Thunder Leopard, seated comfortably, addressed Chen Yao with a grin. Miss Chen, your ability is the most unique among us. You can charm individuals, including living beings. If we were to leverage this ability effectively, we might achieve unexpectedly favorable results. Oh, are you suggesting? Chen Yao's interest was piqued, seemingly grasping the Thunder Leopard's intent. Indeed, the Thunder Leopard's gaze swept over the intrigued crowd, smiling as he continued, on the outskirts of the city, in the southern suburbs, lies a zoo. I have heard it once housed numerous animals, but after the infection, it devolved into chaos and became a forbidden zone. Just the day before yesterday, one of my subordinates, while scavenging for supplies, came across a piece of news. In the zoo, a zombie tiger king, possibly at the 5th tier, has emerged. What? A zombie tiger king, and at the 5th tier? The moment these words were uttered, the crowd felt a tremor in their hearts. No way, is this real? It is known that the luckiest among them had barely reached the 2nd tier. If it truly is at the 5th tier, it would be an existence of forbidden caliber. Who would dare to provoke it? Chapter 57. The mechanized birds of diverse dispositions. However, the meaning behind Lei Bao's words was unmistakable. If we could sway that 5th order tiger king to our side, he did not continue. But the others had already grasped the implication, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Indeed, that was the 5th order mutated Tiger King, the sovereign of the Southern Animal Park. If they could bring him down, at that point, not only would the fiery rose be no match, but even Yishio's mechanical life forms might not stand a chance. Absolutely. The crowd perked up at this notion. Yet, Chen Yao chuckled, shaking her head as she spoke with a tone that resonated with a mix of admiration and lament. If I possessed such abilities, I would have already launched an assault on the city center, rather than being relegated to this desolate suburb. That is true. The others quickly realized the reality of the situation. If this woman could control the 5th order mutated Tiger King, why would she need to collaborate with them? After all, while Chen Yao's abilities were indeed formidable, it was implausible for her to bridge such a vast gap in levels to directly subdue the 5th order Tiger King. Moreover, there was the risk that not only might she fail to control the Tiger King, but she could also lose her own life. However, Lei Bao's intention was not to control the Tiger King. With a slight smile as he reclined in his chair, he proposed, we do not need to subdue the 5th order mutated Tiger King. We merely require you, Miss Chen, to utilize your powers just enough to drive him into a frenzied state, allowing him to wreak havoc in the city center. I believe that would suffice. With the 5th order zombie Tiger King causing destruction, the fiery rose would likely be unable to withstand such a terrifying force. At that point, the city center would naturally fall into our hands. That makes sense. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor upon hearing this. He promptly added, Lei Xiong is correct, we can certainly give it a try. Who knows, if it works, we might no longer have to struggle for survival in this forsaken place. This faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, Chen Yao hesitated for a moment. She was not particularly keen on provoking Yishio. After all, while the resources in the suburbs were limited, they were still sufficient for their survival. In truth, it was merely greed stirring within. Yet, having joined this alliance, if she did not take action, who could predict whether they might turn against her? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yao sighed and said, well then, let us give it a try. Excellent. With her agreement, Yang Feng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, we shall set off at once. Meanwhile, Yishio remained indifferent to the other survivors. His daily objective was quite simple, to gather resources and strive to cleanse the city center of supplies as soon as possible. After all, the acid rain was merely an appetizer. There was still the impending freeze to contend with. If a global freeze were to occur, those resources would vanish entirely. Thus, within a mere 7 days, he and the survivors of the fiery rose managed to gather nearly all the resources in the city centre, with 2/3 of the material. Most importantly, 4/5 of these resources found their way into Yi Xiu's possession, while the remaining fifth was primarily returned by Lin Yuxi, Li Xiuan, Qin Jilan, Chu Mengyao, and An Miao Shui. After all, these 5 women could sustain 500 individuals. Of course, it was somewhat regrettable for Yi Xiu that there were exceedingly few women scoring above 95 in the entire Huaihai city, leaving him yet to find a suitable candidate. On this day, the acid rain continued to fall, having persisted for a week, though fortunately, it remained a gentle drizzle, preventing the city from flooding. The ground was merely damp. After lying at home for a few days, Yi Xiu decided to stretch his legs. Clad in a specially designed raincoat to shield against the acid rain, he wielded a blade known as the Moonlight, which he had acquired a few days prior. This sword emitted a blue glow, making the blade nearly invisible, and not only boasted an attribute increase for kills but also included critical hit effects and lightning attributes. There was a 10% chance of inflicting an additional 30% critical damage. At first glance, it might seem ordinary, but one must consider that if Yi Xiu were to raise his strength to 10,000 points, he could deal 13,000 damage. Thus, it was indeed incredibly formidable. Moreover, the lightning attribute could paralyze foes, yet, above all, it was undeniably stylish. Yi Xiu had developed quite the fondness for this blade. Thud! With a swift motion, he dispatched a 3-meter-tall second-order zombie tyrant. The thunderous lightning attribute seared the zombie tyrant to a crisp, nearly cooking it alive. Observing the effects of the lightning attribute, Yi Xiu could not help but marvel. This was merely a first-level effect. If he were to enhance it with upgrade stones, one could only imagine the possibilities. At that moment, he noticed a second-order magic core. Oh, at last, a second-order one. Upon spotting the magic core, Yi Xiu's gaze flickered. Although he had slain numerous zombies in recent days, they had mostly been first-order or higher-tiered, such as third or fourth order, with second-order ones being scarce. Yet on the 7th day of the acid rain, one finally appeared. Yi Xiu wasted no time and promptly notified Qin Jilan. Boom! Not long after, accompanied by the roar of an engine, Qin Jilan and Li Xiuan arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno. Master! Upon disembarking, the 2 women rushed over with enthusiasm. They had both become increasingly beautiful, particularly Li Xiuan, who donned a black leather outfit reminiscent of Anne Hathaway's Catwoman, while Qin Jilan retained her intellectual and mature allure. The 2 had spent the past few days honing their powers using the weapons Yi Xiu had provided, and even Qin Jilan was now on par with the 5th order. Here, consume this. Without wasting any time, Yi Xiu handed the magic core to Qin Jilan. Is this a second-order zombie magic core? Noticing the unique energy it contained, Qin Jilan was taken aback but obediently swallowed it nonetheless. Ding! Congratulations. The goddess you nurtured, Qin Jilan, has consumed a second-order zombie magic core. You have gained 100 second-order zombie magic cores. As the system notification chimed, Yi Xiu discovered that his spatial ring now held an additional 100 second-order zombie magic cores. However, that was not the main point. The key was that he noticed an enhancement in Qin Jilan's abilities after her consumption. Her perception began to expand like ripples, gradually increasing from the previous 3 kilometers. Continue. Yi Xiu produced more magic cores to feed Qin Jilan. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Finally, upon consuming the 50th core, Yi Xiu felt his perception capabilities surge explosively, expanding to 9 kilometers. The realization of his transformation left Yi Xiu in astonishment. His perception had doubled upon reaching the 3rd order, but it did not end there. Yi Xiu closed his eyes and suddenly sensed several energy fluctuations 8 kilometers away. What is that? Mutated new humans. Qin Jilan, equally perceptive, widened her enchanting eyes in surprise, glancing at Yi Xiu. Moreover, there was more than one. How intriguing. Yi Xiu noted, directing his gaze towards the southern city. What could this group of people possibly want in the southern region? Master. At that moment, a mechanical bird flapped its wings and flew over. It was number 2, tasked with monitoring those mutated creatures, delivering good news. In the southern region, at the Huaihai Animal Park, which we have been keeping an eye on, that mutated Tiger King has evolved. Oh. Evolved again. This revelation piqued Yi Xiu's interest, as he was taken aback. This was only the 7th day of the acid rain. Previously, he had dispatched several mechanical birds to surveil the various zombie tyrants and powerful mutated creatures within the city, the mutated Tiger King being one of them. To think that within just 7 days, it had reached the 6th order. This fellow has potential. What do you think? Should we eliminate it? Number 2 inquired excitedly. Yi Xiu shot an exasperated glance at number 2. While these mechanical birds appeared quite similar, their personalities varied significantly. For instance, number 3 was fond of idioms, while number 2 was enthusiastic about warfare, especially in situations like this, becoming even more exhilarated. There's no rush. Yishio waved his hand, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, this creature had increased from 1st to 6th order in just 7 days. It was clearly a tiger with promise. If he could recruit it as an ally, it would be an excellent choice. Thus, Yishio instructed, "You go monitor the others, I will personally investigate." "Understood, master." Number 2, though a bit disappointed, flapped its wings and continued on its way. However, before number 2 had flown far, number 4 returned, nearly Number 2 cursed, "Are you flying without looking where you're going?" Number 4 retorted defiantly, "I'll give you a taste of my firepower." Rat-tat-tat, it actually opened fire, startling number 2, which hurriedly fled. Unbelievable, watching the antics of these mechanical birds, Yishio was thoroughly entertained. These little creatures indeed had personalities. Master, in the southern region, there are several mutated new humans heading towards the Huaihai Animal Park. Oh. Yishio's interest was piqued upon hearing this. They were indeed heading towards that creature, which he had been nurturing. How fortuitous. Let us go take a look. With a slight raise of his hand, Yishio, along with number 4 and the 2 women, boarded the vehicle. Due to limited seating, Qin Jilan had to sit on Yishio's lap, causing her cheeks to flush. Let us go. With a roar, the Lamborghini surged forward, and the 3 of them, accompanied by a mechanical bird, sped towards the Southern Animal Park. Chapter 58, The 6th Stage Mutant Tiger King, the Adorable King. Soon, they arrived at the Huaihai Zoo, once the largest zoo in Huaihai City. It boasted a diverse array of animals and affordable tickets priced at merely 20 yuan each. Such a value, little did anyone anticipate that, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it would become a forbidden zone. The creatures within had transformed into exceedingly fearsome entities. So much so that not only humans, but even zombies were conspicuously absent in the vicinity. As Li Xiaowan alighted from the vehicle, she felt an eerie aura enveloping the area. "This place is anything but ordinary," she remarked, surveying her surroundings even before entering the gates. Indeed. This location was home to a 5th stage mutant tiger king. No, it should be classified as a 6th stage. Such a being, if unleashed, could obliterate the entirety of Huaihai. The atmosphere was undoubtedly ominous. Let us proceed. However, Yishio, relying on his perceptive abilities, additionally, he detected several other formidable auras, likely at the 3rd or 4th stages. There's a black panther, a bear, and is that a frog? Upon sensing the last creature, Yishio's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yet, he felt no trepidation. As he entered with the 2 women, the zoo lay in an unsettling silence, further shrouded by a thick, white mist that obscured their vision. Interesting, this zoo is enveloped in white mist. Perhaps it's a unique ability that emerged following the mutation of certain creatures, Yishio conjectured as they advanced deeper. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forth, emitting a bone-chilling roar. However, before Li Xiaowan could draw her weapon to dispatch it, a massive tongue materialized from the mist, ensnaring the zombie and dragging it away with astonishing speed. What on earth is this? Li Xiaowan blinked in disbelief. Is it a gigantic frog? As the zombie was whisked away, the mist cleared slightly to reveal a colossal frog, towering 3 meters high, its scarlet eyes glinting ominously as it hopped toward them. The sight of those ferocious, blood-red eyes sent shivers down Qin Jilan's spine. Goodness, is this really an animal park? Her voice trembled. Despite her recent upgrades, the sheer size of the frog was daunting, as she harbored an innate fear of such bizarre creatures. Yet Yishio was unperturbed. In an instant, he vanished, and when he reappeared, the moonlight shimmered as he sheathed his blade. Concurrently, the immense frog's head came to a halt, followed by a spray of green blood as it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Qin Jilan was left in shock. He killed it with a single strike. Wasn't this creature supposed to be at least a 3rd stage entity? She gazed at Yishio with incredulity, witnessing his formidable prowess for the first time and feeling an overwhelming sense of security. All right, let us move on. With the giant frog dispatched, Yishio continued deeper into the zoo, accompanied by the 2 women. Meanwhile, the little creature, eagerly scampered over to the frog's corpse and began digging at its head. Before long, a glowing green magic core appeared in its grasp. Gagagar. 4 excitedly tucked the core into its small compartment, flapping its wings as it rejoined the group. As they proceeded, 4 stumbled upon the remains of a black panther, a bear, and even a mutated zebra. The speed of Yishio's kills was astonishing. 4 couldn't he keep up with his pace in gathering resources? With a strength of 5,000, Yi Xiu could assuredly slay even a 10th-stage mutated beast with a single blow. His sole target remained the mutant tiger. Finally, as they ventured further, they spotted a diminutive tiger, no more than 50 centimeters tall, lazily lounging atop a massive rock with its 18-centimeter tail swaying. Clearly, life here was quite comfortable for it. However, as Yi Xiu and his companions approached, the little tiger lifted its head, gazing curiously at them with a bewildered expression. This adorable gesture left Li Xiuan and Qin Jilan momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, is this the son of the mutant tiger king? Li Xiuan, smitten by its cuteness, stammered. Not quite, Qin Jilan replied, regaining her composure. I can sense a formidable power emanating from it. What? You mean, this is the Tiger King? Li Xiuan was utterly flabbergasted. Clearly, the mutant Tiger King was also taken aback, tilting its head in surprise at the presence of intruders. However, it nonchalantly stretched, showing little regard for the three survivors. After finishing its stretch, its dark pupils began to glow a blood red, as if to convey, young one, it was unwise for you to venture here. Roar! The mutant Tiger King let out a thunderous roar and lunged toward Yi Xiu with blinding speed, recognizing him as the leader of the group. The age-old adage rings true, capture the leader first. The Tiger King had a well-formed strategy, its sharp claws gleaming ominously. However, it soon realized it had been caught by the nape of its neck. Suddenly, the once ferocious mutant Tiger King felt an unexpected wave of maternal affection. Oh, how reminiscent of the days when its mother would carry it by the scruff, but no, after a fleeting moment of warmth, its crimson eyes flared with fury as it swiped at Yi Xiu with its lethal claws. Though diminutive, those claws could shatter stone upon impact, yet, it found itself unable to reach him. My goodness, how adorable. Upon regaining her senses, Li Xiuan and Qin Jilan were awestruck by the sight of Yi Xiu holding the mutant Tiger King. Li Xiuan's eyes shimmered with maternal affection, yearning to caress the creature, yet Yi Xiu cautioned, don't be deceived by its size, it's incredibly fierce, possessing strength roughly 100 times that of an ordinary person. What? 100 times? The revelation startled Li Xiuan, causing her to retract her hand hastily. So formidable. Yet, you seem to be carrying it like a little cub. That's likely because I possess considerable strength, Yi Xiu replied. The mutant Tiger King was enraged. It emitted a deep, rumbling growl that resonated like thunder, sending Qin Jilan reeling, her heart racing as she staggered backward. I am the ruler of this zoo. How dare you treat me this way? The Tiger King was on the verge of transforming, but before its crimson eyes could shift to blue, it felt something strange being forced down its throat. Its fierce gaze widened in surprise as it tasted something unexpectedly pleasant, yet the next moment, as Yi Xiu tossed it to the ground, the mutant Tiger King's expression morphed into one of torment, unleashing a pained roar. At that very moment, outside the zoo, Lei Bao, Yang Feng, and Chen Yao had just alighted from their vehicle, startled by the earth-shattering roar. The three, along with a group of survivors, froze in place. What was that sound? Your trembling voice inquired. It sounds like the Tiger King. What? The Tiger King's roar, is that terrifying? The younger members were utterly terrified. Lei Bao, Yang Feng, and Chen Yao exchanged wary glances. Given the noise, it must be at least a 4 or 5 meter long creature. Could this be a monster a mere human could tackle? Even as mutated new humans, they likely wouldn't stand a chance. Should we withdraw for now? Yang Feng proposed tentatively. Withdraw? Nonsense. The suggestion was immediately met with opposition. What are you thinking? We've come this far. There's no turning back. We must eliminate the Tiger King and reclaim the city. Miss Chen, what do you think? Lei Bao turned to Chen Yao, who maintained a stoic expression, concealing her underlying anxiety. Yet she alluringly responded, setting aside the Tiger King, I've heard this zoo harbors many powerful mutated creatures, let us deal with those on the periphery first. Exactly. Lei Bao acknowledged, aware that besides the 5th stage Tiger King, there were other mutated beasts lurking within the zoo. These mutated creatures are inherently stronger than ordinary zombies, and after enduring the acid rain, they may have grown even more formidable. We must proceed with caution. Yang Feng, you lead the charge. As a 1st stage defensive mutant new human, your resilience is commendable. Even if those mutated animals attack you, you should be able to withstand it. Understood. Yang Feng gulped nervously, steeling himself for the task ahead. However, as they cautiously entered the zoo, they were left dumbfounded, for directly along the main path of the zoo lay the massive corpse of a 3-meter-long frog, freshly slain. Chapter 59. Subduing Chen Yao. Who the hell did this? A few individuals gasped in astonishment upon seeing the slain giant toad. Such a massive creature must have been at least a 3rd-tier mutant. Yet, it had been vanquished. But that was not all. As they delved deeper, they discovered an increasing number of corpses of mutated creatures, each more outrageous than the last. Hippos, zebras, wolves, and a colossal black leopard, not to mention a mutated zombie peacock. In this apocalyptic world, these beings were undoubtedly more formidable than the tyrant zombies, ruling supreme, yet, here they were, not even having exited the zoo, and all had been exterminated. Who could possibly have done this? Yarnfong's face paled as he approached to inspect the bodies, discovering that almost all had been killed with a single blow. Could it be that the mutated Tiger King within has gone berserk and dispatched them all? Someone speculated, pondering who else could have eradicated so many terrifying mutants. No, that's not right. However, Chen Yao sensed something amiss. Shaking her head, her gaze sharpened. The wounds are clean, as if they were sliced open by a razor-sharp blade. It seems it was the work of a person. A person? Someone's expression turned peculiar. How could that be? Goodness, what kind of formidable individual could so effortlessly eliminate such a multitude of mutated creatures? If that were true, why have we never heard of them before? With this individual's strength, they should have long since dominated Huaihai City. Regardless, since they were already here, they had no choice but to press onward with trepidation. Ultimately, upon arriving at the territory of the Tiger King, they beheld a man accompanied by 2 women. Beside him was a rather adorable little tiger, no more than 50 centimeters tall. This scene left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed the work of survivors. You are, at last, you've arrived. Yi Xiu turned to acknowledge their presence, having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Lei Bao and Chen Yao had never encountered Yi Xiu before, so they failed to recognize him, yet, he recognized the 2 women beside him, Qin Jilan and the aloof beauty who had previously threatened him. It's you. Lei Bao's expression shifted in alarm. Do you know them? Yarnfong, startled by Lei Bao's terrified demeanor, quickly inquired. Not just to know them, it's much more than that. Lei Bao's gaze towards Yi Xiu was fraught with dread. He is Yi Xiu. Although he had never seen Yi Xiu in person, upon seeing Qin Jilan and Li Xiuwan, he understood everything. What, he is Yi Xiu? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone turned their attention towards him, their expressions filled with wariness, their weapons instinctively tightening in their grips. This man was the leader of the Fire Rose, clearly a formidable force. Oh, I didn't realize you were quite astute. Yi Xiu expressed mild surprise at Lei Bao's insight, smiling as he casually asked, how many of the zombie magic cores I requested have you prepared? Still working on it. Gently caressing the moonlight, Yi Xiu replied calmly, I mentioned that no other factions are to set foot in the city. Have you forgotten that? No, please, don't misunderstand. Lei Bao had already cowered, feeling the vast gulf between his strength and Yi Xiu's, even though he was now at the 2nd-tier mutant human level. What on earth was this guy's true tier? However, he realized that there was no time left. He decided to strike first. Yarnfong. Understood. Simultaneously, Lei Bao unleashed his full speed, brandishing a knife aimed at Yi Xiu's neck. Their movements were swift, even Chen Yao had taken action, her gaze locking onto Yi Xiu. In the fleeting moment their eyes met. Yi Xiu was somewhat taken aback. This woman possessed a unique ability, psychic power. Observing Yi Xiu's astonishment, Chen Yao mistakenly believed she had gained the upper hand and hastily urged, quickly, the opportunity is fleeting. Onward. The rest, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of excitement, thinking a chance had finally arrived. But before Lei Bao could advance, he suddenly felt a momentary daze. In the next instant, a dazzling flash of a blade appeared, as if the entire world had transcended in that split second. When everyone regained their senses, they found that Yarnfong and Lei Bao, who had just charged forward, were frozen in place. What the hell? Why are you all staring blankly? The others were bewildered. Goodness, that speed was astonishing. Even Chen Yao was momentarily stunned. Just as she regained her composure, she found Yi Xiu standing right before her. Thud, without hesitation, Chen Yao knelt on the ground. Boss, please spare me. I was coerced into this. I was wrong. Woo, please let me live. This unexpected display left even Yi Xiu momentarily speechless. This woman was remarkably decisive, yet, Yi Xiu lifted her chin with the moonlight. Intrigued, reveal your face for me to see. This, Chen Yao was taken aback upon hearing this, but thinking of her life, she could only bite her lip and slowly reach to unveil her veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Yi Xiu. Name, Chen Yao. Age, 22. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 56 kg. My goodness, one couldn't help but pause at the sight of such an enchanting face. Not bad at all, my lord, should you require, I am willing to serve you, as long as you spare my life. Upon hearing the prospect, Chen Yao decided to play along for now, planning to seek an opportunity to escape later. Indeed, even with her alluring abilities, her primary thought was to flee. How absurd. This individual had effortlessly slain Lei Bao, who could move at 20 times speed. What chance did she have to resist? Heaven help her, she merely wished to survive in this apocalypse. Woo woo woo. Of course, Yi Xiu granted her this opportunity, thus retracting the moonlight with a smile. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. Really? Chen Yao was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yi Xiu in disbelief. But soon, she comprehended. It must be my beauty that has captivated him. How grateful I am to my parents for bestowing me with such a visage, allowing me to survive until now. Wait, what are you doing? Woo woo. However, before she could react, Chen Yao found a strange vial being thrust into her mouth. She quickly attempted to resist, but it was too late. Chen Yao felt as if a monstrous entity within her was relentlessly tearing at her body, causing her to break into a cold sweat, nearly losing. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoan smirked, offering a well-meaning warning. Little girl, take it easy. Don't even think about betraying your master, and everything will be just fine. What? Not betray? Chen Yao was left dumbfounded. Was there really such an ability? But now was clearly not the time for such considerations. Finally, after a brief moment of respite, casting aside those unsavory thoughts, she began to feel somewhat better. However, the pain she had just endured nearly left her collapsed on the ground. This spectacle caused the little tiger nearby to gaze with wide eyes. Hey, I felt just like that a moment ago. Now watching someone else in pain is quite enjoyable. Yet this scene left the remaining subordinates utterly petrified. One swift blow had dispatched Lei Bao and Yang Feng. Now, he had also subdued the leader of the Redemption Sanctuary, Chen Yao. How could this individual be so powerful, especially since all of this transpired in scarcely over 20 seconds? Consequently, those who regained their wits found their legs trembling, uncertain whether to flee or what to do next. Ultimately, one clever survivor dropped to his knees with a thud. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I am willing to drink it. Just spare my life. A woman in her 30s, rather plain in appearance, hastily implored. You want to drink? Yi Xiu glanced at her, noticing her pockmarked face and dark complexion. Good grief, what a naive thought. Chapter 60, this is truly a capricious gem. This woman is to be spared, the rest shall be executed. Yi Xiu's calm proclamation sealed the fate of the remaining individuals. What the hell, no. Are they really going to kill us? Then you should die first. Sensing Yi Xiu's murderous intent, one man, kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth, deciding to strike preemptively. Yet, before he could rise, he was taken aback to find his head inexplicably turning downwards, followed by a thud as it fell to the ground. The rest was lost to him. Then came the one-sided massacre executed by Li Xiaowan. In a matter of moments, all present were eliminated. Chen Yao, who had initially been on the verge of collapse, now felt her legs weaken further, her delicate face displaying sheer terror. Could this man be a devil? A devil? Yi Xiu was anything but. In this apocalypse, it is either you kill me, or I kill you. Without absolute strength, one can only be slaughtered. Today, fortune smiles upon me, granting me greater power. To survive in this world of despair. Since these individuals sought to kill him, he would not show them any mercy. Let us go. Having resolved the situation, Yi Xiu wasted no time and turned to leave. Wait. However, Chen Yao suddenly stood up, her voice trembling as she dared not look Yi Xiu in the eye. Outside, there are survivors from various apocalypse bases. There are about 2,000 of them. Should we recruit them? Millimeter. Yi Xiu glanced at Chen Yao in surprise. I didn't realize you were so keen on expanding our forces. Chen Yao managed a wry smile, aware that she had little capability to resist now. Since she had chosen to follow Yi Xiu, those survivors could be considered a source of combat strength. We cannot let this opportunity slip away, you agree, right? Chen Yao cautiously looked towards Yi Xiu. Indeed, that makes sense. Rubbing his chin, we need not get involved ourselves. After all, with his current strength, he had no need for ordinary people's assistance. Their existence would merely serve to help him gather supplies, or perhaps, in the event of an insurmountable disaster, he would have a backup plan. Thus, he entrusted this task to Li Xiaowan. Understood. Li Xiaowan flashed a charming smile, increasingly resembling a docile kitten, though who knows how she would act in front of others. Before long, the group made their way back to the Sky Garden. For the first time in the city center, Chen Yao was taken aback at the sight of so many formidable zombies and the various hordes of corpses, feeling utterly shocked and trembling inside. She had not anticipated such peril in this place. Yi Xiu remarked, now do you understand why I didn't allow you to come? It was to protect you. Protect. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao could not help but twitch her lips, casting a weak glance at Yi Xiu. Goodness, with you holding the reins of explanation, it seems whatever you say goes. However, upon returning to the Sky Garden, she was astonished by the grandeur of the expansive luxurious flat. Wow, it's so opulent here. Her eyes were met with an array of exquisite furniture and appliances, and to her astonishment, there was even electricity, including a swimming pool. This was practically akin to a palace. Master, you're back. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuxi approached, elegantly clad in a beautiful apron, with nothing underneath. This was undoubtedly the lifestyle every man dreams of. This is a newcomer, Chen Yao. Oh, hello. Lin Yuxi, accustomed to such introduction. Moreover, the girl appeared quite gentle. However, Lin Yuxi was not bound by formalities. Just arrived, go take a shower, and I will prepare some food for you. Lin Yuxi led Chen Yao into the bathroom. Shower. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao's first reaction was to wonder if she would have to serve this lady tonight. However, upon reflection, in her current state, serving anyone seemed inevitable. Whatever, she followed along. After their tasks were completed, by the time evening arrived, Chen Yao emerged feeling refreshed. She was greeted by a sumptuous dinner spread across the table. Scrambled eggs with chives, garlic vermicelli, steamed scallops, braised beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried flowers, and sauteed greens. This, she was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the apocalypse she had envisioned? It had been nearly a month since the outbreak, and each day had been fraught with anxiety. As for food, it had been nothing but bread, bottled water, and occasionally some packaged beef if luck was on her side. But now, they could actually prepare meals here. My goodness! She found it hard to believe. Yet Lin Yuxi, Li Xiaowan, and the others had long since acclimated to this lifestyle, chuckling, don't worry, as long as you're with the master, these delights will never be in short supply. Exactly. Qin Jilan, witnessing Chen Yao's incredulous expression, felt a sense of comfort. She recalled her own initial disbelief. Now, being able to witness someone else's astonishment was quite satisfying. Nevertheless, she endeavored to reassure Chen Yao, I used to live a life just like yours, but now it's different. Since following the master, I enjoy delicious meals every day, coupled with immense power. I no longer worry about the threat of zombies. It is only by following the master that I have truly experienced the advantages of the apocalypse. Indeed. Li Xiaowan nodded in agreement, feeling that her current life was even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. She could do as she pleased without any constraints or legal limitations. Oh, is that so? Watching the three women reveling in their newfound joy, Chen Yao felt as though she were being brainwashed. However, with so much delectable food around, perhaps being brainwashed isn't such a bad choice. She murmured softly before eagerly diving into her meal, yet Yi Xiao, lounging on the sofa, reminded her, don't eat too much. There's more for you later tonight. Chen Yao, with rice in hand, looked up at Yi Xiao, her enchanting face flushing as she blinked her captivating eyes, momentarily misunderstanding his words. Nevertheless, she obediently nodded. I understand. Thus, after finishing dinner and a quick wash, evening had fallen. Yi Xiao remained in the bedroom, engrossed in the information relayed by the reconnaissance bird on the large screen. The reconnaissance bird had already flown beyond Huaihai City to gather external intelligence. After all, he could not remain in one place indefinitely. The resources in the city center were nearly depleted, and leaving was only a matter of time. Therefore, it was imperative to assess the situation outside beforehand. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open. Yi Xiao turned to see a vision in a black sleep gown, her skin as fair as snow, with shoulders that seemed to glisten, accentuating her alluring curves, and her hair elegantly styled. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder this woman scored a 97, surpassing Lin Yuxi and Li Xiaowan. Earlier in the afternoon, she had exuded an air of aloof charm, yet now, after her bath, she transformed into a mesmerizing beauty. Clad in a black silk sleep gown, she radiated a mature allure. Not bad.